Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final coffee spot and our final day of host week. It's been an amazing week. Thank you all for joining us on this journey. This morning, we have the pleasure of hearing from Uniglobe. And today we have April Swales and Aaron Richards, who are going to illuminate what UTC has to offer. And please, this is just a reminder that feel free to enter in any comments that you like in the comment section of YouTube. And Aaron will be able to field those and April as well. And we're going to work together to get your questions answered. So without further ado, take it away, April.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and meet with us today. My name is April Swales, and I brought my cohort, the second half of my brain, Aaron Richards, to join us today in helping you guys get to know who UTC is and what we do within our network and how we support our advisors. So, without further ado, we're going to introduce ourselves and give you a little bit of background information. My time in the industry, I've been with Uniglobe since 2017, and I came from a background in health and wellness, was there for about 20 years. So I had some different skills to bring to the table, but the journey has been really fun. And so Aaron, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell everybody where your background is.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Richards. I have been with Uniglobe as an advisor since 2019 and on the staff side since 2020. What year are we? Two. I work mostly with our newer advisors who have completed our mentorship program and our supplier partners. But prior to that, I was actually a middle school teacher. So super transferable skills right into the travel industry.
Absolutely. And that really is the truth. So what are we going to talk about today? We are going to introduce you to our three pillars, our training and our mentorship program, how we work our continuing education, how our network collaborates. We're going to touch on our back office support, what we're all looking for in the host and advisor relationship, and then we'll talk about next steps and wrapping up, the whole presentation and letting you know how to get in touch with us if you're interested in talking. So this is our team. We recently had a team retreat in Newport Beach, California, and one of the days that we were there, we had the pleasure of hopping on a boat and going out. We were supposed to be whale watching. We ended up seeing a bunch of dolphins instead. But you can see we're a lean and mean team. We're tight-knit. Aaron actually was not present, and neither was her dog Murphy, but he's still considered staff, and I would say more of a mascot than anything else. But you're looking at one of the most professional, most experienced staff in the industry. We've got a combined experience of well over 200 years. And some of these people, I'll point out Rose right here. She's one of our coaches. She's been on the GDS for over 40 years. So you've got a lot of experience to draw from. And then of course I had to highlight the recent awards. Went backwards, let's go forward. So here's some important statistics, just so you know that Uniglobe is moving in the right direction, that the people that are coming into our network are benefiting. So since 2019, we've grown our leisure business by 30%. We've increased our number of contracted advisors by 25%, and we're surpassing any previous gross sales records that we ever set for ourselves. So 426 agency owners. Of those agency owners, we have another 125 subcontractors or sub-agents. We closed a little over 132 million in annual sales last year. So that averaged about $309,000 in average sales volume per agency, which is pretty good. We're really proud of that. Our pillars of success. So these are the things that we really draw on, and we want everybody to understand how we deliver. So the support that we provide to our advisors, and this is one of the reasons why we keep our numbers in check. We we're mindful of how many advisors come in at a time so we can make sure that we are available to really provide that level of support that they expect. Business development doesn't really matter where you are in your career. We've got something for everyone. So whether you're brand new to industry, you're experienced a bit, or you've been doing this for decades, we have something for everybody. And the ongoing mentorship that we provide is not just at the agency level, but we found over time that our experienced advisors are finding time and really just offering to kind of mentor our newer advisors, which is a really fabulous thing to see. It says a lot about the community that we've built. So let's talk a little bit about new to industry and the types of programs that you might expect, at that level versus experienced versus, seasoned. So our Mentor You program is our live one-to-one coaching program. We've been teaching this for about 14 years. It's evolved, and we're doing it a little bit differently this year. So we've always done this as a one-to-one coaching scenario, and we do these calls over Zoom. But this year, we decided to change it and add small cohorts so that whenever you have this opportunity to work one-on-one with a coach, you also have the opportunity to collaborate in a small group environment. And this allows you to be able to see things from a different perspective. That's really all about learning how to anticipate your clients' needs. And sometimes, our newer people have been a little bit more maybe shy about asking questions in our larger Facebook community where we have everybody working together. So this gives them the opportunity to ask a question, and it's still, facilitated by one of the coaches, but they don't have to feel maybe like they're asking a dumb question. Even though, our network is really big on being supportive and professional, we still want people to feel comfortable asking questions. So we alternate our one-to-one calls, which you're able to schedule whatever days and times of the week you want, with the small cohort calls, and they'll be anywhere from 2 to 5 people, still facilitated by the coach. We do record those cohort calls so you can go back and go over them again. And then, over that course of alternating weeks, you'll complete 12 total calls. In between the calls, there's still plenty of things for you to be doing. The coaches will make sure that if you are looking for more training material or you want to earn a certification, they're pointing you in that direction so you can find what you need. Okay. Erin, do you want to add anything to the Mentor You program?
Not a whole lot. I mean, we definitely, it's a program that I went through when I first started with Uniglobe way back in 2019. And we've kept expanding it. We've kept making it better and better and better. And yeah, I think this new cohort approach is going to be great. We've found that these smaller group cohorts actually kind of develop a bonding situation where those people in the cohorts, even years later, are coming back to each other and saying, I still need help, or can you help them? They've become, their support and their backup, and it's really great.
Right. Backup is a good way to put it too, because a lot of times when people are starting their own business, it's really hard not to feel like you're on an island by yourself. What do you do if you're traveling at the same time that your clients are traveling? Who do you have to kind of, cover for you? And so a lot of our advisors will do that for one another. Hey, do you mind being the emergency person if something happens? And it's a really nice thing to see people supporting one another like that. So with Mentor Premier, this is a little bit different. This is a 2-month customized coaching program because we basically are going to take your current knowledge base. We're going to assess your needs, and then we're going to help you fill in those knowledge gaps. So if you are coming in and maybe you need to brush up a little bit, or maybe you just feel like you want to focus on a skill set that you haven't really had a chance to develop yet, that's what our coaches are going to do. And all of these calls right now are one-to-one. That may change in the future, we'll see. But it gives you the opportunity to really, I hate to use the term pick the brain, but really, truly, you are picking the brain of the coaches so that you can get their advice. Like I said, Rose is one of our coaches. She's been on the GDS for 40 years, tons of experience. Crystal is on the East Coast, and she has been an advisor, I believe, for 12 years, but she had a 20+ year career with Delta Airlines prior to that. So this is their full-time job. This is what they're dedicated to. And they both have a ton of expertise to draw from whenever they're guiding you in this way. So, we'll help you continue to move forward based on the goals that you have for your business. Anything you want to add to that, Erin?
No. I mean, what you said is true. I mean, the wealth of experience and knowledge is incredible. I like to tease Rose. I work very closely with both Rose and Crystal. I like to tease Rose that she's been doing this since almost before I was born. So she has a ton of knowledge, and she's not someone to just sit and be like, that's how we used to do it. And that she's kept up with trends. She's kept up with what's new. She's, one of our biggest champions with tech in the industry and things. So the two of them are a fabulous duo. And I agree. I just go along on their coattails.
Right. We're all riding their coattails. So with Premier and Pro, this is a little bit different. This is for the person who's just maybe changing host agencies, or they just don't feel like they need any sort of coaching to get started. If you've got at least 2 years of previous experience and you're ready to hit the ground running, this would be the Premier would be the level for you. If you have at least 2 years of GDS experience, then you could go Pro. And both are going to get some initial onboarding, so you know where things are and you know exactly how we're doing things with our invoicing and such, policies and procedures. The GDS platforms that we provide are Sabre and Amadeus. And then, of course, your business goals are the point of focus as we move forward. So you're able to collaborate with the group. You're able to have access to Virtuoso, just like all the other levels. And we're going to continue to help you keep moving. So continuing education is something we take really, really seriously because our brand new people, I think, sometimes are thinking that we're expecting them to be complete experts after 3 months. Absolutely not. You will not be an expert. And honestly, you're never going to stop learning. The second you start feeling like you don't need to learn anything else, that's when you're going to get yourself in trouble. So what we try and do is provide tons of tools and resources. We can't force people, of course, to do any of them. What we tell you is to pick what is relevant to the type of business that you're trying to build and go from there. So we're doing weekly webinars, usually on some sort of supplier or destination training. These are always going to be presented by the direct business contacts that we have with those companies or tourism boards. With our quarterly business training or business development training, we're going to be talking about industry topics that the advisors are asking for, legal issues, bringing on sub-agents, maybe formulating a marketing plan. And then, of course, we also have access to Virtuoso's Travel Academy platform, which has a ton of business development style training, destination training. It's all very professional. The video quality is amazing. They have certifications that you might choose to earn if you'd like. And then, all of our our supplier partners are offering their own products and resources in their agent tabs. So we can help you figure out which direction to go. Erin, why don't you talk a little bit about some of the live training opportunities that we provide as well?
To just talk real quick about our Wednesday webinar series. We usually have 3 of our supplier partners join us and talk about everything that's new and great. Perfect time to interact with them. We do have Q&A and allow for that. We also do Supplier of the Month, where you get a little more in-depth training on our suppliers. In terms of live trainings, we do have what we call Summit. It's for those who are new-ish to industry, not exactly new to industry, but maybe within the first 3 years of their business, or they're looking for a jump start, or they've completed our Mentor You program and they really want to hit the ground running. Now it's 4 days live in Irvine. And we do super intensive breakouts on 90-day action plans, on marketing. We do meet with supplier partners during that week. We have people like Tom, who's pictured right now on the slide, come and talk about terms and conditions and legal ups and downs. It's a really great way to fast track your business, especially I noticed somebody asked about being part-time, and is that possible? 100% possible. Mm-hmm. And Summit is a great place for those people who are looking to make that leap, maybe from part-time to full-time or part-time to 3/4 time. Really great. We also have obviously our conference and stuff, live opportunities for learning. And now we're jumping into what we're calling connections events. So we have our luxury hotel connections. We're planning to start one with on-sites and DMCs in the next year or so. And it's just another opportunity to bring our supplier partners in and get our advisors some face-to-face time to learn what they don't know, because that's always the big thing in the travel industry is meeting with the best and the brightest, and figuring out where your clients best fit.
Couldn't have said it better myself. All right, so probably should have put on the live training slide here, but the goal with our live training is to kind of give you that shot in the arm, like Aaron was talking about, really fast track your way into whether it's part-time to full-time or part-time to three-quarter time. But you'll see in these pictures, I was kind of laughing at the top left when I chose that, because I'm like, I don't even know who's like got his head in his hands down in the bottom right corner, but that was at one of our conferences. I think that was in Atlanta last year. So this was the last day. Everybody was exhausted, but we had so much fun at that event. And our conferences aren't just an opportunity to get in there and socialize. We have our supplier partners, our BDMs, our direct contacts with those companies. They attend as well. This is Kara here, Kara with G Adventures. And and this right here is Tamika with Delta. So what we try and do is just make sure that you have an opportunity to build a relationship. And that might be at our conference. It might be at an ASTA conference. It might be at a Virtuoso event. Because we partner with those two entities, you're going to be able to take advantage of those relationships. That's really, really important. And down here, this photo was taken from one of those summits that Aaron was mentioning. It might not look like it's a small group, but it is. There's only, what was there, like 15 people there, tops?
I think that one was about 12 or 15. Usually we keep them between 10 and 12. We have done bigger. It's just, and honestly, the reason we don't go super huge is because we do want to kind of keep it that one-on-one training and accessibility. And there's only me, Crystal, and Rose. So if we get much bigger than 15,
it's hard.
It's hard.
Yes, exactly. So one other thing that we really try and focus on is helping our network work on collaboration. Collaboration is always going to be a huge way of you continuing to grow and learn. And so, we've got Jenny here, I would still say she's fairly new. I think she's been with us 2 to 3 years, whereas this advisor here has been with us for years and years. So it's just one of those things where whenever people start working together and learning from one another, our newer people who are coming in who might be, a little bit younger, they're going to have that social media experience. Maybe they have the marketing experience that some of our seasoned advisors, didn't have access to whenever they started their careers. So we really want to make sure that people feel like they're working together and actually are building upon one another's skill sets. All right, so tools and resources.
I had to laugh because that advisor you said has been here for years and years and years is in the comments, and I don't know that she'd appreciate that.
Okay, maybe she can tell us how many years she's been with us. I think it's Anne Marie. So tools and resources, these are the things that a lot of people are asking about whenever they call. I'm the person that the newer people, the prospects talk to. And so everybody wants to know about the tools and resources that we provide. So this is just a summary. Obviously, a robust targeted marketing program is something that everybody can benefit from. Top tier commission structure, and that's all based on the relationships that we've built with our supplier partners. We do offer a no maintenance website program. You don't have to take advantage of it if you don't want to. Some people enjoy that, building their own website and they want it to look a certain way. That's perfectly fine. You're welcome to do it however you like. But we do offer that for those who don't want to take that step. We're producing bi-monthly productivity reports for you. So those are emailed to you on the days that we create them, on the 15th of every month and on the last day of every month. We also have a reporting tab in our agent portal, which is a news and communications hub. So all of that stuff lives there. You can go in there, you can filter the data, you can see your month over month improvements, your year over year. You can filter it. You'll of course get a 1099 at the end of the year. So we help with that. We do provide a CRM and an invoicing tool as well. Our invoicing CRM tool connects on the back end with Virtuoso. And that's how Virtuoso marketing is able to get access to client data and help you deliver. You're not really delivering it, Virtuoso is, but that's how they're getting relevant content out to your clients. And it's all branded with your logo, your business names, et cetera. Reliable support from the best staff in the industry. I don't say that lightly. I firmly believe we truly are the best staff in the industry. And because we've brought on a couple of additional resources with support for our GDS advisors, we're not just going to have business hour support. We're also going to have evenings, weekends, and holidays as well, which is huge. And then, of course, you'll have access to over 96 preferred supplier partners with Uniglobe and over 2,100 preferred supplier partners through Virtuoso. These are vetted services. And this is the biggest thing that I think people miss when they kind of shop around for different supplier partners. Yes, your job is always to make sure you're getting the best fit for your client. Sometimes that'll be outside of network, and that's fine. But the real benefit of working with a preferred supplier is that we've already taken care of doing the vetting on the front end for you. So you're not having to worry about whether this company is legitimate. We've already done that homework. Erin, you want to add anything else?
I don't, but I want to jump in real quick because there were two questions that popped up in the chat, and for some reason I'm having trouble chatting really quick.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just not going through. Somebody asked, if you're not brand new to industry, how do we determine how you come into Uniglobe, what program you come into Uniglobe? And I was trying to say that it really depends on your comfort level, and that during your conversations with them, April, you will discuss, what's going to be best for their needs, whether they want to do a little bit of training just to become more confident, whether they, just want to launch if they've had, $2 million worth of sales in their first year and they just want to hit the ground running. All of that you will go over with them.
Absolutely.
And
go ahead, Erin.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead. No.
I was just going to say that if it's still not perfectly clear after a phone call with me, then I usually will let you have another conversation with the coaches so that they can help you determine. They'll be able to really ask some very direct questions based on, various things that they've seen over and over again. So.
Mm-hmm. And then the other question, I see some of my peers have jumped in and answered for me. So somebody said, what CRM do we use? But like 4 people have said we're on CBO. So
yes, we're on Client-Based Online, and that may or may not change in the near future. We just haven't yet determined which direction we're going to go. But right now, Client-Based Online connects well with Virtuoso. And of course, we're going to make sure that you understand how to use the tool, how to maximize it. Some of our advisors do prefer to use their own CRMs in addition, which is totally fine. That's one of the beautiful things about owning your own business is that you get to choose which tools are going to work for your workflow. So if you decided that you wanted to have another CRM in addition to that, there's lots of great options, and we can often get discounts for those tools. So we don't supply them, but we can help you get discounts on them, which is awesome. So, all right. Yeah. So moving on, what are we all looking for? We are all, I would assume, looking for a reliable network of like-minded professionals. And this is kind of what Uniglobe is looking for whenever we talk to people, because we do have to be careful about how quickly we bring people on. We don't want to make it hard for people to get in touch with us when they need something. And so we bring on average, I would say, maybe 6 to 8 new advisors a month. If we bring on more than that, it's a pretty heavy month. So 6 to 8 is where we feel pretty comfortable, but we're not growing so fast that you're not able to get in touch with a human being when you need help. Our support team is not always the support team you're going to be looking or reaching out to. It depends on what your issue is. Excuse me, but between the coaches and our support team and our accounting team, myself, Betsy, we try and be as available as we can and make sure that people know that they've got somebody in their corner, especially if something goes wrong. And I should probably say too, that that's a lot of what we cover too in the training is who to reach out to whenever you have certain issues. I get that question a lot in my prospecting calls is who do my clients call if they have an emergency when they travel? We'll make sure that you understand the hierarchy of who to reach out to, just so you're not, never sleeping when your clients travel, because that can be a little nerve-wracking indeed. So, Your previous work experience, I don't think it's as important as some people do. People come in and say, oh, I've never sold, or I've never been in sales, or, oftentimes there's a lot of different work experiences that you might have had where you're having to sell yourself. It's still sales. So you're earning people's trust, and then you are helping them solve problems. That's really all sales are, which in my opinion really is more service. But I think it depends on each individual person, the client, whatever. So these are the things that we look for whenever we try to determine whether somebody is a good fit for our network. Are you organized? And this is an actual picture of one of our advisors' files. These were all of her post-COVID travel credits that she had to work through. And when she finished the last one, she took this picture and sent it to us. Obviously, if you're motivated, that's going to be a huge factor as well. Are you invested? And I don't just mean financially. I mean emotionally, professionally. Are you taking the opportunity to go and find the information, or are you simply waiting for somebody to hand it to you? If you're not invested in your own education and your own growth, there's not a whole lot we can do. So we tell people, if you're a self-starter, you're going to be great at this. And then finally, being coachable is huge. I think the biggest mistake that a lot of people make when they come into this industry is they treat it like a side gig or something fun. And, they don't look at it as a business. And I guess if you want it to be a side gig or just for fun, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's going to help you determine which host agency really is the right fit for you. Because, even though we all do essentially the same thing, we do it in our own way. So, I would say that if you're wanting to just do this for fun, we're probably not the right fit. And coming in and being able to listen and really be open to the information, that's going to be one of the best ways you can ensure your own success. Erin, I figured you might want to add something to that, you being a previous teacher.
Me being the previous teacher.
Yeah. Well, you're a current
No,
teacher
I mean,
too.
it's 100% accurate. Like, you are only going to get out of the program what you put into it. We have amazing coaches and mentors. We have an amazing network of advisors who want to help and are there to help. But if you're not completely ready and invested and motivated, really, then it's probably not going to work for you. I'm going to call out Donnie a little bit because I know he's in the comments again too.
It's Donnie right here. Donnie
I know
Woodward.
Donnie. That's that guy. That's right. That's Donnie Woodward right there. He was one of our rookies of the year last year. He came in, oh, I'm going to do this part-time. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. The man has been invested and motivated and has obviously been killing it. And I'm not saying everybody's got to be Donnie, but you do have to have some ambition towards making your business work. Otherwise, yeah, as April said, our program is probably not the program for you. But even if you come in with a tiny little bit of motivation, we have such an amazing network that you are probably going to find that you are much more motivated than you ever thought you were to become successful at this, and successful on your own terms.
Right. And one of the things that I repeat all the time is that we can teach you anything you need to know about selling travel. We just can't teach you to care about it. So if you come to us with that already in mind, then you'll do great. And I do want to point out, I can't remember which advisor this table belonged to, but this was one of our brand new advisors, if I'm not mistaken. And she did this can't hear you, Erin. Who was it? You cut out.
It was Leland.
Oh, it was Leland. Okay. So this Leland did this local event, and she hadn't been with us very long, and she just put herself out there. And I believe she got some good clients from it as well, but she just set up a table and sat out there and answered questions. And, I thought, man, what an awesome thing to do. She took a risk, and she benefited from it. So that was awesome. All right. So the question I get all the time is, what makes you the best, or what makes you better, or who's the best host? And I tell people there is no best host. It's really all about figuring out who is the best host for the type of travel or the type of business that you're trying to build. And that means you have to get really clear with yourself. Who is your ideal client? What do you want your business to look like, in 5 years? you have to answer those questions first before you really start making any big decisions about the host agency that you want to go to. You can certainly move host agencies if you choose one and then decide a year from now that it's not the right fit for you. That's fine. That happens all the time. But it's still going to result in some lost time and resources. So if you're a little more, if you slow down a little bit and take a little bit more time on the front end of your research, hopefully that will help you avoid any sort of transitions later they can be very, very frustrating. So I tell people, when you're looking at a host agency, do they align with your core values? Is sustainability something that you're wanting to focus on? Is family travel something that you're wanting to focus on? Do they provide the tools and the resources that you need? Are you looking to sell luxury? Who is their consortia? Virtuoso is our luxury travel consortia. The vast majority of the products that they sell are luxury, although they do have some premium and mid-market products as well. But you need to be talking to these host agencies. And I think you should be talking to at least 3 to 4 different ones before you really make a decision. But, get in there, ask the questions, talk to other agents that might belong to some of these hosts that you're considering, and get really clear with yourself about how you want your business relationship or your partnership with that host agency to work. Anything to add to that, Erin?
No.
Pretty good, didn't I?
Killing it over there.
I mean, I think everybody wants us to say that we're the best, but it really depends. I mean, that's subjective, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
for sure.
All right. So I know we finished up a little bit early. That's going to give us plenty of time for Q&A because I know people are going to be asking questions. But we also just want to thank you guys because we know that everybody is super busy on a Friday, especially. You're trying to get things done, and the fact that you're here and you're listening and you're asking questions means a lot to us. So we really, really appreciate that. Erin, do you see any questions that we haven't gotten to?
I'm getting to one right now.
Cool.
And it just goes back to that full-time versus, so I'm just going to answer it live. Okay. That full-time versus part-time. Yeah, our programs definitely work for people who want to do this part-time. We have a couple advisors who are doing this part-time until they retire from their full-time job. And then they're going to move into it full-time, or they're going to use it for retirement. We have lots of advisors who do it part-time to supplement an income somewhere else. And then we have lots of advisors too, who started doing it part-time and then decided, hey, I really do just want to continue to do this part-time. And they moved over and became sub-agents of some of our more seasoned full-time advisors.
Mm-hmm. Well, and so that kind of makes me think maybe we should touch on like commission tiers and how that works, because I think it's a direct reflection of, how people want to, work, how many hours they want to work. So what we do is we incentivize our advisors based on the commission tiers. So when people come in, if they don't have a prior book of business that they're moving over, everybody would start at a 70-30 commission tier. And the first threshold that we're hoping you reach is 100,000 in gross sales. Once you've reached 100,000 in gross sales, then we would bump you up to 80-20. And that is your new minimum at that point. And then the second threshold would be 250,000 in gross annual sales. So within a calendar year, once you hit that 250K, then we would bump you up to 90-10. So based on your sales volume, we're going to give you a higher percentage of the commissions that you're earning. And some people get to 80-20 and they're happy with the volume of work that they have. But some people want to push on and get to that 90-10 tier. A lot of us do. And so that's fantastic as well. You do have to maintain 250 year over year to stay at 90-10. But what we have found is that once people get to that point, maintaining it isn't an issue because they've built that healthy pipeline where they're seeing that repeat and referral business. And that reminds me too, people will ask us about leads. Do we provide leads? We're going to teach you how to build that pipeline. It is a crucial business skill set. If you really, truly want to have control over your book of business, to find and source your own leads. And yes, we'll give you ideas and we'll work with you on helping you find them, but your leads belong to you. Your clients belong to you. We're not going to keep a larger percentage of leads. Like, sometimes when there are lead programs that people participate in, they're giving up a larger chunk of the money they earn because somebody gave them that lead. And you also if you do decide to leave us and go someplace else, your clients are yours to go with you. So that's something else to consider as well. So I'm glad you touched on the thing that triggered the commission tears with me. So
Sure.
Can you see any other questions? I can't see the question box, so go for it.
We had another one about if we're offering any specials for Horror Week.
We are not offering any specials for Horror Week. And I thought long and hard about whether we would. But the reason we decided not to is because we feel that we are so competitively priced already as it is that we didn't feel it was necessary to discount. We've done that in the past and haven't had a lot of participation in it. But when you look at our fees across the board with other similar host agencies, we feel that our prices are already extremely reasonable. So we decided not to do a special this year. So
and April, there are a couple questions about start costs for the different levels.
Okay. So do you just want me to talk about like how we determine the different levels, or?
I think people are looking for like what if they start with Mentor U, like what's the cost there? If they jump in as a Premier or Pro, what's the cost there? Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay. So the cost of our Mentor U program, the 3-month coaching program, is $499. Uniglobe does not charge any annual fees. However, we do require annual membership to ASTA, so the American Society of Travel Advisors. We get a $79 discount off it, right? We get a $79 discount off of our first year membership with ASTA. So we do collect that. That fee is $149. So the $499 plus the $149 would be $648, and that would be your Mentor U startup cost. We do charge ongoing monthly fees. Those would begin in the 4th month after you've completed your 3 months of coaching. We charge $60 per month, and that will give you continued access to the coaching staff. Erin does a lot of post-mentorship follow-up, but you can also continue reaching out to the coaches when you have questions. They're just not going to book a regular weekly call with you post 3 months. But they're there for you. The continuing education that we mentioned is there for you. The network is there for you. Access to Virtuoso. The website program I mentioned is there. Targeted marketing program will help you build a sales and marketing plan. And then finally, access to the CRM and invoicing tool. So those are what's included in the $60 monthly fee. If you decided to do any sort of additional training that you wanted to earn a certification, we do get discounts through ASTA, which is wonderful. And we can help you kind of figure out which ones make sense to do as a beginner. But those are kind of the fees in a nutshell for our beginner program, our Mentor U program. With Premier Mentor, the 2-month of customized coaching would be a fee of $299. And if you're coming in and you're already a member of ASTA, then we won't collect that fee. But if you're not, then it would be another $149 on top of the $299. And then your monthly fees are the same, $60 per month. Even if you didn't go through the coaching, you can still reach out to the coaches if you have questions. That's what we're here for. So I don't want you to feel like if you come in and don't take advantage of the coaching that somehow we're off limits. We are here for you. And then if you're coming in on the I should say if you're not doing coaching, instead of a $299 fee, it would be a $149 fee. So that will be, helping us getting your profiles and everything set up within us and Virtuoso. And then for the pro advisors coming in who would be having access to the GDS, their setup fee is $199. And then the ongoing monthly fee would be $70 per month for access to the GDS. So did I cover everything? I want to make sure I didn't miss anything, Erin.
I think you sure did cover everything. And I have to laugh because Donnie says that he still bugs all of his mentors.
Not bugging, nudging. Loving
and nudging, asking for, no, you don't, that's one of the things that I really love about Uniglobe is that it's not like hey, you're done with your 3 months and we never want to talk to you again.
We're going to shove you off a cliff and never speak to you again.
Exactly. We are here to make sure that you are successful.
Right.
I'm just looking here. Some questions about, and Donnie, I do want to explain Donnie's little hashtag of UTC Luxing It Up. So we are, as April mentioned, moving more into the luxury space with our affiliation with Virtuoso. So that's kind of a hashtag that you'll see pop up a lot on, we call them Uniglobians, social media posts, is hashtag UTC Luxing It Up, or just hashtag Luxing It Up. Questions about GDS. So, and April, feel free to jump in while we talk about that. It says there were some questions about if we offer training for the GDS. We do not. So if you are GDS and you have experience of at least 2 years, we'd love to invite you over. If you don't have GDS, we don't offer training at this time. And I saw there was a follow-up question about, well, then how do advisors book AIR who don't know the GDS? We do have an AIR consolidator that we have as a preferred partner that we work with. We also have a ton of GDS advisors who are willing to share their love of GDS and book AIR for you.
About 40% of our network is on the GDS.
Yeah. And then we are looking to the future for some sort of AIR program, but that's something that will come probably in the next couple of years with our move to new technologies and things like that.
Right. We also, many of our supplier partners that we work with have AIR departments. So that means they themselves are on the GDS. They're able to help you ticket your clients without you having the financial liability of working on the GDS. Because I think what a lot of people don't understand is that mistakes can be extremely costly on the GDS, thousands of dollars per mistake. And so you want to be sure that if you're using a tool like that, you really know what you're doing. The booking usually isn't the hard part. It's getting in there and making exchange and returns and voids. That's what gets people tripped up. And it can be very costly, like I said. So, Erin, before we run out of time, the one thing I want to, unless you have any more questions, I just want to touch on next steps if people want to get in touch with us.
The only last question that I think was answered, but I'm not positive, was, do we require an LLC?
We do not require an LLC. I would strongly encourage it. I think it's a good way to protect yourself. But you don't have to have it, no. So a lot of people come in as a sole proprietor and maybe they just consider themselves graduating to an LLC later. So, and it costs different things depending on what state you live in. So, but yeah, I think it's a good idea, but we don't require it. Anything else that you see pop in, Erin, before we? Okay. So next steps, the main thing that I want people to know is how to get in touch with us whenever they want to discuss our program and see if it's the right fit for them. So the best thing you can do is go to uniglobetravelcenter.com and then go to the contact page. And when you go to the contact page, there will be a direct link to my meeting calendar. This will save you a ton of time because if you call the 1-800 number, it might go to voicemail, it might ring, it depends. Sometimes I don't really understand the phone through the computer thing, but either way, I'm on the phone all the time. I'm doing things like this all the time, and I may not be able to pick up. So if you make an appointment on my calendar, I've got 30 minutes set aside just for you. And I have dedicated attention to that one task that I'm doing at that time. So it's a great way for us to avoid playing phone tag and you to get all your questions answered. But you can find a lot of information out on our website as well. Also, the Host Agency Reviews platform has amazing information. Dig into their blog. I tell people all the time, it's a fabulous resource, but we're here to help. So just let us know when you're ready to chat.
Awesome. Thank you, April. And thank you for that shout out for our website.
Of course. Always.
I was thinking when you were speaking about GDS and kind of addressing that, we do have a lot of great articles that we can link to in the chat there about that particular thing, and debit memos. And I know Steph mentioned those yesterday in passing. So that can be a big, scary area, but don't be scared. Just get your research on and go figure it out. But meanwhile, thank you so much for being here today and giving us a taste, along with all of your loyal fans in the chat, of the UTC just culture. It seems like you guys have a great thing going, and also love to give a shout out to Asta. So thank you for doing that. And I'm glad that's part of things for you too. Yes. Meanwhile, our time has come to an end. And so just thanks again. And to the rest of you watching, thank you for being here. This is our final coffee spot. I'm kind of sad to leave them behind, but pull up another cup of coffee and join us for the rest of Host Week as we continue. Cheers. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth Lynn, the owner of Your Vacation Plan and Assistants That Work, and I'm so excited to get to share one thing with you today. So let's get going. What I'm going to be sharing with you is about the impact of an assistant that works. I know you're probably thinking, maybe I don't need an assistant, or I've tried that, it didn't work, all those things, but I want to tell you how this can absolutely revolutionize your entire business. How do I know this? One, because it's completely done that in my life and my business. And two, I've helped almost 200 travel agents experience this as well. Okay, so a little bit about me and why this matters and why I want to share about this with you guys. I have been in the industry for over 7 years, and starting around 2019, I started hiring my first assistant. And because of my team of assistants, our business has grown year over year by an average of 200% or more. So how does this work, and how could this potentially impact you and your business? Let's take Travefy's for an example real quick. Let's say that you do 20 Travefy's in a month and you spend 30 minutes on them. That's a total of 10 hours a month that you're spending on Travefy's. If you have an overseas assistant or a US assistant, completing those for you instead, and let's say it takes them longer than it takes you, it's not going to once they know what they're doing, but let's say it is, and that's 15 hours that it's going to take them, okay? So in the course of that month, if you were instead to hire an assistant to take care of putting those Travefy's together, you're going to save 10 hours that you get back now. And with those 10 hours that you get back, you have an assistant working for 15 hours. Let's say you have an overseas VA that you're paying $10 an hour. That's $150 for the month. Or you might have a US assistant doing it at maybe $20 an hour. So that's $300 for the month. Your fee only income, let's say that you have a fee, I charge $250. So for me, if in those 10 hours I hold maybe 6 consults, and let's say I don't even have a high close rate, I'm only closing half of those. If I close 3 trips, my fee alone, I'm making another $750 that I would not have closed otherwise, because I would have been spending my time building Travefy's. Your fee only return on investment is if you close 3 new trips because your assistants are taking care of your Travefy's, is somewhere between $450 and $600 just from your service fee. Crazy, right? And this math works even if you charge a lower fee. Okay, so now let's take this into consideration. Say we sold some decent packages. So maybe your package was an average commission of $850 for those 3 trips. For those 3 trips, if you averaged $850 commission plus your $250 service fee per trip, your total income you're making because you close those trips is $3,300. If we subtract out what we had to spend to pay for our assistant to service those Travefy's and put those together for us, we're now profiting $3,000 to $3,150 a month. Imagine if you were doing that every single month. The crazy thing too is the math completely works even at a lower price point. Let's say you don't charge fees, and let's say that your average commission for all 3 trips that you closed because somebody did your Travefy's for you was $400. Okay. And you hired an overseas assistant for $150 to put those together. You're still making $1,050 you wouldn't have been otherwise. Super cool, right? So in our example that I did with the fee and commission, you are going from a $300 investment if you hired, for instance, a US assistant, and now you're making $3,000. That's a 10x return on investment. So what all can an assistant do for you? There's so much more that I can share with you, but we only have a few minutes. An assistant can help manage your emails. They can create Travefy's, build proposals, book travel extras such as excursions, invoicing, CRM management. An assistant that's really amazing and that works can even help manage your group room blocks and book guests into your rooms. That's what mine do. I know you're thinking, I can't let go of control. How in the world could I ever trust someone else with so much? But you don't even have to let go of control. You just need awesome assistant systems to manage quality and control. And the other thing is we have to change our mindset. We have to stop thinking that an assistant is an expense, and we have to start realizing that an assistant is an investment in that person, an investment in our business so that we can continue to grow, and an investment in yourself. Okay? Knowing this, don't you think that you should invest in your business by hiring an assistant? Because if you have a consistent stream of FIT or group travel as a business owner, you can't afford to not hire an assistant.
Thank you so much, Mary Beth Lynn, for wrapping up our one thing for the week. How did everybody like those? They're new this year, and we would love to hear how you like them, the new CoffeeSpots or the shorter EDUSPOTS. So for those just coming in, so great to have you here with us today. Welcome to the last day of the marathon that is Host Week. You have made it to the very end. I am Steph Lee, the founder of HAR and MC of Host Week. So Friday things are always a little bit different here at Host Week because, and I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit cold here. I jinxed myself at the beginning of the week by saying I wouldn't get sick. But we'll be serving up some inspiration for you today with our keynote, Christine Karst from AMA Waterways. And we've also got a lot of super exciting things like our Friday 15 podcast, the LUMINARY Awards. And if you stick with us until the very end, you can find out if you won one of our giveaways, which, by the way, if you have not entered the giveaways, we will be drawing them within the next few minutes. So we're going to drop a link in the comments down here. So if you haven't if you haven't registered for the giveaways, make sure to get that done in the next few minutes. We hope that you can join us throughout the rest of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've got lots to do. The team has been practicing our LUMINARY Awards choreography this morning, and it's very, very exciting. So it's time to jump into the Friday 15, roll that tape one. Well, welcome Host Week attendees. This is Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and you are tuning in for the Friday 15 session, which, if this is your first Friday 15, every Friday, 12 p.m. Central Time, we answer the industry questions that you have submitted to us. And oftentimes, I am lucky enough to have a co-host. And my co-host today is one of our listeners. She reached out in November or December when I was looking for a co-host. So I'm so excited to introduce to you Nadine Smith with Nova Travel Solutions. Hi, Nadine.
Hi.
So if any of you that are attending Host Week happen to be in Canada, really into horses, you may have heard Nadine's podcast, Canada Horse Podcast, which she did before starting her agency. And for those of you that are newer advisors that are attending, Nadine just started in November, already has multiple bookings underneath her belt. So she's in there running, she's making it happen, which is really exciting. So we'll kind of dive into our questions, and she can share some of her knowledge with the podcast, some inspiration for those of you that are newer and starting out and kind of being like, is this even possible? So let's get into our first question. Oops, let's see. All right. Whoa, it's from me. I forgot I did this. All right. So because I knew Nadine did the podcast, my question for you, Nadine, is for those looking to start a podcast to bring in potential clients to their agency, what are some tips that you've learned through your podcast that other advisors can implement? Kind of those, wish someone would have told me this when I started type of advice.
Yeah. So first of all, it'd be really funny if there was a crossover listener. If that person is out there, just kind of get in touch with me. That'd be funny.
That's awesome. Definitely.
So I was really lucky when we started our podcast because my co-host had been doing her own podcast for a little while. So I didn't need to learn the technical piece of it, thankfully. So she did all the editing, but logistically and organizationally, that's where I kind of took over. And as we were just talking about, when I tend to start something, I kind of just like dive right in. So I think the first thing I did was read an Audible book on how to start a podcast. So that would be probably the first thing I would recommend is go read a book. And I think I have the name of it here. And then I would say get really clear about your goals and your purpose for doing the podcast. It is a lot of work. You make it seem so easy stuff, but it is a lot of work and it may take a little while to see any returns. So you want to make sure you're doing it out of passion and just for contributing to the travel community, aside from trying to build your business.
And I don't know if this was your experience, Nadine, but your first podcast is likely going to suck. You will look back on it and cringe and be like, wow, was I ever awkward?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mine was like, oh, when I look at it, it's terrible. So, but that's the first step. I think every podcaster has had that, unless you have, a team of 15 behind you helping produce and all sorts of stuff. But that's a warning for everybody.
Yeah. And I mean, another thing is the first couple I think I wrote out a script for every word of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we tried our best to make it conversational, but when you're reading off a paper the whole time, you can tell. And then the more you get comfortable, the less you have to read and the more you can just do an outline. So the other thing I was going to say is really think about who your audience is and plan to create the content for them. So this would be similar to the advice you would get about posting on social media. They always say for an agent, don't be posting information and using vocabulary that other agents know. Speak in a way that would be that you would want your clients to hear, I guess, and use the terms that they would understand. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And like just to that point, to take the care and to use the tone that resonates with your clients. So I've always liked like a really professional and relatable type of host. So if someone is well-spoken and has good energy, then it really goes a long way versus if someone is really just kind of dry or gets distracted all the time or has this happening and they're fumbling with things. You want to just make sure, I think, that when you're speaking, you're being yourself, but also being aware of how it comes across to other people.
And I would add to that especially, so for our podcast, we do it on video and audio. Did you do video too, or just audio?
Well, it's funny. We always did it over Zoom so we could see each other. And so we would always be like making eye contact with each other, but it wasn't getting posted to YouTube like yours do.
Yeah, so I think two things that are really helpful. One, having a co-host, especially when you're first starting, it's great because it's really hard to bring that energy when it's just yourself. Through the years, I have kind of honed in on that and gotten better at it, but it is very difficult. And people, especially if you're just doing audio only, they're listening to you, and it's so much easier to be natural and conversational and bring energy when you have a co-host. And it makes it a little bit less work on your end too. So something to think about if you have another travel advisor friend.
Yes, I 100% agree. That was one of the notes that I had made too, is that like figure out how you want to do it. Is it by yourself or with a co-host, or are you going to do interviews? And I found that doing interviews is really easy during the recording, but it creates a lot more work beforehand because you're having to create questions and schedules and things like that. Like I found it a bit heavier to do the interviews, but then when you're actually talking, you can kind of just ask a question and the other person is doing the talking, versus when you're just having a co-host conversation, it's a little easier.
That's great. Great tiptoids.
What else do I have? Okay. So here's like a little bit of a granular tip, is to batch record the first 5 episodes. I don't know if you did that when you started, but we started.
I didn't think that far ahead.
Yeah. If you record your first 5, then people can binge listen, really get a feel for who you are and what you're doing. And then they'll be, anticipating the next episode.
Great. Yeah. Great tip.
And then I would say brainstorm more topics than you think you'll ever need and keep listening or keep adding to that list because they come quickly. And if you ever have ideas, you have to write them down and then start making an outline for each of these topics, because the minute you get to the end of your list of topics and you don't know what you're going to do next week, it makes it really hard.
That's a great point. And for those of you that are, if you're looking at a co-host, what might be nice is if you specialize in sun and fun destinations, and maybe you find another travel advisor, if they're doing sun and fun destinations too, and any leads come in, you can divvy them out between the two of you. But, if you find someone that's complimentary that does Europe and can talk about what's going on in Europe, those are some things to think about as well.
Yeah.
Nadine, I'm also going to post in the comments for everyone. So we did a podcast series a couple years ago with people in travel that have started podcasts and kind of giving their tips. One is on how to make a podcast and the other is how to market it. And I'll put links in because those, like in addition to an audio book or anything like that, are really helpful. I liked it because we had four podcasters on sharing their experiences on what they did and how they did it, what they found was effective with their audiences. And some of them are agent facing and some of them are consumer facing podcasts. So it's also a nice mix within there.
Awesome. That's great. And I had one more thing, because this was the most impactful for me, is don't be nervous to go out and ask someone to do an interview on your podcast. Really, like, the sky is the limit in terms of asking people to come on. We have had so much success getting people who are very, really important people in the horse industry and had some opportunities to go to Las Vegas even and be part of a thing that they did there just because of the podcast and just because we reached out to them. So I think just because you're starting a podcast doesn't mean that you can't just make connections.
Yeah, people, it's a great way for networking and people reach out to you. Nadine and I were talking beforehand about the amount of connections and opportunities that open up when you do a podcast. We get a lot of people writing in for our podcast looking to be guests now that it's been so established. And it opens up a ton of opportunities. And I know I'm also going to link to last year's host week. We had one of our EDUSPOTS was from some podcasters. Those of you that listen to the Tin Lounge and the Travel Agent podcast, they did one on podcasting for your travel business and shared that. So I'll link to that. So those are all great resources for those of you that are interested in doing podcasting as a possible way of promoting your agency. There's definitely a lot of podcasts out there, but for those of you that do it well and do it on a regular basis, every week is a lot of work. If you have the time, that's great, but just commit to whatever it is. If you're going to do it every 2 weeks, make sure that you're doing it every 2 weeks. So
it's like you were looking right at my notes. That's exactly what I had.
We're just both on the same page. I love it. I love it. Well, let's move into our next question. Unless you have any other tips for possible podcasters.
No, I think we covered it.
Cool. Okay. Question 2 comes from Corey W. I need a great group of people to bounce an idea off of, which, lucky for you, Corey, you have a great group right here, as well as those of you in the audience. Please feel free to share any of your thoughts. I am currently creating a logo for my company, Alpine Escape Travel. I'm thinking about adding from Alaska to the Appalachians on it. I'm specializing in Alaska and the Appalachian Mountains because they are 2 of my favorite places. Anyway, I'm worried that might run people off that might be interested in other destinations. Thoughts? What are your thoughts, Nadine?
I have thoughts.
And I love to hear them.
So first of all, I found out really quickly that if people know you, they're going to reach out to see if you can help them regardless of what your niche is. So I'm thinking that there's going to be more trouble, just having to turn people away that are not what you're specializing in versus the people that you'll lose making assumptions about what you're doing because of your logo. So I don't necessarily think that that's going to be the hindrance. However, I don't think I would personally put the slogan or the tagline with the logo. What do you think, Steph?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same thing, just because it does kind of fence you in, because for a lot of new advisors, there's some switching back and forth. Like as you get comfortable and learn the industry more, you can have this plan that's perfect. But once you get into the real world with it, you're like, this, Appalachians really isn't going to be working for me. I'm not making enough money on it, or I can't figure out a way to charge the service fees I need. So I would leave it off. And, the other option you could do is you could create one with and without. And then if you're doing like a certain event where you are like doing a webinar on the Appalachian Mountains and the different hotels that are available there, you could put that on the tagline. But I think it's better to leave it broad because you're still doing a niche here, like from Alaska to the Appalachians. Like to me, that says like more domestic, Canada in there too, but like more domestic destinations that are maybe more adventurous or wilderness focused or environmentally have more of an eco focus. That's kind of what it says to me without even the tagline.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of on board with you, Nadine.
Yeah. And I mean, I was going to say, I created my logo with Design Crowd, and some people like doing that and some people don't. I'm not sure if this person already is like creating their own or not. But I found that I had so much creativity and so many options when I went that way that I really love the logo that I ended up with, but it's pretty different than what I even expected it to be, just because my brain is not a creative brain. I have no graphic design talent. So what I expected isn't what I get, and I love it. So if he did something like that, or he or she, it might work out. You might just see some more ideas that you didn't necessarily expect. And I think even on your cover page on Facebook, for example, like you can have your logo up there and just add your tagline in Canva in an image underneath. You can still have that for different situations that you want it for. It's just not necessarily in your logo every single time.
Nadine, so I haven't heard of Design Crowd yet. We're going to link to that in the show notes for people. But is that where you like crowdsource? Like you tell people the logo and then they give you, okay.
Yeah. It's, I think a couple $100. You give them as specific of information as you can, like about the colors and your style and everything else. And then there's a period of time, I think usually it's about a week, and designers just keep throwing ideas at you, and you can ask them to change them as many times as you want. And then you just pick the one that you like the best.
And this is just for my own knowledge. Are those, do you know, are they independent contractors or is it actually people that work for Design Crowd?
I think they're all independent contractors all over the world too.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely link to that. I'm also going to link to Corey. It sounds like you already have your agency named picked, but I'm going to link to our article on choosing travel agency names. For those of you that are in that process, it has a article that goes over things to consider, exercises for helping you brainstorm, because that's a really challenging part for a lot of people. All right, our next question comes in from Poupon S, and they say, I'm having trouble copying over the cruise packing list generator from your article to my agency website. Can you walk through it? And yes, we can. This is, I think, a resource that a lot of people aren't aware of. So Nadine, I sent it over to you. Did you get a chance to take a peek at it?
Yeah, I took a peek at it and I was blown away by all of the information. I thought, oh my gosh, how did we not know that this existed out here?
I forget stuff that's on the site all the time. So I'm glad you brought this up because I had totally forgotten about it. So I'm just on the site. And if you're looking for it, we'll put a link in. But first, if you type in the search bar, cruise packing, it'll pull up this list. And the neat thing is it's going to essentially give you everything you need. If for your own cruise, you can use it for your cruise packing list. Otherwise, the reason we kind of created this is for advisors. So we have this form that people can fill out, and I'm just going to share that screen. If you fill out this information here to get the cruise packing list, it will take you to this area where you can actually fill out the cruise packing list information. And what's really nice about it is, let's see. You're going to put like the temperature so they know if you need to do cold weather or warm weather. If it's a Disney themed cruise, whatever it is, if you're going to be out in the rain, then it'll do the rain gear. But essentially all you're going to have to do is uncheck anything you don't want on your personal list. So you can see it does technologies, layers, clothing basics, electronics for people, miscellaneous items, personal care items. If you're doing the Disney cruise, the extra, like the lanyard for the key to the world card, kids' IDs tags, that sort of thing, theme park tickets. And once you send this, then it's going to give you a email. And let me see if I can pull this up really quickly. So it'll give you an email and it'll be like, here's your cruise packing list. Super exciting. Here's the PDF. It has all the information on here. And so our idea is that you can embed this on your site. So for advisors, just when you're on here at the very bottom, here we go. So customize HARS packing list for your site. So you can embed this and customize it to your agency with your name, your logo, your colors, the fonts, everything you want. You can add things or delete things from what we already have. But this way you have the basic form for you all set. There's a lot of conditional logic in there. And for Poupon with the question, all you're really going to do, I think the easiest thing to do, because what you might be running into now that I'm thinking of it, is it's easiest to make sure you have a JotForm account already set up, because when you click this button, it's going to take you to that website I just showed you. And within there, you can see that you're going to click this Use Template button, and that will copy it over to your JotForm account, which is really nice because now I can go in here, I can put my logo here, etc. And in the instructions for the form, so I think, Poupon, what you might be running into is you don't have a JotForm account yet and you haven't logged in. So make sure to do that. And if not, drop us another email with more specific questions. But yeah, so the only thing we ask is if you embed this on your site is to put a link in. Here's the instructions. But we just ask that you link back to this article at the bottom of the page you're embedding it on. Doesn't need to be like big or anything along those lines, but that's all we ask, is just a little credit from there. So I think that kind of answers your questions and hopefully introduces people to a resource that we have that's amazing that I had completely forgotten about. And that is wrapping up our time. So Nadine, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been such a pleasure.
Thank you for having me. It's been really fun. I was looking forward to doing this.
Yeah, me too. And it's really exciting to hear your story. And for those people that are maybe interested in reaching out to you, whether they're new in the business or they love horses or they're listeners to both of our podcasts, what's the best way for them to reach you?
Yeah, so I am on Facebook and Instagram at Nova Travel Solutions. Very simple. And we're working on getting a website up, and it's going to be novatravelsolutions.com very soon.
Cool. We will link to that. We'll link to your Facebook and Instagram for people that want to reach out. And for those of you that are new to the Friday 15, at the end every week, we let you know who's coming up for co-host if you want to submit questions. So if you have questions, you can go to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15 and submit yours. Upcoming February 16th, we have April Swales with Uniglobe Travel Center. The week before that, we have Melissa Foz with Atlas at Home. February 23rd is Jen Lee from Travel Planners International. So that is it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for Host Week. We'll be moving into our next segment. So I'm going to pass it back to myself, back to the MC. So thanks again, Nadine, for joining us.
Well, if you just popped in, welcome to Host Week. You're on Friday and it starts on Monday. So you better get started. Start on Monday and then come all the way back here. I am Steph Lee. I am the founder of HAR and have had the absolute pleasure of being able to spend the whole week with you emceeing Host Week. So thank you all for joining us today. We hit our goal of over 3,000 registrants this year, which is so exciting. So truly, from the entire HAR team, thank you all so much for your support and spending the time with us this week, even with some of our tech snafus. All right, if you have had as much fun as we've had during Host Week, and we have had a lot, and we will have more to come, but remember that this event is recorded, so you can access those recordings by going to HAR's YouTube channel and then rating our Host Week playlist. And most of you have a pretty good feel for the schedule because you've hung out with us all week long, but today is pretty special because we have our very, very big awards ceremony this afternoon. That's right, we will be awarding the best of the best host agencies with our Luminary Awards at 3 p.m. Central Time. And really, really make sure to join us because I'm telling you, the HAR team pulled out all the stops for you this year with a little help from our friends at Minneapolis's South High Community Band. Juan is working some of his production magic behind the scenes. We're going to wow your socks off. But the fun is not exclusive to the Luminary Awards, folks. We have got a lot of fun and inspiration and all sorts of great stuff coming up for you. And that includes today's keynotes. And now she is a woman that needs no intro, although I am going to give her one quick because she has a really great backstory. So here it is. A native of Dresden, Germany, Christine Karst has become one of the leading executives in the travel industry. In 2002, together with Rudy Schreiner and Jimmy Murphy, she co-founded AMA Waterways. a strong advocate of the travel advisor community, very strong. She was most recently named one of the top 100 female founders by Inc. magazine. So welcome to the stage, Christine. We're so happy to have you here. What a treat.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And hello, good morning, good afternoon, dear travel partners and friends.
It's so exciting to have you here. So about 50% of the attendees are new to the industry within the last few years. And one thing you will all learn when Christine takes the helm is that she is beloved by many travel advisors, and you will find out why. So, Christine, I'll turn it over to you so people can figure out why you've got such a big following. So go ahead.
All right. Thank you again, Stephanie. First of all, a question. Can you see me? Because I don't even see myself here on it. Yes? Everything is good? Good. Technical things are most important, right? And we feel much better. Well, hello again, dear travel partners and friends. I'm really excited to be here with you in this short time because we are all entrepreneurs in the travel industry, and we are creating and making travel dreams happen together. So as Our Waterways was co-founded 22 short and busy years ago by Rudy Schreiner, our president, and the late Jimmy Murphy, I wanted to share a little bit about my very own personal journey because it has shaped not just my life, it has shaped our entire company. And I would say also a little bit of our beautiful river cruise industry. So you all heard I grew up in the former eastern part of Germany, the beautiful city of Dresden, also located actually on the river, the Elbe River. And there were 5 things that really have shaped my path and steered me in making the decisions that have brought me to where I am today. And these 5 things, I call them my 5 Ps, are quite basic. It is passion and pioneer spirit, and it is partnerships, the foundation of our business, positive thinking, personal connections, and of course, purpose. So let's look at the passion first. All of us here have heard the quote, choose a job in your life and you never have to work a day. Choose a job you love and you never have to work a day in your life. So now, of course, we start our purpose in life, our job, our love, what we do with this passion. And it is important, never let the passion go. Have fun in your day. Even so, sometimes we all get up in the morning and we feel we don't know how we get through this day. We are affected by so many things around, but you cannot even talk to your clients if you don't have this passion in your heart and your smile, because the way how you are infectious to your clients when you open the travel doors, then of course, this is how your client is responding to you. And when I talk about partnerships, and of course, partnerships, the basic partnership for me is, of course, with my partner in the business, but also my partner in life, Rudy Schreiner, with our cruise managers, our team members here in our offices in Calabasas in California, in London, our UK office, in Basel, but also our crew members, and most of all of you. I always feel we are very fortunate that we work on this together, the best profession in life. And we have surrounded all yourselves with people who share the same passion and the same core values. And that is important, the way you go into your life. So when I talk about our relationship with you, our travel partners, you all know we have gone through circles in life. That means unforeseen circumstances, no matter if it's the economy, the weather, political things, strikes, health concerns, terrorist attacks, low water, high water. You know, in the travel industry, we deal with all of it, and sometimes with all of it at the same time. But we should never lose our faith, our positivity, and never our passion. Because I always say it makes us stronger the sky is the limit. And you see now 2024, and I hope that's the same for you, what it is for us. It is the year where I believe it will be our very best year ever. You know, we have gone through the ups and downs, but I can tell you with AMA Waterways, by the end of January, we have actually exceeded already the revenue that we had and shared with you, our travel partners, in 2023. And we still have 11 months to go to 24. And I know so many of you are part of this success. So give yourself actually a clap on your own shoulders. And that's the same what we did with our team when we reached this. But also it's a lot about being personal, because you are your brand, and that is conveyed in the way, not just you dress, the way you communicate in person, on the phone, written, emails, e-blasts, the choice of your business partners, and most importantly, the choice of your own stuff that works with you. You have to walk the walk of your values, even if those decisions sometimes might cost you money in the short term, but you are investing in your business for the long term. So your decisions must reflect your personal values. And I really, really hope you, the same way like we, can inspire loyalty, commitment, and support from the right type of clients, from your staff, and of course, from your business partners. So Elise, let's go to the next slide. And now, of course, the number 5P is purpose. We cannot live without purpose in our life. And of course, why we can say a great purpose is to make dreams coming true, to really make people happy, to create for them the hopefully best travel experience in their life. We also want to make sure that all the people that are involved in travel, that make it happen, that they participate in the benefits of travel. So you see here this beautiful slide of Africa. We have our Zambezi Queen cruising on the Chobe River, and we take you and your clients to a place in the world where the people there do not live all in the same wonderful bubble, as I so often say, we live in North America or in Europe. So as part of our excursions, and they are of course all included, yes, we see the beautiful wildlife, we see the elephants swimming through the river, but we also take you to the island where the staff of the Zambezi Queen comes from, the employees. They all have families. We are visiting them. We see how they learn English. Our guests and you can participate in giving back there. But we also take you to Cliptown in Soweto, where we are supporting a school. And really, if any one of you has been to Soweto, you know how it means, how much it means to the people to live there, to the teachers, to really make sure the students can enter a better life than what they currently have. And you will see how many of your clients not just enjoy the travel experience, but will approach you and AMA Waterways to ask the question, in addition to giving back over there at the place, later, how they can donate and give back to really change the life of the people there. And you know, it's only a drop to the hot stone. But it's not just Africa. We can make a difference in many, many other areas in our world. Here, we show you our Amadara. We are cruising on the Mekong River through Vietnam and Cambodia. We are supporting a school close to Siem Reap. In fact, we have built the land there. We have built the school. We have bought the land there. We have built the school there. We are giving them a Christmas party every year because they didn't know before what Christmas parties are. All these children, teenagers, they go to school in the morning, but they come to our after school to learn English, to really enter university, to change life. And so often They take their siblings. It was supposed to be a school, but now it has become a community center where the smaller kids have a safe place to be and watching their older siblings, how they study and learn English. And I tell you so often, I see sometimes our children, when it's raining hard outside and raining is coming to California again, to find a reason not to go to school. These kids will walk 5 miles through heavy rains in order to go to school, to really make a change in their life. So that's about Asia, but we have even more countries where we are cruising. Now, Egypt, you know, of course, the conflicts in Israel have affected the Middle East. However, we in travel, we need to be stewards in the industry. So we have not stopped cruising on the Nile River because it would hit the people there, all the ones employed in tourism. It wouldn't be fair to them. And Egypt and the Nile is very, very safe. Yes, they are neighbors, but everything there is going really normal. And when you look at our Facebook page and you see the comments of the guests on board, they love every moment on the Nile, in Cairo, in Jordan, when we go to Wadi Rum, when we see all the beautiful things there. So please always encourage your client to continue to travel, even if some of these places, the neighborhood countries, are affected. And yes, we have stopped to go to Israel because that is right now not the safest option. But Egypt and Jordan, everything is back to is normal and is actually right now better than ever because there are not all the big crowds and the countries are very charming and very authentic. So let's go to the next slide, Elise. And of course, you all know that we are working on Colombia. In November, the Ama Magdalena will start cruising Rio Magdalena, the heart and the spine of Colombia. So many people in Colombia, their life depends on the river, on the resources there, on the fish in the water, all the nutrition there. And we are the very first ones to really take on this river. And we are so excited because, again, it will be great for the industry. We give you, our travel partners and friends, new opportunities to make commission, to grow, to see new destinations on an almost all-inclusive product. So wonderful commissions for you. We give your clients new choices to visit countries in a wonderful way and all the benefits of river cruising. You unpack once, it's pretty much all inclusive. And again, we give employment opportunities to all the people in Colombia, where we built our ships, where we built our excursion boats, where we actually get all the food supply on board, the local vegetables, and of course the flowers and the chocolate and the rum. So the local dancers we invite to come on board. Barranquilla, the second largest city after Rio de Janeiro for the carnival. We have our carnival celebration there. All of this truly is benefiting the country. So the country has actually declared our ships, the Rio Magdalena project, a national project. This is how important it is for the country and, of course, for all of us together. So talking about Colombia and, of course, the culture there, the music, it's the land of the dancers. This goes through everything when it comes to river cruising, because no matter if we are in Cambodia, Vietnam, in Africa, in South America, or in Europe, it is a lot of cultural exchange. You see here the dancers in Hungary on board. You see one of our onboard musicians. This is actually David, who created our Ama love song. And let's move to the next slide, because with every food that you taste, with every song that you participate, you actually take in the culture of the countries that you are cruising through. And that brought us actually to also create river cruising for different interest groups. So we do have our departures with a Latin touch, where your Spanish-speaking clients maybe can come together and we have more of the Spanish and Portuguese culture or the Latin culture all together, showing the music on board our ships, more of the food. The onboard program, the menus are translated into the language because we want to be relevant to your clients, no matter if they come from Latin America or live in Miami or in general in North America. But we also have created our departures, our soulful experiences, where we celebrate the culture of our, Afro-American community, where we take them to Paris to show the heritage of Josephine Baker. But now we take them to Egypt. We will take everyone to Colombia, because in Palenque, one of the ports where we are stopping for a couple of hours, Palenque was the first town in Colombia where the people freed themselves from the Spaniards, from Spanish colonialism. And it's important to see this all. But you also see here a small picture where we show you our connecting door cabins, because river cruising is not just for couples or for solo travelers. And yes, we get more and more of everything, but it's also for families coming together. It is the best for the children, the best invested time and money for families to share these experiences in all the different countries. And I was fortunate enough when my youngest daughter started river cruising with us. She was 7 then. On the very first cruise, we had a travel advisor on board, and her husband was just a school principal. Turns out we have a dinner together. We live in the same area, and my daughter would move into middle school, and he was the principal. And he said to me, Christine, never worry. If you have to take your children on board your ships, you don't even have to write me a letter. Just call me, because 1 week of school is like, 1 week of river cruising is like 1 month or 1 year of school. This is how much our children learn when we all cruise together and we are having fun with each other. Now, of course, children are not necessarily the best on a wine experience cruise. Even so, we can serve grape juice in case the parents and the grandparents want to enjoy wine experience cruises. But wine and food is the #1 theme in the industry. Always think about this when you reach out to your clients. Become personal, become relevant. When you are personal, you know lots of the happenings to your clients. You might know that one of your clients might have just gone through a divorce. Now send him on a river cruise, because there, everyone on board is celebrating. Wine breaks a little bit the ice in the beginning, and he will be embraced, or she, as a solo traveler maybe, right now by all the other guests on board. Or I was talking about families. If you know, of course, that your client's father or grandfather was born in Romania, you will, of course, then recommend a river cruise on the lower Danube to your guests, because you want them to see the heritage of their family, where they were born. You know so much more with this personal engagement than the internet would know. The internet could only give options, and so often they choose by the lowest price first. That is not what is good for you. You need really, really to talk about these personal things. And of course, we live in a time that your guests, our guests, don't want to compromise. They want the best of the best. So sell them the suites. Talk about the staterooms where they can breathe fresh air when they go out to the balconies, and make sure you earn your right amount of commission. So let's go to the next slide. Of course, with this, you know that with Ama Waterways, we include pretty much all the shore excursions, but not just one. We include so many, 4, 5 per day, which also makes the group small and personal again, because talking about families, maybe the grandparents want to join the Vienna city tour by bus. The parents maybe want to do this city tour in Vienna by bicycle with the children, or you want to go and do a hiking tour in the Wachau Valley while the parents want to do the apricot tasting culinary tour and also taste a little bit of the apricot liqueur. And then you all come together on board the ship and you all celebrate a beautiful meal and culinary delights. And when we talk about our culinary choices, it's important to know all the allergies that maybe your clients and the children have. Are they gluten-free? What are the dietary needs? Because river cruise lines can cater very well to this. And of course, with AMA Waterways, we are a member of the chain de Rotisseur, we are a member of Table des Auberges, but our chefs are so well trained and skilled. Once we know from you what the needs are, we can make everything happen. And the latest is, of course, not just the vegan option, there are plant-based options, and not just that we have it for you, but they are so beautifully prepared and really, really yummy when it comes to the taste. Let's go to the next. Wellness, of course, great meal options bring us to our personal wellness. This could be our mental wellness. This could be our physical wellness. So we are the first river cruise line that started to have a dedicated wellness host on board. Now, I know many other river cruise lines have come and also offer you wellness programs. We do 6 different wellness classes at least per day, starting from the morning stretching, core, yoga, to line dancing, to resistance band, to jogging outside. We have the pickleball court on board the Ama Magna, biking tours, hiking tours. And I see so many of your clients in the beginning watching, but once they get encouraged, they will be embraced by everyone. The best thing is actually after the cruise, they come and say to the wellness host, "You changed my life. I will continue this now at home because I want to live a better, longer life." And they will come back to you and say, "Sign me up for the next cruise," because it's a combination of beautiful scenery, great culture, culinary delights, but also to do something for your mind, body, and soul. Let's go to the next. And of course, from there, I just want to mention, you might have clients that you know, because it's all personal, the connections that play golf. So from pickleball to tennis to golf, we have an Ama Magna golf program that we can, of course, relate to all our other ships on the Danube River. So always think about this when you talk to your clients. Maybe you do your next presentation in a golf and country club, and they have, I would say, the means to come and travel to be on a river cruise. And of course, from golf, and Elise, we can go to the next slide. We can go to the months of love. February, Valentine's is coming. We are starting cruising again on February 12th on the Ama Magna on the Danube and the Ama Lucia, our first 2 ships on the Rhine. So we are extending the season because it can be very, very busy and crowded in the summer months. And many of your clients would maybe love to see Europe in the months of love, a little bit of the beautiful winter landscape. And I can tell you, it is not as brutally cold as it could be in New York, in Boston, or the Midwest. I am European. I am from Germany. It's actually beautiful to be in Europe in winter. Airfares are lower and very, very authentic. Also, we know many of your clients want to travel longer. So you know that we have our free pre- and post-Lent promotions in addition to our cruises. Take advantage of it because you know how expensive hotels have become, city stays, weekend stays. The value of a river cruise being so inclusive, and then of course having a free Lent program. Talk to your clients about this, share the story, and I know they will come and ask you all the questions and hopefully join one of these wonderful river cruises. And again, value, you probably generate a new type of river cruiser that comes in February, doesn't want to spend so much money in the beginning, but now they see what it is. And next year, they will come and they will step up when it comes to paying to upgraded staterooms and suites. So you have a whole business development team behind AMA Waterways. We are proud to have about 20 business development managers in North America, the US, in Canada, also in Miami for Latin America. So we have created all the tools for our reservations team to really talk with you what it needs to really close this booking, because the more we can generate together, the more you will see production will jump up to the next level. So river cruising today is one of the most popular meanings of travel, one of the most all-inclusive ones, and one that generates among your clients a lot of happiness and customer satisfaction. So really, we want to welcome you, our travel advisors and partners, on a river cruise with us very soon, no matter if it's on our seminars on the rivers, the Asta River Cruise Expo is coming soon, or anything else. Come on a fam with us, take advantage of these cruise nights, talk to your BDM, and let's have not just a fantastic 2024 together, but we are already into 25, and very soon we are opening up our inventory for entire 2026. Thank you so much for your time today. I know it's the end of the host week, and now let's see. I hope we have many questions that we can answer here.
We do. So let's see, Christine, we have one from Barbara, and she's wondering, how can she get information on the African cruise? She was pretty impressed with that when it popped up.
Absolutely. Well, Barbara, of course, always, I don't know, where do you live, in which part of the US? So your BDM is the number one. You can call our team, our office. You can go to our website, amawaterways.com. We have our 1-800 number, 1-800-626-0126. You can send me an email, Christine, that's Kristin, at amawaterways.com. And I will be happy to call you in person, talk about Africa, because we created this program. It was Rudy's and my honeymoon trip. This is where we found the Zambezi Queen and all these beautiful lodges, and it has been successful since then.
That's so exciting. Well, that's great. We have another question from High Seas Travel Experiences. Can you talk about the onboard and excursion experience for families with children 8 and older?
Absolutely. So first of all, we accept children from 4. We recommend from age 6. We have the onboard staterooms. Our chefs will be happy to create wonderful cuisine for the children. When you go on an AMA Waterways, a regular AMA Waterways cruise, there we don't have these additional Adventures by Disney guides that you have when you come on an Adventures by Disney cruise with AMA Waterways. So Adventures by Disney is our partner, and they completely charter more than 30 of our departures on the Danube, the Rhine, and also in France on the Seine River. So they have animated experiences for the children. We have children's bicycles on every cruise ship. So yes, 8-year or 10-year-old children can bike with us. But when I look at our children, when they came, and I mentioned my daughter at age 7, when you go out and you see the medieval history of Europe, the children are in awe together with their parents. The children will love Europe. And then on board, obviously on the Ama Magna, we have a movie theater. They can watch movies there. But other than this, they will embrace the culture on board and spending time with their families, with their parents, without the iPhone, without playing all these little games that they don't need this and they don't want this. Mm-hmm. So it comes really organic and natural.
That's wonderful. I love that. So another question in from Julie, is there a good reference for the description of the tours prior to the cruise that they can send clients?
Yes, of course. Everything is described in our website. We also have a travel agent portal. So if you have not signed up there, I would encourage you, go to our website, the link travel agent portal, register yourself. There is a travel advisor university. Take the courses there. You can stop in the middle of a course if you have other things to do. You can save your work, continue, you can graduate. You have learned a lot about our shore excursions on board, all our different ships, the different destinations, commission structure, promotional specials, your FEMs. And the best thing, once you graduate and you make your first booking, we pay you a bonus commission, and you can take advantage of our very best travel agent rate, which starts with $690 plus port charge for a 7-night cruise in the lowest cabin category. That is less than $100 per day for a pretty much all-inclusive program. So yeah, take a look at this.
That is pretty darn amazing. I can't beat that for sure. And for those advisors that are newer on here, you're going to want to sign up for Ama's Waterways agent portal through your host agency. So once you get signed up with them, then it'll unlock access because you'll need an accreditation number to sign up with these suppliers. And you get that through the host agencies or getting your own accreditation. So you'll need that before you can sign up, but then it unlocks the riches for you. It's very exciting.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah. And then, okay, so Malia asked a question, but I think we just answered this. I am curious, as a new advisor, how do I trial the cruise in person, FAM, or can I pay for one at a discount to learn more for my clients? So maybe, Christine, could you just really quickly talk about FAM opportunities? I know we have the Astor River cruise coming up, but it is sold out. So you will have to wait for 2025, everyone. It's sold out within weeks, I think.
I know, it's so popular. It's your number 3 now, right? Because you can see pretty much all the ships from all the different river cruise lines in a couple of days. Best investment. But other than this, there are also great opportunities. And I would say February, March, there we have space available and we do seminars. And again, send me an email and I can direct you then to the dates, or the dates are also available in our travel advisor portal. Invest in your FEM cruise with us. And let's say in March, when more ships are cruising, and you're on the Danube with us and you're in Vienna and we take you out, you will also see many other river cruise lines having their ships docked in Vienna. It's another great opportunity outside of ASTA. You cruise with Ama Waterways, and we hope you will do so with us. You experience our product, but you will see so many more ships laying there as well. And even if you cruise with a different river cruise line, we would love to know about this because we would love to invite you to come on board, maybe have a cocktail with us. We would love to show you our staterooms, the entire ship, the wellness center. And once you have completed your site inspection, we will give you a cruise certificate, which also enables you to come back later with a couple of very, very nice incentives and bonus commission for your first booking.
Well, thank you so much, Christine. I think for all of you that this was your first time hearing her speak, you now understand why she is so beloved by so many advisors. Her authenticity comes through, her passion for the product and giving back and using her business for good. So thank you so much for joining us, Christine. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. And here's to you and to all our travel partners and friends. Let's make 24-25 in the future the very, very best together. Here is to a lot of sparkle, loyalty, family, love, enthusiasm, and to you, our travel advisor community. Thanks a lot.
Cheers to that. Thanks again. Well, I just love that. I know many of you, the comments in here filled with love. So this is wonderful to see. And what a great way to end our Friday keynote. If you are just hopping on, I am so glad you are here. This is our last day together, but we have so many more surprises in store for you today. So you will be thinking about Host Week long after it ends. And I know I saw in the comments today some people talking about, oh, I'm going to really miss Host Week. And all of us here at Host Agency Reviews feel the same way. It's kind of like when summer camp ends. It was a lot of work and you are like, I'm really tired. I'm ready for bed. But you're also like, I'm really going to miss this. Now, I have just a few housekeeping things for you before we jump into our interviews today. I know that some of you are watching the streams after they air and you're having a little bit trouble seeing the comments, the live comments that have the links that we're referring to. So we do have live replay on YouTube, so do not worry, they are there. Here's a few tips for you to try this out. So first, it can take a little time if you're looking for the live comments right after the feed ends. Give it a little bit of time, a couple hours if it's just ended, and then try again. And then secondly, if you're on the desktop and you're seeing the live chat off to the right, but you're feeling like some of the comments or links are missing or we're not responding to things, at the top of the live replay comments, use the drop down and select live chat replay instead of top chat replay, because top chat screens things out. We want you to see everything, so do the live chat replay. And then the last thing is, this is bothering me about YouTube's UX. This is terrible design. But if you are on mobile, it's very hard to find the live replay for the comments. So in the comments area, you'll see there are actually two cards for the comments. There'll be two little dots. If you swipe to the left, that will pull up the live chat replay and you can click on that and it will bring up all the comments. So I think that should do it for those of you that are watching later and have been commenting on that. And Juan, if you wouldn't mind just really quickly pulling up the survey, because we're going to be sending this survey out next week along with our wrap-up email that will have direct links to access all of the sessions as well as the ones where the people sent us the slides. But for those of you who find it helpful to give the feedback during an experience, which is something that I find really helpful, otherwise later on I kind of forget about it, we're going to pop the QR code up for the Host Week survey, or you can head on over to har.news/HW survey and you can take the survey there. So thank you in advance to those of you who can spare a few minutes to help us improve Host Week. We do sit down and read every single one of those comments, and we appreciate you sharing your Host Week experience because it makes our next year even better. And yes, there will be a Host Week in 2025. We cannot wait. We want you to mark your calendars now for the last full week in January. It's always the last full week. And that next year is January 27th through the 31st. And you can early bird register at har.news/HW2025. And yes, it still will be free. Our goal with this is to help as many people as we can and make the travel industry more accessible. And our mission is also to have a very low environmental impact with our events. But we do want to make a big impact overall, and we hope that we've been doing that for you. All right, so it is time to do our last consortium interview of the year. Can you believe it? We have had Virtuoso host interviews throughout this week, but it's noteworthy that all of today's host agencies are Virtuoso agencies. So if you're not familiar with what a consortium is yet, the HAR team is going to drop a handy article in the comments for you that will explain what a consortium is and their relationship to host agencies, because it's a little bit unclear sometimes. So one thing to note about Virtuoso, for those of you that think Host Week has been exhausting and you are considering Virtuoso, I need to warn you about their Virtuoso Week that they hold every year in August. I never have personally attended, but you can consider Host Week right now. It's just a small training race. It's like if you did a 5K for an actual marathon to train. So that is what you're looking at with Virtuoso Week. But let me tell you a little bit more about them. So they opened their doors in 1951. They have just over 1,000 agencies around the world that align with their brand. And other things that I want you to note about Virtuoso, they have a consumer-facing brand, so consumers are aware of it. And the sales threshold to join is quite a bit higher as a direct member. They require $2 million in cumulative annual sales of their preferred suppliers. So it is time to turn it over to my recorded self as we hear more about Virtuoso. Hello, everyone. Steph Lee, founder of Host Agency Reviews. Welcome to the Meet the Consortia segment. So today we have on Virtuoso for our consortium, and representing Virtuoso today is Stacy Kirstner, the Member Development Director over at Virtuoso. So hello, Stacy.
Hi, Steph. So great to spend time with you today, and thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got a lot of people interested in Virtuoso as well as Virtuoso host agencies. So let's get into the questions.
Great. Looking forward to it.
All right. So first question is, and just for people that this is their first consortium that you're tuning in for, we have one every day, sometimes two. They all get the exact same questions. So you can compare apples to apples, so to speak. So first question, Stacy, tell us, let's see, what are your most popular programs that ICs can access and use that are unique to Virtuoso?
Great. So that's a really good question. So we have quite a few programs for our ICs to access. I'm actually going to highlight 3 unique ones. I'm going to first start with our professional development program. So Virtuoso has a very robust program from the professional development side. We have the Virtuoso Travel Academy. It offers more than 700 courses and webinars and curricula on sales, marketing, communication, collaboration, and products that are available 24/7 with new content that's updated regularly. Just to put some stats tied around how successful they are. In 2023, we had approximately 8,300 advisors complete 87,000 courses.
Wow.
So that is a huge feat. So a lot of content, a lot of information. And we also hosted 437 live webinars last year, and we continue to do, look forward to doing that into 2024 as well. Secondly, I also wanted to chat about our Virtuoso Communities program. So this really enables advisors to really find a strategic and niche focus for their business in order to increase sales, deepen relationships with peers and Virtuoso partners. And actually during Virtuoso Travel Week, I got to experience it for the first time this year. We have a special event for our communities program, which is called Globetrotting. And it really is a nice day. Probably it's going to extend into a 2-day event. It's gotten so popular where they were able to offer some unique specialized some really nice booths that are really engrossed in the niche. So for example, culinary had some tequila tastings and some food pairings. So it was really neat to see that happen there. Last but not least, I will mention our Virtuoso exclusive benefits. So because of our purchasing power, we're approximately $28 to $32 billion annually. We've been able to secure some exclusive benefits that our advisors pass along to their clients. So some examples, our hotel amenities are valued at about $550 US dollars per stay, and that's at over 1,700 properties in 100 plus countries. And then that also extends into our Virtuoso Voyages program, which is where advisors can actually offer exclusive benefits to their clients on more than 400 select cruises annually across 12 separate cruise lines. And these amenities can always include a dedicated Virtuoso host on board, and then a choice of additional benefits, which can range from 500 US dollars per couple to several $1,000s, depending on the sailing.
Nice. I envy that Virtuoso host that gets to go on these sailing. So
Me too.
Well, let's see. So next question, tell us about some of the training opportunities that you offer that are specific to help ICs like growing their business, looking to grow.
Absolutely. So I think that kind of ties into our professional development program. I mentioned that a little bit early with that over 700 courses.
Yep.
But specifically to Virtuoso, we actually have our Virtuoso Certified Travel Advisor Program, or VCTA for short. We all love our acronyms. It transforms the new entrants or new advisors into top producers by really shortening the ramp up period. So that's one thing we've noticed, and you probably from chatting with other advisors, our industry is very unique in that there's a lot to learn. So this really helps kind of set a pretty solid stage for them to be successful. Graduates in the program sell on average 62% more than their peers. And the VCTA participants are looking to launch their luxury career will develop best practices. They'll learn some confidence and resources which will help them in the luxury niche. And they also do some role playing, and they build relationships with other peers. And then they're also paired with other VCTA members for 6 months for like a follow-up period. So they have that mentoring and growth should they have any additional assistance. And then we also have, as I mentioned earlier, that Virtuoso Training Academy. And we also do supplier direct training through that academy. And then last but not least, I always have to mention the professional development sessions that we have in person at all of our global events around the world. And then the most I guess, well-known one, the Virtuoso Travel Week, where we have 2 whole days that are dedicated to that professional development and growing your business.
For those that are curious, it is not just 2 whole days. It is a week. I have never been to Virtuoso Travel Week. It's mid-August. You can check it out on our events calendar. It is only for Virtuoso agencies and their affiliates, but I have heard it is exhausting and you're going all day and most of the night. So
it is, for sure. It's funny because, I've attended it before prior to joining Virtuoso, and just seeing the benefits on both sides. It's just a pretty incredible event of, I don't think there's really anything like it in the industry. And I think we do a really good job of pairing everybody up with suppliers and partners and members. That's everybody.
Yeah. We always say host week. We're like, it's like Shark Week. We don't say it's like Virtuoso Week, because Virtuoso Week is way over the top compared to host week. And there's no astronomy theme there. So, well, let's see. So next question. So we do our annual survey every year, and the number one challenge that comes up for advisors, and this is new or experienced advisors, but the number one challenge they have is finding clients. So what's your pro tip? What have you seen successful agencies or advisors do?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question. And I think it really ties into really all of the Virtuoso programs and tools that we have. They really are designed to help grow your client portfolio. So for example, if you go onto virtuoso.com, you'll actually see that the website is, very inspirational. It educates the consumers with the content that we have there. It also, for our advisors, is a lead gen. So we do have that within the site, and also improves some productivity that we have. Also on the website is a hotel booking tool that gives consumers access to our extensive property portfolio, all while ensuring the advisor stays connected to that transaction. And we also can't forget about our marketing tools. They span from print to digital to social media, and they're all designed for advisor personalization. And I like to kind of highlight that. It's, if you're with a host agency, but you have your own brands, you can actually do that with the marketing. And then, which of course in turn helps bring new clients in for the advisors. And I also wanted to highlight, we just launched last year. If you've seen the campaign, it's called the So Virtuoso campaign. And that was really designed to generate leads from Virtuoso's targeted audience, which is that high net worth individuals. So we did multiple marketing channels. We included direct and email marketing, digital, social media, the works. And what we did was with that print ad placements, we've reached over millions of high value travelers. And they're going to the virtuoso.com website. They're doing the Find Agent Locator and really bringing those leads in for our member advisors. So we also have enhanced the campaign this year, and we've unveiled some additional video assets that feature advisor stories, partner product experiences, and these really form that first phase of a toolkit, so members can use the So Virtuoso materials for their own marketing. So it's really just, generating the leads, generating the right leads with, advisors that are looking to really have the more luxury experiential travel experience.
Yeah, that's great. You're doing the heavy lifting. And for advisors that are listening that are newer to it, one thing that not all consortia have a consumer-facing brand. Virtuoso is one that does. So that's something to keep in mind. And another thing I want to mention before we go into our last question is that we'll be hearing from some Virtuoso hosts this afternoon. There are more Virtuoso hosts that are earlier this week. So if you're interested in that, but if you're looking to join Virtuoso directly as an agency, there are minimum sales thresholds, and you'll need to be invited into it. So it's usually the best route for someone that's new is going through a host agency.
Agreed.
Yeah. So Stacy, this is our fun question. And I haven't heard what Stacy's is yet. So you're going to get my actual surprised expression here. So Stacy, if your company was a game, what would it be and why? Any type of game, board game, video game, whatever.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go with a board game. And my board game, I believe Virtuoso would actually be checkers.
Okay. That's
yes.
better than chess because I would be terrible at chess.
I actually don't really know how to play chess, but I do know how to play checkers.
I know, that's me too.
So, checkers is a game that you really need to go in with a solid strategy to win. With Virtuoso membership, we really help provide those strategies. So with the partners that we come together with the professional development, we help provide those strategies to ensure that the members are partnered with the best products and services to support their continued agency health and growth. So I think with all those forces combined, you can king me. It really just makes you even more powerful player in the industry. And that's really what Virtuoso membership is all about, is just having, the support, the success, and then the right strategies to be successful.
Yeah. And I am terrible at checkers, even though I'm worse at chess because I have no idea what I'm doing, but I love that. So thank you so much for sharing, Stacy. I need some of the Virtuoso roadmap to help me with my checkers game. Well,
Perfect.
Thank you again, Stacy, for telling us all about Virtuoso, what you're offering, whether if someone's looking to join directly with Virtuoso, or for many of you, joining through a host agency. And if you stay tuned, we'll be moving into the Virtuoso host in just a little bit. So stick around. And Stacy, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much. I look forward to attending, and I look forward to seeing you hopefully soon.
Yes. So if you have any questions, Stacy or someone from our team is going to be in the comments right now. So if you have questions, feel free to pop those in there and they will be around to answer them. And that's it. We're going to head back. I think I'm actually going to transfer back over to myself. So Juan, do your thing.
Thank you so much, Stacy. That was fantastic. And thank you for being in the comments. It's always so helpful that the people that are tuning in live are able to get their questions answered right away. If you are just popping in, welcome to Host Week. It's been a week full of fun and education. We're so glad you're joining us. We are on our last day, and we just wrapped up our Meet the Consortia interview with Virtuoso. And you're in luck because you're landing on our Meet the Host segment, where all of today's hosts are Virtuoso members. Now, there's a wide variety of hosts to choose from, and today is just one day of host interviews. So make sure to check out the rest of the week's interviews. And if you're looking for Virtuoso hosts, there are Virtuoso hosts on other days. Now, most of the hosts today will have representatives in the comments. So drop those in the comments. People are being great at answering questions, so that's fantastic. And one option for those of you that are watching this at a later time where there's no one there in the live feed is you can always ask the questions on any profile on the site. So each profile has the details tab, and then they also have a reviews tab and a Q&A tab. And that is where you can ask your questions to the different host agencies and the consortias out there. Now, first in line for today is Fora, a host agency based out of New York City. So Diana, they're in your city. Check them out. They started out in 2021 during the pandemic, and their network has already hit 500 advisors. So let's see what Mary can find out for us, shall we?
There, Host Week crew. We are back with our host agency interviews for Host Week. It is the bread and butter of our event. And I have the great privilege to sit with Henley Vasquez, who is the co-founder of Fora. Hello, Henley.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for joining us. I know last year when you were on the Host Week interview, Fora was just exploding on the scene. So I look forward to hear how Fora is doing with all that momentum. So we'll just jump right into it. Here's the first question. So our first question is for you to tell us a success story about an advisor and how Fora helped them grow.
So, I mean, it's hard to pick one because really Fora is about success stories. I mean, our goal was to bring lots of new people into the industry and provide a lot of opportunity to new folks. So the idea is that it's all success stories. But one that really stands out to me is someone who I actually did a call with yesterday, Tamaj Burke-Hadley, who is an advisor in the Bay Area. So she's a mom of three. Her background is in tech and in management consulting. And she had sort of been doing this her whole career, but also always being the person who was like that go-to person. She was helping everybody plan their trips. She was doing it, on the side for, of course, no money at all, because she was just doing it as favors. She never jumped into travel at all. And then she joined one of our destination trainings. And I just found this out yesterday that she said, I heard about one of your destination trainings and I logged on to see what this was. And kind of realized that this is something that she really loved. She had taken some time away from her role in tech and was sort of thinking about what she was going to do next and decided to join Fora. So she applied, she got in. And one of the things that she said is that at first, even when she was accepted, she kind of went, oh my gosh, can I really do this though? We got engaged with the community, started doing our trainings, and then just took off. So it was so interesting hearing this from her because I see her as this woman who's just so accomplished. She plans incredible travel. Her sales are great. She's got 3 kids. She's doing it all. And to hear her say, I was so scared at the beginning, I had imposter syndrome and I didn't know if I'd really be good at it, but that she leaned in and she really valued the community and the support that she got. And she just started hitting crazy milestones so quickly. So I love her, not just because she's a wonderful person and a success story, but also because she's a really good example of how I think we may put out this confidence to the world of look at us, we're doing so well. But behind the scenes, we all have our struggles and yet can just have, incredible accomplishments. So Tamaj, yay.
Good job, Tamaj. That's amazing. Yes. And thanks for your honesty too. That's nice to have look behind the curtain and to realize what's going on in the background and doing it even though you might have some of those hesitations. So 100%. I love that.
We all have them.
Yeah. So when it comes to supporting your advisors, what are the 3 top ways that you provide support between when they sign on with Fora and before they make their first booking?
Yeah. So, I mean, community is a really big part of it, is that we believe in a no mean girls situation. So you can, and this is a community of people around the country and around the world who are all here to learn how to become a great travel advisor. And so it's not about, competing against each other or really competing against the industry. It's about building great businesses together. And I think having that community that will say, you can do it, that will help you when you're searching for information, that will, be there on your good and your bad days, like Tamaj found, it really does make a difference. And so we have a community app that all of our advisors are in. So it really is 24/7, friends that are there to help you figure out what's that cute, boutique hotel in Paris, or where should I send them to eat in Buenos Aires? We're sort of all in there helping each other. So that's really a big part, is having that community and a community that believes in leaning in to support each other. Training is obviously the crux of it all, though. It doesn't matter how much support you have if nobody actually tells you what to do. So as you're getting in, you are immediately put into the certified training course. So certified training has asynchronous sort of offline bits that you can do when you have time to, but then we also have live, we call them labs and office hours. So really following kind of the university framework, where you come in and you are working with, I just led one the other day that it was a group of our newer advisors, and they're talking about, what networks they're in, how you're getting your first clients, how you're building up the confidence to start talking to your networks. and they're doing this in the larger group. We're discussing it. They're working in smaller groups together, then presenting to the group, really thinking about sort of how they're doing this part where you're just starting the beginning of your business, which is often the hardest. I always say, like, those first sales are way harder than the ones that come later. So the training is everything from how to get started to how to market yourself to, you know, how to understand social media, like really everything under the sun, from the nuts and bolts of travel to stuff that is more advanced. And like office hours are invaluable, where you can come in and it's free form and you can just ask our HQ staff questions. So training, community training, really essential. And then tech and sort of the other support that we provide, I think, is a lot of what I struggled with when I was running my own small agency, which is like, I spent half my time trying to chase my own commissions and get paid for the work that I'd already done, instead of going out and getting more clients and building a bigger business. So for us, our finance team does all the invoicing, all the commissions collection for you. I never learned how to use the GDS. I was trained in it twice. I don't like it. I didn't want to do it. So what we did is we built our bookings platform on top of the GDS, so that now our advisors, they can go into our portal, our tech, use something that has all of our hotels in there, and they're able to book very easily, whether they're at their desktop or on the go on their phone, to service their clients without having to actually learn the craziness of the GDS, which is very old school, but have access to all of the information that is in there, which saves you doing what I used to do, which is like hotel to hotel to hotel, calling, checking different websites. So we put all of that tech and all that admin support into one place in the portal that we've built ourselves, so that advisors can really have access to the tools they need at their fingertips.
Yeah. Well, it's really comforting to know that the person at the helm has been there and done that and experienced the struggles of running their own agency. So
well,
I
and
love
that's
that.
this, isn't it? It's like, it's not really about Fora. It's about the businesses that our advisors are starting. So I really see each and every one of them as an entrepreneur and running their own business. So we need to help them figure out as well.
I love that. So that kind of dovetails nicely into the next question about Fora's culture. What are 3 of your core values, and how does it contribute to Fora's culture?
Yeah, 3. Well, I guess these are Fora's values, but they're my values too. So, I'll talk a little bit from just my personal opinion. I mean, the first one I think really is like inclusivity. It's something that frustrated me about the travel world. I think, you know, we had always said, like, there's one kind of person who can be a travel advisor. And this is somebody who gets very sized sales targets and can quit their job and do this full time and can afford to take that risk. And you end up with sort of, you know, like a lot of the same really wonderful people, but not a lot of diversity. So inclusivity for us means allowing people to build the business the way they want to. They can do that with another job that they're doing. They can do that while they're caring for their children, or they can do that as a career that they're very serious about and building a very big book of business. But we want to be inclusive of all of them. And I think because we really lean in on inclusivity, we have a community that represents a lot of different kinds of travelers. And I think that that's great business. So I'd say inclusivity, a big thing. Joy, like, we have fun. This is a hard job, but I really believe in having fun doing it, being able to laugh, being able to vent on your tough days, being able to really enjoy, like, travel should be about fun and about bringing joy into other people's lives. It's so incredible to be a part for our clients of some of like the best moments of their lives, their weddings, their honeymoons, their baby moons, their retirement celebrations, whatever it is that we're planning is often very joyful. And so I think we should bring joy into our job and have fun together. So I'd say that's one of our values. And scrappiness, I guess, maybe is the last one. Don't you want your travel agent to be scrappy, to like be able to go out and like figure out the hard problems, like find that room that you need when you think it's sold out, figure out how to get the Taylor Swift concert tickets. I know how to do that. I do know how to do that. I love it. I think scrappiness matters, and it's something that we value in our community, because again, it is like, this is a job where, like, what kind of business do you want? You're going to have to go and build it. So you've got to be scrappy in terms of thinking about, like, I'm an entrepreneur. I want to solve problems for my clients, but I also want to solve problems for myself in terms of how do I turn this like passion for travel into like real profit.
I love that. Those are very creative responses. I love to hear that. So moving on from your core values, In our survey that we conducted in 2023, one of the things that we found is that the number one challenge for advisors that they reported was finding clients. So I'm wondering if you have a pro tip for advisors who share that same struggle.
Yeah, it is. It is a struggle. It's something we hear a lot. And so because of that, it's something that we talk about a lot and we train around a lot. So I think the first thing is getting comfortable with marketing yourself. And that's something I think we can feel like know that we're really good at doing this job, but also be nervous to kind of put ourselves out there with our networks. So the first thing is figuring out you got to be a salesperson for yourself. You've got to learn how to talk about yourself, and find the way that feels most natural to do that. So for some people that's in social media, like Instagram. For some people, it might be in a Facebook group they're in. For others, LinkedIn is actually incredibly effective. That's your professional network. For others, it's much more word of mouth. It's going to your book club and making sure that you're letting your friends know that you're doing this now. So finding ways that you can connect to people and being comfortable putting yourself out there, again and again and again, is really the key to getting things started. But that's not it. That's not going to get you there entirely. You do need more marketing support and assets. That's another thing I really struggled with. How often did I have time to write a MailChimp and send it out and get the right images and find the social media assets? So we have a whole section of our portal that has shareable assets they can go and get. When we do a training, we give them something they can post afterwards. We create the marketing campaigns for them so they can customize them. They can make them more theirs, or they can just click send and it has all the promotions for this month in it. So things that they can do that take very little time, but hopefully have an impact on their businesses. I think that makes a difference. And then I guess the last thing is, once you get to our pro level of membership, which means you've done all your training, you have hit certain sales goals, we have a leads program that we generate leads and we share them out to our advisors. So for our pro level and higher, we actually do help give them leads to build their business beyond their networks already. So that's the goal.
Yeah, I love that element of confidence coaching and then offering the tools to take that and just sort of run with it and, set yourself up for success. Very cool. Excellent. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how quickly this interview has gone. But anyways, we're at our fun question, Henley. And as you know, we like to get up to our shenanigans here at Host Agency Reviews. We'll be busting out some astronaut helmets later. Who knows? But anyways, our fun question this year is, if Fora were a game, what game would you be and why?
Ooh. This is a tricky one. Okay, games. I'm so busy, I don't have time to play many games. But recently, my kids discovered Monopoly, and they beat me. It was a very long game, and then they wanted to play it again, and they beat me. And it is kind of like a travel agency in some ways. It is you got, the more you put in, the more you get out. So it might be scary, but you're going to go in there and you're going to get your stuff and try and build it up. There's put in what you want in order to get out more. It's related to hotels. So you want to get those hotels. That's what's going to actually get you the money, is if you're getting more hotels. And I mean, man, it was a long game. It went on forever. There's some longevity, which I would say is similar to Fora. We are building this as a company that is going to be around for a long time, and for a community of people who are in it for the long run, that are really building careers, and plan to play this game for a long time. So yeah, I guess I'll go with Monopoly.
I love that. I love that analogy. And extra winning because you kept kids occupied for a long time. So
and often iPad, right? Never happens.
Yeah. Love it. So Henley, thank you so much for chatting with us today. And I know that Fora is submitting a special for Host Week, and I'm wondering if you'll tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So, okay, we do have a very long wait list. We're so flattered by all of the excitement around Fora. But the wait list, I believe, is above 50,000 now. So people can get a little bit lost in it. So because you tuned into Host Week, we actually have a special code word. So when you go to foratravel.com, join us. You are going to fill out your application to become an advisor. It's going to ask you, do you have a secret word? And what you want to say is, yes, you do. It's Host Week. put that in there, and that's going to enable our membership team to find you and pull you up to the front of everybody and review your application more quickly because you were here and because you have that secret word, Host Week.
Wow, my jaw is dropping at 50,000 people on a wait list. It's bonkers. Wow.
It is a little crazy. I mean, 2 years ago, I would not have imagined I'd have like 5 people on a wait list.
Amazing.
So we're really excited about the enthusiasm. And hey, this is, this is a thing that's not for everybody, but it's exciting to see that so many people want to give it a shot.
I love it. Yeah. In 2 years. This is
in 2 years, but we obviously can't pull 50,000 people down. So, put your application in there.
Love it. And don't worry, you don't have to remember the secret code, even though it's Host Week, and you probably will remember it. We will link to Fora's special so you can go back and check it out. And we'll make sure that we put in the link to your profile too, so you can learn more about Fora. And that's
great. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henley, for joining us today and taking the time. We had a lot of fun with these interviews, and it's been a pleasure to speak with you.
You as well. All right. Happy Host Week, everybody.
Yes. See you soon.
Well, thanks so much for participating in the Host Week special, Henley. We'll also be hearing from Henley a little bit later today during their sponsorship of Aubrey's EDUSPOT, who is one of their advisors. Well, let's keep this wheel turning, folks. We've got so many great hosts to hear from today. Next up is Gifted Travel Network, who has been hosting since 2013. They just held a huge shindig to celebrate their 10-year anniversary this fall. They have 350 advisors in their network with annual sales nearing 120 million. And Vanessa, who is doing this interview, did an EDUSPOT with us last year that we're going to link to in the comments. If you find that you're liking GTN and want to get to know their team in a little bit of a different way. So I'm not going to keep you in suspense any longer. It's time to pass things off to Rita.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Host Week interview. So excited to have you here. I have the wonderful Vanessa McGovern of Gifted Travel Network. Hi, Vanessa.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, super excited to dig into all things Gifted Travel Network. So first things first, can you tell us about a success story about an advisor and how you help them to grow?
I love this question. And I also hate this question because I have to choose.
Right.
Because there's so many success stories at Gifted Travel Network. Mm-hmm. We are incredibly focused on cultivating success through travel entrepreneurship. And it's been an incredible year, just fantastic momentum across the board. And so it was very, very difficult to choose. And as with host agency reviews, I know there's a lot of new to industry that come to host agency reviews to look for a host home. So I'll obviously share a travel advisor that experienced an incredible amount of growth after joining us. There is a small caveat. She wasn't completely new to the industry. She had dabbled with another host prior to joining GTN. She found a great host that took care of her as she was sort of figuring out if she really wanted to make this a full-time go of it. Like she wanted this to, really turn a profit and be a profitable, be a business. So once she decided that she wanted to go all in, she found Gifted Travel Network and went through our Travel MBA program, which is our 12-month program for new to industry to help you build a profitable business. So this is, I'm specifically referring to Mary Jennifer Markham of M. Markham Travel. And so MJ, as she's affectionately called in the GTN community, she is actually a travel advisor by night, but very successful. She is an oncologist. She's actually head of oncology at Shands. I know, right? That is the appropriate response. She is an oncologist. So think about it, Rita, like what do you think of when you are faced with your mortality? What do you wish you had done more of? And it's travel. And so she heard that so often from her patients. And so she wanted to be able to do something that was on the more brighter side of the experience. And so not only has she started curating incredible experiences for patients, but she's actually started to really become well known in the oncology space for booking travel experiences. So that's the majority of her clients. So in a very short window, she went from nothing to she's already crossed now for at the time of this recording, as we're ending the calendar year for 2023, she has already crossed 2 million. So she just started in the industry. She was the very first travel advisor in Gifted Travel Network to join our travel MBA program and reach the sales threshold to qualify for the top producers club in the same calendar year. So that's pretty remarkable.
That is amazing, and probably one of the most unique niches that I've heard of. So well done to MJ, and like really breaking, she knows exactly who she's talking to.
Exactly. Talk about targeted marketing. And she's doing an incredible service to those that really need the travel to recharge and come back super focused to do literally life-saving work.
Yes, super inspiring. Thank you for sharing that. Let's keep on going. What are 3 top ways you support your new advisors?
Again, so hard to just pick 3. So with our 12-month program, we try to meet our advisors where they are, because, everybody is coming into this as an entrepreneur. They all have different set of demands, both personal and professional. Some are still kind of winding down in a full-time something with whatever it is they're doing. Others have other businesses. So we try not to be too prescriptive in how we structure our support, because we know we need to be agile to meet the needs of very dynamic, entrepreneurial spirited people that have a lot of demands on themselves already, right? And so here are 3 ways, because you asked me for 3. So the first would be one-on-one mentoring. So through our travel MBA program, we have a portfolio of mentors, all of whom currently, one of whom is totally full-time on the GTN team, employee of Gifted Travel Network. And then we have a whole suite of mentors that are actually travel advisors within Gifted Travel Network that also work for us on a contract basis to be a mentor for the program. So if you are a student in the Travel MBA program, you have no shortage of resources for one-on-one mentoring. And so when you're going through this program and you get a booking that you're not quite sure how to navigate, there's a lot of resources for you to lean into, but if sometimes you just really need to talk it out, right? You just need to get on a Zoom with someone and you just need to explain the situation and be presented with a variety of options so that you're not spinning your wheels. And so we do have that availability for our advisors. They have a dedicated email. And if it's something that we need to jump on and get one-on-one mentoring for, we will absolutely do that for our members that are part of this program. Then we have group coaching calls, which are extremely engaging, very popular, because then you get to crowdsource. Right. And that is very powerful too. We offer group coaching programs group coaching calls twice a week. We do one on Tuesday evenings, especially, to meet the needs of those that are working during the day. And then we do one on Thursdays at noon, and it's mostly open forum, but we do bring dedicated topics in, especially if something is top of mind that we want to address, or a question that came up that we want to break down. So they have the ability to come and crowdsource, and it's led by one of the mentors. And so that's obviously a very valuable tool. I would say the third is our endless amount of modules that I refer to as static content. So it's the content that is there, it's recorded, it was curated for this program, and it covers the spectrum of topics from business building topics, from marketing to client attraction to business operations to the mechanics of selling travel, like booking air and booking insurance, and just things that you need to do, obviously, as a travel advisor. So it's not partner content. That is not part of that. That is outside the Travel MBA program. It's all business building content. So that's, I guess, a third way that we support, but there's lots of different ways, but that definitely covers the spectrum of how we support new to industry.
Yeah, that sounds like a really great breadth of different options over at Gifted Travel Network. What would you say are Gifted Travel Network's top 3 values, and how do they contribute to your culture?
Oh, culture is so important to us at Gifted Travel Network. We are a collaborative community, community over competition vibe. In fact, one of our members, Stuart Mara from the Opulent Explorer, he is a Wall Street guy. And he recently said in a LinkedIn article that he wrote for his own series about how in real estate, it's all about location, location, location. And he referenced Gifted Travel Network as his host agency. And at GTN, it's all about culture, culture, culture. And I love that he said that, because that is absolutely what we're all about. So this question in particular, when I saw it come through, I just was so excited to be able to answer this, because we are completely obsessed with ensuring that we have a strong culture, both within our network of advisors as well as at the home office team, because, it starts from the top down. And we want to make sure that we are breeding a positive work environment and that we're fostering people to continue on their path in a positive way, and that they're supported, every step of the way. So I think so our core values we break out, there's 3 of them actually, and they're all in a theme of F's, and that is freedom. And the culture question is to support these 3 core values, which is freedom, fulfillment, and financial satisfaction. And so we live and breathe all of these. Are we perfect at them all the time? No, but we constantly keep it at the forefront for our own team members as well as our advisors. So, as a travel advisor, as a luxury travel advisor, we want you to ensure that you are building a business that you love, that is affording you the opportunity to do the things that bring you joy, that you have the freedom to live your life on your own terms. And that is, very core to what we do. It's how we started Gifted Travel Network. It's, for some like me, it's the ability to go to your child's Christmas show 3 o'clock on a Tuesday, because that's, for me at this stage of life that I'm in, that is freedom, right? And then fulfillment, we want our travel advisors and anybody that's joining our community to feel personally fulfilled with the work that they're doing. Travel changes lives, and we don't want you to ever forget that. And we're constantly trying to anchor that back into conversations that we have, and helping travelers navigate all the nuances of travel that are out there today. It's hard, and it can be fulfilling, and it's easy to get sucked into the day-to-day nuances of what's going on in the world and all the things you have to consider with travel, and, air traffic control things and weather delays and volcanoes now and everything that's happening. But at the end of the day, obviously, if you feel fulfilled with what you're doing, and of course, financial satisfaction, because you need to make money. This is a business. And when you are financially satisfied, you can feel fulfilled, you can have freedom, you can do the things you want, you can give to the communities, give back to your community, donate to charities, take people on these life-changing trips. So that's part of it as well. So those are the 3: freedom, fulfillment, and financial satisfaction.
Wonderful. And I love that they're all F's to make it a little bit easier remembering that. Yes. In our annual survey, the #1 challenge for advisors is finding clients. What would you say is your pro tip on that?
Pro tip. Wow, this is a hot one, right, Rita? Everybody always wants to know. This is the question.
Right.
How do I find my ideal client? And it's not linear, right? There's no silver bullet. There isn't. It doesn't exist. So my pro tip, though, and I'm wondering if you think I'm gonna say this. But you probably will, because you get it. So my pro tip for travel advisors listening to this, if you're stuck and you're not feeling like you're attracting that luxury idea, or whatever the client is, or whatever you've identified as your ideal client, for a lot of Gifted Travel Network, it's in the luxury segment. So if you're not attracting that client, look at your copy. Look at the copy. That is at the core of all of your marketing assets. So my pro tip is to hire a copywriter, because the reason why your visual representation of your brand might be falling flat, or the reason why you might be at a loss for words when you're at a cocktail party or you're at a networking event and it doesn't just quite flow the way you want it to, or the reason why your website copy might feel a little bit generic and like everybody else's, is because you haven't taken the journey, the inward journey, to pull out the why behind why you're doing travel. Your copy isn't magnetic enough, so you're not able to attract those clients that are seeking you, because you haven't gone through the process of understanding what the fundamental vernacular is for your business. And when you have good copy, everything flows. Everything's easy. So don't shortchange yourself on this journey. If you have to hire somebody and you have to, find somebody that resonates with you, it's a copywriter, and get really good language, really good copy, use it for everything, like live and breathe the words, and you'll find incredible clarity on what marketing paths to take when you have good copy.
Very much agreed. And I'm like, ooh, I'm chomping at the bit to explore this more, but we are on limited time here. So
Yes.
thank you for mentioning that one. Last but not least is our fun question of the segment. If Gifted Travel Network was a game, what game would it be?
Oh my gosh, such a fun question. Can I tell you a super funny story about this? When my team saw the questions for this interview, and they were kind of thinking about what I might say for some of the answers and kind of giving me some ideas, like for the MJ, if you know, for our advisors and things like that. When it got to this question, they were all like debating and they were stuck and they were trying to guess what I was going to say. And then when I saw the question, I was like, this is so easy. I'm like, obviously it's Tetris. and they were like, they hadn't thought of that. I'm like, it's Tetris. I'm like, maybe because I'm totally obsessed with Tetris and play it with my 13-year-old all the time.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, you know, we are like a Tetris game because we have all these pieces that are the same, but a little bit different. And we're all working together in tandem for the same goal synergistically. And you could just move it a little bit and it would go one way. But if you just take a moment to move it another way, and then it falls into place with another piece, but you've got to be intentional about it. But if you're not thinking ahead, you know, it could just kind of throw things out of whack. So I feel like it's Tetris. It's like a puzzle.
Love that. As a puzzle aficionado myself.
I love that.
Yes. Well, thank you, Vanessa, so much for sharing a little bit about Gifted Travel Network today. We so appreciate your time. And this was a bunch of fun.
Yes. Thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Yay. Thank you, travel advisors and newbies, for joining us. There's still a couple more interviews lined up for you today, and we hope you have a great host week. We'll see you soon.
Vanessa, what a great answer. And thank you to your team for being in the comments today. I love hearing that your team was debating it, because that's when people, you know, take their business seriously. Because as Christine brought up in the keynote today, what is life without having some fun when we are in business, right? All right. So a quick thank you to our Host Week sponsors. We have KHM Travel Group and Lavarte Travel, both of who had their host agency interviews earlier this week on Tuesday and Wednesday. We have Lucia, Globus Family of Brands, and then Oasis Travel Network for today. So we are really appreciative of your support for Host Week. Thank you. Up next is Montecito Village Travel, who is located in Santa Barbara, California. And you guessed it, Montecito Village. So we have Connie Miller repping MVT today, and they opened their doors in 1972. They currently have 550 advisors within their annual network, but their sales total 275 million. So let's see what she and Rita had to say.
And we are in the middle of our fabulous host agency host interviews for Host Week. So a lot of host stuff going on. And I have the great privilege to sit with Connie Miller. Connie is the Chief Relationship Officer of Montecito Village Travel. Hey, Connie, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great. I'm looking forward to picking your brain and asking you some probing questions about Montecito. So are you ready to jump in?
I'm ready.
Well, first, I would like you to tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow.
Oh my goodness. One success story. We are so individualized with our company. It's really hard to do that. One that came to mind immediately was a couple that came to us probably 5 or 6 years ago. And they both had corporate jobs, just totally corporate jobs. And we were always best suited for an experienced advisor. And so I'm talking to them. And at that time, currently we have a 2-year minimum experience requirement, but at that time we didn't. So I sat down with them and I talked to them and I found out what their business model was going to be. And I really tried to discourage them, at which point they sent me an 8-page marketing plan and business plan. And I'm like, okay, we've got to make this happen. However it happens, we've got to make it happen because these people are dynamite. And so through our onboarding process, I let everyone know, hey, they're brand new to the industry, but they are amazing. And what we were able to do for them, I actually reached out to them. I said, well, what was it that helped you the most as far as, because they're very, very successful, besides the fact that they were brilliant and had marketing plans and understood the business part of it. But they said, you gave us technical information. You taught us what we didn't know. You responded to our questions. You were there for us. And the overriding decision, or not decision, but the overriding element to their success was the community that they had with Montecito Village Travel. So it was not only our support staff working with them, but it was also our Virtuoso affiliation, and it was our peer networking group. And that's kind of what they've told me made them as successful as they are, right? And it was also something we took a lot of pride in, because we knew these people would be really great. We would help to foster them. And that's kind of the overriding mentality of Montecito Village Travel. So that's one story. I have another one that's a lot more recent, and this is really a delightful story. I had a professional who came to me younger. She was probably early 30s, and she said, I've been in publishing for 8-9 years. I want to get out of it, and I want to do this. Again, somebody new to the industry, but really, really sharp. I was able to pull her into one of our physical locations so I could bring her on, even though she didn't have the 2 years of experience. She took off like crazy, but we helped her grow, because I talk to people every week. I talk to multiple people, and a lot of them are new to the industry. And because we cannot take new to the industry ourselves, how do we bring new to the industry into a company, right? I play matchmaker. So I would talk to these different individuals. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I should be paid for it. No, I'm just kidding. I'd listen to the personality. I'm going, wow, that would really work for Moani. And so then I would make an introduction. They have to work out all the details on it, but we create an environment where lead agents can bring on team members. So they do the hands-on training for the, that type of thing, with the help of a lot of the programs that are out there. And we do the training, and we provide the resources from a host agency perspective. So we help our advisors grow their business. And right now, I think she has 7 advisors working with her, under her. So she's going gangbusters. But it's that individualized approach to making things work. I think that really is the success story, I guess.
Well, I love thinking of you as a matchmaker, Connie. I think that's hilarious. And also just like so critical in network building for newcomers coming into the industry, and also that ability to translate skills from one industry into the travel industry. And I love those examples. So yes. So our next question is, speaking of new advisors, is what are the top 3 ways you support new advisors, or what are the top 3 ways you support new advisors from when they start with Montecito until they start making their first bookings?
First and foremost, it's our onboarding. It's customized, it's personalized. So every person I talk to that I bring on board, I make notes. And so our entire onboarding staff understands these people focus on cruises, or maybe they do groups, or whatever the case might be. So when it comes to the onboarding process, which by the way, starts obviously with the accounting piece, total information as far as what their accounting codes are, all of that. They get an introduction to our intranet, YTC 360. But the first thing after the accounting piece is actually our president reaches out and welcomes them. Okay, so it's a very personalized, warm welcome. And then it rolls into various roles. We have one person who specializes with Virtuoso. She'll handle all of those Virtuoso items. The core part of what we offer is our YTC 360 intranet. And we do an in-depth training one-on-one via Zoom with regard to our intranet, the invoicing you can do there, the forums and the networking in the communities, and all of those pieces that make you successful. So that's handled there. Our marketing team reaches out and we'll handle there. If an advisor wants to use our air desk, they're going to get a call from the air desk supervisor and explain how that all works, so that there's a personal introduction there. Loretta Alva, who's our director of supplier relations, will reach out if a person wants to have a personal introduction. Maybe they sell a lot of a particular cruise line or something along those lines. We will make sure that our business development managers know who our advisors are. We'll make that personal introduction. Obviously, if they're a GDS advisor, they're going to have that one-on-one communication with our GDS department. So it's just the onboarding is very specific. It's very detailed and it is very personal. We want people to know us and we want, to know them. So that's really number one, onboarding. The second thing would be our intranet, which I alluded to. We are working very diligently and upgrading it and changing it all the time. Our intranet for our advisors, for example, has one page dedicated to every hotel in our program, and we've got over 7,500 hotels in there. It will have one page for every cruise, tour operator, insurance company, ancillary service that will tell the advisor, who the business development manager is, how it's booked. If we've had webinars with them, those webinars are going to be posted there. All types of information that helps the advisor get to where they need to go. We've also even taken, for example, our DMCs and tours have a search feature. So you can go in and say, oh, I'm looking for an adventure travel specialist in Morocco. And it's going to pull up destination management companies or tour operators that operate in that arena. So we're making our intranet one-stop shopping. It also houses all of the accounting information. It houses you can invoice directly from it. All promotions are listed there. It is a very robust product for our advisors. So that's really, really key. And advisors come to us and they really, really appreciate that. And then third of all, it's access. They have access, advisors have access to all of us. They have access to our network of advisors, which is just tremendous. It's amazing when you put all these people together, how much knowledge they have. And then, of course, we've got the support of Virtuoso. So we've got the best of all worlds. So it's pretty much onboarding, our intranet, our technology, as well as the access that an advisor gets from us.
Oh, that's amazing, Connie. Yeah, I love that, like the one-on-one personal attention and then the resources they can take advantage of to just really run with it and connect into the community. So I feel like it might be a spoiler alert for our next question, because our next question is, what are your 3 core values and how does it contribute to Montecito's culture?
Okay. So key core value. We have a tagline, large enough to matter, small enough to care. So as an agency, just to give you an idea, we're probably over 330 million in sales this year. We have about 800 advisors, give or take. We support agencies as well as independent contractors. And yet, so we're big enough. We have all the tools you might want. If you're a corporate advisor and you need XYZ, online booking tools, whatever, we've got that. If you're a luxury leisure, we've got that. If you work more in the mainstream arena, we've got great relationships. So we have all the tools that you need, and yet you get this personalized care. So yes, it was a spoiler alert. I do think the other core value or another core value is our honesty and our integrity. We're about as honest as the day is long. We have integrity. Our accounting is totally transparent. If through YTC 360, when you log on, you will see when commissions have been received. And then you'll know what you're going to be paid on. So there's no, well, I think they had it and they held on to it or anything along those lines. You know when the commission's been received, you know when you're going to be paid on a piece of business. So that's totally transparent. We work with you that way. It's really important to us that if there's something we can do for an advisor, we will do it. For example, getting commissions, sometimes suppliers don't always pay on time, or, maybe it gets lost in the shuffle, or there's an upgrade at the hotel and suddenly you're not getting the commission on that hotel. One of the things we designed was a commission chasing feature. So we will track for the advisor from 90 days of departure, anything where commissions haven't been paid. And we send them a link, and they can also go online and see this at any given time. But we also send them an email, because we know if you proactively have to look for something, it's not going to happen. You get an email and you go, oh my gosh, I haven't been paid for that 4 seasons or whatever it is. All the advisor has to do is click a link, and it's going to pre-populate an email to that supplier with all the data from the invoice saying, hey, why haven't I been paid? The client name, confirmation number, date of arrival, room category, so on and so forth. So those are the things we do. And that goes back to our integrity. And then lastly, we just never forget who our customers are. The owner of the company I've known for years. And if I've heard him say it once, I've heard him say it thousands of times. If our advisors are not successful, we aren't successful. So that drives pretty much all of the programs that we have.
I love that. That's amazing. And that tool sounds awesome. The commission tracking tool, the backend support. One less thing to think about as an advisor, because that's very helpful. So
yeah.
So Connie, what we found from our latest survey from 2023 is that one of the biggest challenges for advisors all across the board was finding clients. And so I'm wondering, what's your pro tip for advisors who share that struggle?
Just be there and be in the environment. Don't be shy. Talk about what you're doing. Identify who you want to sell to and what you want to sell. So let's just take this back a step. And what I mean by talking to everybody is, I think it's really important that you let people know. It's no time to be shy. So whether you're talking to your dentist, your doctor, your coworkers, years ago, I was in a marketing class and they said about the time you're sick and tired of hearing your own voice, it's the first time they're hearing it, right? You need all those impressions. Let them know. And then take a look at what your passion is, and then be in that arena. If you want to sell luxury travel, you need to be involved in the areas where affluent individuals are. And it shouldn't be a travel related item. It could be a Rotary Club. It could be volunteering at the symphony. It could be whatever passion you have, you go into those venues and you participate and you win the trust, because this is a relationship business. So that's really critical. Be where your clients are, be visible, be approachable, and gain their trust. And then you'll get their business. And that's about as easy as it gets.
Yeah, I love that. Just letting your passion for the business drive your enthusiasm and establish those relationships and make sure you're kind of in the right place in the right environments. I love that advice, Connie. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we are at the last question before we get to your host week special. But our last question is the fun question. And that this year for 2024 is, Connie, drum roll. If Montecito Village were a game, what game would you be and why?
So I had all kinds of answers, and then I put it out to the team, and I have two answers here too. I apologize. I have two answers.
No, that's okay.
There's a game called Snakes and Ladders. Here in the United States, it's called Chutes and Ladders, right? So think about all the ups and downs we've had. And, you don't even have to go back 20 years. But if you did, there was 9/11, the housing bust, just all these different things that came along. So you get up here and then boom, you get up here and you go back to start again. So Chutes and Ladders is one. And then this one came from our COO, and I love it. Sim City. You're always designing, building, maintaining, looking to the future, trying to figure out how to make the perfect environment. And so I kind of like those two answers.
Oh yeah, that's like a good, you have the analog game and then like the more virtual game. Those are good answers. Well, thanks so much, Connie. We'll make sure that we put in information about Montecito Village Travel in the comments. But before I let you go, I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about your host week special.
Our host week special is for any advisor who has an appointment with me and decides to join Montecito Village Travel by February 29th. We will provide Virtuoso access for 6 months at no cost.
Oh, that's very generous.
Thank you. Yeah. So we're excited. We'd love to do this.
Well, thank you so much, Connie. I appreciate you taking the time to chat with us today. And we will chat again soon.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having us. And thank you for all you do. You all are amazing. You have a wonderful, wonderful team.
Oh, thanks, Connie. Appreciate it. We'll chat soon. Bye.
Bye.
I am loving that there are so many hosts today that have put the fun question out to their team to come up with the best answer. This is fantastic here. We love this. And thank you, Connie, for that special. That's a great deal. And I don't know about all of you, but Host Week is the only place I know of where an advisor can hear from so many prospective hosts in one place and from the comfort of their own home or their own office. So if you've been liking the stream today, we'd love for you to give it a thumbs up on YouTube because we love the currency of YouTube thumbs up, apparently. We have low self-esteem and need those thumbs up, you know? So next up is Pickles Travel Network, who started hosting advisors in 2019 and now has 450 advisors in their network. So whether you're based in Texas, like Pickles Travel Network and myself for the moment, or you are elsewhere in the United States, you are likely curious to hear more about their program. And I am too. So let's see what Mary can find out for us.
Hello, hello. Happy Host Week. We are back with our host interviews, and I am sitting with Stephanie Pickles. She is the president of Pickles Travel Network. Hello, Stephanie.
Hey, Mary. How are you today?
Excellent. I'm really excited to chat with you about your host agency and ask you a couple of questions because I noticed last year. Yeah, a lot of changes from last year. Last year, Pickles was new to the scene in 2023, new to the scene no longer. A lot of things happening, switching to Virtuoso, growing your IC pool. So I look forward to hear about what has happened in 2023 and your direction for 2024.
So many things have changed and been wonderful changes. It's been a fantastic year. I couldn't be more blessed with it. I'm super excited about everything. Switching from travel leaders to Virtuoso and going completely, luxury. And it's been fantastic to be able to do that. And my agents are loving it. Absolutely. And we have grown so much. I never expected to be where we are. And it really shows how the program, how the network and how much we support our agents. Because now right now, I think we're at like 435 now. Okay. I mean, we've just grown unbelievably in the past year and just from referrals. And so it's been really great, really great.
So that actually, I think weaves in really well to our first question, because with all that growth you have with your IC volume and switching consortia and the changes that you have within Pickles Travel Network, our first question is to tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow. So how are your advisors growing along with your host agency?
Well, there's many, and I actually have somebody here down that I thought of off the top of my head, and then I get another one that I thought of off the top of my head. But there's I'll tell you about one actually that just happened. She was with the Cruise on Vacation school, and then she came over to us. So she graduated from there, and then she came over to us to continue her, to get a host agency. And she has now sold so many celebrity cruises that she was invited to go to their inauguration for their new ship. And so with us supporting us, and she actually just did a Facebook post in our, in our Facebook members only thing, talking about how she was like, thank you so much, Pickles, for helping me getting to this point and all of your training and support. And it made me just light up because I was just so excited to hear about that. And I was like, you made my day, Jennifer. You totally did. It was so good to hear. She's like, and I'm so happy. And she goes, I was with my husband and I was like, this is my job, and how proud she was to be a part of not only Pickles, but the travel community and how successful she's been. And I've got many others like that too, but we only have time for so many, but it's just exciting. I love hearing about things like that. So yeah, there's one.
Well,
Oh, sorry. What were you gonna say?
I said a good one, a really good one. So
Yeah.
anyway.
I love that. Well, and actually, our next question will kind of help touch on how advisors are supported in general, because I know that you're onboarding a lot of new advisors. And we are wondering for next question, what are 3 top ways that you support advisors from when they sign on with Pickles Travel Network until they make their first booking?
So we do a ton of coaching, and it's completely included. So it's included in your subscription with Pickles. Every day we have 1 to 2 coachings or trainings going on. And that's completely included in your subscriptions. And we also have affiliates that come in too. So I've talked to many different affiliates. We even have a mindset coach. So I have a mindset coach come in and she talks to people. And these are all things that they're not mandatory to do, but we really highly recommend that you do it to get your growth going on. And especially as a new agent. But mindset too, and I think it's so important for agents to get their mindset in order. And it's sales is a difficult job, and it can sometimes you can get kind of down on yourself when you're not getting the sales because your mindset's not there. So that's why I think that's really important to have that person. But then we have other affiliates too that come in, like we have a Wonderlust Social comes in and they help and they discuss your social media. And if you want to work with them, we've got a coupon for them. Travel Industry Solutions, Sheila Folks, she does contracts and stuff like that to help you out in the beginning. I've actually got an affiliate that I'm about to speak to somebody else right after this call to discuss another thing to help my agents out. And so we have so many of those, and that's just a little touch point of the affiliates that we have that come in. We have TA Toolkit, but we have coupons for all these. And so we have a branding person too that you can always use, and there's a coupon for that. So it's really nice to have those, and be able to save a little bit of money as you grow.
Right.
Yeah. Now I kind of forgot what else we were talking about. Oh, you said 3. What else did you say? I kind of got lost.
The 3 top ways you support new advisors from when they start to when they make their first booking.
Well, I told you way too much.
I love that you have. I love that you have the coaching. It's kind of like the choose your own adventure from all the different directions, like the soft skills, mindset, the suppliers, the technology.
And even technology. That's the other thing I was going to say, because included in your subscription is our CRM and Travify. And Travify, how fantastic is that to have Travify as part of your subscription? And our subscription is actually cheaper than what you could get Travify or that CRM on its own. If you were a separate, so it's very helpful for your pocketbook as well, right? But they come in once a month too, and they train too, and so they're going to help you along. And Travify has a template website too, so I always tell brand new agents that hold off on doing your website immediately, because let's get up at you don't want to spend the money on that just yet. Wait a few years until you know exactly what you want on there, because it's expensive. It's expensive. And Travify has this great template one to use, and you can even use your your website name and everything like that.
Save your domain, plant that flag, and it can.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And then we have Virtuoso, y'all. And I mean, that is just coming from a different consortia to this one has been unbelievable. I mean, they have everything you can think of, and the best thing is too that one of my favorite things is they have Travel Week in Las Vegas, and it's a week-long intense trainings and with suppliers and everything, and it is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And then we just have us. We have the PTN community. We have our agents and their community. And in our Facebook group, we're a very close-knit group of agents who really help each other and support each other. And I know sometimes whenever you go on to there's some Facebook groups that sometimes they're not very nice. I've noticed, I don't know if you've noticed that, but there are some groups that can be not very nice to new agents. And our group is never like that. And it's really nice and supportive, and it's great, really great. So I gave you a lot of information there. Sorry about that.
No, I love that. Social media oasis. So our next question is, what are your 3 core values and how does it contribute to your culture?
So I would say simplicity, modernization, and quality. Simplicity, because we make it simple for training, coaching, support, resources, everything you need to be successful is there, and we help you with that. Modernization, I would say we are more of a modern travel host agency. We're trying to be, or my goal was when I opened this, is to be a little bit different than all the other ones, and take the good and then change the bad, and then make that really good, so that's one of the things that I wanted to focus. But it also, modernization too, you could go with luxury. So, and I think a lot of people, there's some agents that get a little bit scared about, oh, well, you're only luxury. Well, modern luxury. And modern luxury is not necessarily what you think of as luxury. It is luxury customer service and experiences beyond just the bougie, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. It's like a lot subjective and open.
It is. It's subjective. Exactly. And then quality. We are so motivated behind finding the best suppliers, being with the best suppliers possible, and Virtuoso has absolutely helped us with that. We also have some suppliers that are not part of Virtuoso that we think are really important to add to our network too. So if anybody ever has any questions like that, who are those other ones? You can actually view it on, there's some of them you can view on the HAR profile, but also you can always send us an email, and we can, share, with you, or you can just ask, hey, do you have this one?
Well, and it sounds like with all the resources that you have available to advisors, and it's going to be hard just to pick one, I would imagine, but what's your top tip for advisors who are struggling to find new clients?
It's honestly, it's pretty simple. It's simple and hard at the same time, because it depends on your personality. So I say and it also, there's ways to do it. So first of all, know your worth. So get your mindset in there, right? And know your worth. Know that you're worth it. You are a new agent. That does not mean that you're not knowledgeable and you're not worth it. You know where to find the answer. And so you need to make sure that you know that. The other thing is travel and vlog. That's it. You just need to travel and vlog. And that's how you get customers. Yeah. I mean, you've got to vlog and travel, because if somebody's seeing you travel, they're going to ask you about it. And, and then also when you're networking, when you're in-person networking, if you're Zoom networking, whatever, they're going to see that everybody wants to talk about travel. It's like food. They want to talk about food too. There's different things people want to talk about, and it's fun, and it's a real simple thing to do. And it can be, I know some people are going to say, well, I don't have the money to travel all the time. And the thing is, you can do simple things like around your town. You can go and you can travel and you can go around your town and, introduce little shops that you love. You can introduce, go and take a view of a beautiful hotel in your neighborhood, in your city, you know, or whatever. But there's so many different things that you can do. You just have to get creative with it.
I love that. I love that. Just like sharing your passion and putting it out there. And it's hard for people to have travel envy when they see you having great experiences and sharing that.
And then the other thing is, being a travel agent, you get travel discounts too, which is fantastic. And one of the things that we allow you to get your CLIA card immediately. So you don't have to wait at that $5,000 limit like you do with the IATAN. So you can go ahead and start using that for the places that allow you to. So it just depends on each supplier if they allow you to, you know, what their rules are with travel agent rates and stuff like that. And then just finding FAMs, you know, to be able to get on FAMs. You just ask your BDM and ask them, I want to start selling this. Can you send me on a FAM? So these are great ways and cost-efficient ways to show that you're in the travel industry.
Yes, and having all access to all those resources through the coaching and all the other supports that you provide. So love that. Love that.
Absolutely.
Now is the time for the hardest question and the best question. It's our fun question for Host Week. If Pickles Travel Network were a game, what game would you be and why?
I struggled with this, y'all. I really did. I did, because I was like, I don't know, you know, but we came up with Monopoly. My team and I talked about this, and we came up with the Monopoly, and not because it's like capitalistic or whatever like that, which is what I thought at first, but some really good points with it. It's similar, you know, Monopoly involves buying and expanding properties, and we want to work with agents who represent different services and destinations. Okay, you've got that. And then we provide resources and support, just like how Monopoly players would need to expand their property empire, right? And then also our goal is to create a network of successful agents, much like how Monopoly players, their goal is to dominate the board. So that's the best that we could do with that. But, you know.
I love it. You're going to develop a cooperative Monopoly.
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
Oh, well, Stephanie, it's been so great to chat with you. I saw that you submitted a Host Week special. Would you care to tell everyone about what you're offering for this week?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, so I actually think I did it for the entire, I think it's up until the end of the month. I think I got to look back at it, or maybe you've got the number or the date on there for me. But yes, so we are offering your first month absolutely free. So you do your sign up. And the way we do our sign up is we have everybody go through a training program. If you've already gone through a training program, you may be able to be waived for that that part of the sign up fee. So you would just contact us and we'd let you know. But the good thing is, we mainly work with careers on vacation. And so we get a lot of people from careers on vacation that comes into our network. But also we just recently approved HAR's training program as part of Pickles acceptance. So if you go through the HAR training program, then not the free version, but the paid for the expanded version, or how do you call it?
It's our 7-day setup accelerator course.
The accelerated program, yes. So we definitely want our agents to be, you know, trained, and that's why we think that our network is so different, is because we're really trying to get, you know, really train our agents to be the best agents in the business, and for you to be the most successful. We want your success. We want it.
Yeah.
We're going to help. We're going to get it. We're going to help you as much as we possibly can to make you successful.
Yes. When one advisor succeeds, then everyone is succeeding.
Yeah.
I love that.
Absolutely.
Well, Stephanie, thank you so much for chatting with us. We'll make sure that we put a link to Pickles Travel Network in our comments so folks can jump over and check out your profile and see your special. And thank you so much for chatting with me today. Such a generous special for our attendees.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mary, for having me. I enjoyed it. And if anybody's interested in just chatting with us, we do have a schedule call where we can schedule a call. You can schedule a call with us, and we can go over anything and everything and discuss it with you further.
It sounds great. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Okay. Thank you. Take care.
Wow, another host that brought this question to their entire team. I am loving all this collaboration. And thank you, Stephanie, for that great Host Week special, as well as for being in the comments. It's great to see you there. So if you are getting ready to start your agency, we hope these interviews are helpful for you in bringing the host agency profiles to life. Because we hear from advisors throughout the year that they were ready to sign on with a host until Host Week, when they connect with a certain host agency's interviews, that was very different from the one they were going to sign on with. So that's our goals with the interviews. Profiles can give you great information and reviews to help you make your decision, but the Host Week interviews are a dynamic way for you to see your potential business partner in a different light. So up next is a Virtuoso agency that you may have hung out with this morning during their coffee spot. Or if you tuned in on yesterday's keynote that Uniglobe Travel Center sponsored, you might already recognize April from UTC or from our Friday 15s. You might recognize her from a lot of places. So let me tell you a few things about Uniglobe. So they have 600 ICs in their network, and it's based out of Southern California with annual sales of $130 million. And the other thing that might pique your interest about this host agency is they have a 100% plan. So Mary found some time to meet up with April. Let's see what she has to say.
I am sitting with April Swales. April is the Director of Marketing and Sales with Uniglobe Travel Center, one of our Virtuoso host agencies. Hey, April, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. I'm doing well. I'm excited to pick your brain and learn some more about Uniglobe and see if you got your fans in the comments again this year like last year. So no pressure.
Right?
Yeah, make some noise. So we're starting now all of our interviews with folks telling a success story about an advisor and how you helped support them grow.
Okay, well, this is actually more of a story of all of our advisors because, you know, nobody was untouched by the pandemic. And one of the things that I thought about whenever this question was shown to me was, you know, like, how did we really inspire? How did we support? And whenever we were starting the pandemic, we had actually just begun a transition from one consortia over to Virtuoso. And when we made that switch to Virtuoso, it was almost like a light bulb went off. You know, we were all struggling. We were all disheartened by what we were seeing going on around the world. And suddenly we began to see hope in the eyes of our advisors again. And so, you know, when we made that change and we started to see our advisors get the support and the tools and the resources that they were really hoping they would have access to, we started to see a shift in their mindset about the way they were running their business, but also to like new goals. How did they want to, you know, shape their business around these new resources that they had available? So we started to see a lot more engagement. We started to see a lot more progress. And with the short time that we've been with Virtuoso, we've noticed that we've shot up to the top percentage of host agencies that work in that space. So our engagement's good. We're seeing our advisors grow faster than ever, and even the brand new people, we're starting to see them hit those goals much faster. So we felt like that was a good way for us to show that support when we listened to what they were needing and then made that switch.
Oh, I love that and how it impacts advisors at every stage of their career. That's really neat. So when an advisor signs on with Uniglobe, what are 3 of the top ways you support these new advisors from when they're onboarding with you until they make their first booking?
Well,
I would say that the collaboration is a huge part of it, because we have people that come in different phases. We have people that come in and have never worked in the travel industry. And then we have people that are transitioning their current business that they've had for years. So, listening to what they have to say about their needs helps us really shape what we're doing to fit. We can't fit everybody, right? So that assessment of where they are, and then understanding, really truly understanding what it is that they need, helps us either put them in place quickly or tell them right away, we can't do this for you, right? It's all about making sure that we really pay attention, so that, when we do have that collaboration, that everybody's on the same page, and that just saves everybody time.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes, definitely. Qualifying the advisors and making sure it's a great partnership, a two-way street.
Right. And it's nothing personal. Like, people ask me all the time, who's the best host agency? And they always expect me to say Uniglobe, right? But we might not be best for whatever it is, business-wise you want. That's what matters. So, helping people understand that I'm not trying to sell you to Uniglobe no matter what. It's all about, well, what's important to you? Can we do that?
Yes. Yeah. You can't accelerate success if it's not a good match. So, and there's lots of options out there, as we were learning during host week. So
yes, for sure.
Excellent. So I guess I guess it doesn't directly relate to that question, but our next question is, what are 3 of your core values, and how does it contribute to Uniglobe's culture?
Well, the collaboration for sure, because we feel like that's a strong indicator of how quickly someone will grow. But, the transparency of understanding what it really takes to get a travel business off the ground. And then I would say, support. Ongoing, we understand that when people come in, they're never going to really stop learning things. So how can we continue to facilitate that knowledge growth by giving people access to the supplier partners that they need help with, and understanding what tools and resources they can continue to lean on for growth or technology or whatever. But I would say if we had to sum it down to 3 words, it would be collaboration, it would be transparency, and support.
I love that. I guess it does actually kind of relate to what you were saying before, of just being like really direct and transparent with advisors from the get-go. So
yeah, there's no right or, well, I won't say there's no wrong ways to build a travel business, but there's a lot of right ways. There's a lot of right ways.
Yes, I like that. There's a lot of right ways. Focus on the positive there. So speaking of a lot of right ways to start a travel business, what we see from our surveys that one of the greatest challenges for advisors all across the board is finding new clients. And I'm wondering, what is your pro tip for advisors who struggle finding clients?
My pro tip would be to get crystal clear on who it is that you want to work with. Because once you have that answer first, the rest of it is much, much easier to come to. If you know that you want to serve a high-level executive over the age of 55 that is very busy, married, grown children, I'm just getting really specific here, and you can be as granular as you want to with it. But then you start to understand, once you build that avatar, where is this person? What kind of message resonates with that person? And then how can I craft a message that will reach that person? All right. So now you have all that figured out. Sometimes it's social media. Sometimes it's joining a local networking group in your city. Sometimes it's putting articles out on LinkedIn or writing a blog. I personally believe that your best marketing to getting clients is making people happy, because that repeat and referral business is going to be it's going to be slower, but that's a good, strong way to make sure that you have loyal customers and that you're working with the people that you actually want to. So getting really, really clear on who it is you want to serve is such a crucial first step to making the rest of it fall into place the way that it should.
Yeah, I love that tip, because if you can imagine a really specific avatar of your client when you're creating all that marketing material and blogs and whatnot, you know who you're speaking to, and you can make sure that that is going to resonate with the people that you want to attract to your business. I love that.
Right. And when you do attract the ideal customer and you enjoy working together, it's not a beat down. It's enjoyable, you know?
Yes.
So
yeah, I love
and
that.
we all deserve that as business owners. That's what we're looking for, is to enjoy what we do. So
Right. To feel like you're not working as much as possible. Well, so we're already at our fun question, April. And that question this year is, if Uniglobe were a game, what game would you be and why?
this was a hard one, not gonna lie. I decided to go with chess, even though I'm not a chess player. But both of my kids are chess players. And so I had talked to them about it and said, what do you think? The reason I thought chess was a good option is because, we teach people how to strategically grow their business. And it has to be with intent, and it has to be careful, and it has to be bold, and sometimes all of those things are important when you're playing chess, because you can't be afraid of taking risks, but you also have to weigh all the pros and cons. It's like you have to almost think 2 to 3 steps ahead of your opponent, and so, and that's a lot of what, planning itineraries is like, and getting a customer and putting a marketing plan in place. So I felt like chess was a good example of how we do things.
Oh, I love that answer. That's a cool one. Like the strategy, the thinking ahead, and yeah, that's a good one. I just imagine someone like playing 20 games of chess at the same time. Like,
I know, yeah. It sometimes feels that way whenever you've got, I've got somebody coming home tomorrow and then leaving tomorrow, and it's like, So, sometimes you do feel like you are literally playing with, like, I always think of those little, I shouldn't say little old ladies, but the sweet little ladies at the bingo parlor, and they got like 100 cards. And you're like, how do you keep up with all that? They do it though.
We don't keep up with it.
No, I know. It's like, do they really get bingo? I don't even care.
Oh, I love that. Well, it's nice to know that, you're at the helm and you're also booking travel and supporting clients. And so you're on both sides of this. And April, it has been so great to chat with you today. We will make sure that we'll put a link to Uniglobe's profile in the comments so people can go check out. And I know that they can, or check out Uniglobe, and I know that they can connect with you and schedule a time to chat if they want from your profile. So it's been great to chat, and they will continue the conversation from here.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. Uniglobe appreciates the opportunity, and we just treasure our value partnership with you guys. So thank you so much for everything you do, not just for us, but for the industry as a whole.
Oh, thank you, April. It's mutual.
Yes, thank you.
We will chat soon and continue on to our next Host Week activity. Bye, April.
Bye.
Thank you so much for joining us, April, and for all of your support during Host Week. We're so appreciative of it. I love those that are wondering why I have balloons moving around mysteriously around me. Those are the puppy balloons. We have the puppies marked so people can see when Fennec and Orion are in the room and when they're walking about. So I love the information that the hosts today and this week have shared about their programs, their tools, their cultures. Although if you are choosing a host right now, I am guessing that you might be feeling pretty overwhelmed. Am I right? There's so much great info, but there's so much of it. So if that is the case for you, make sure to check out our 7-day setup accelerator course. Stephanie from Pickles Travel Network mentioned it earlier, but we have an entire chapter of lessons and worksheets and brainstorming exercises dedicated to helping you find the best host agency for you. There's over 60 video lessons, and we'll help you take that seed of an idea that's right now into fruition so that you can open your agency doors quicker with the support of the HAR team, as well as all the other students within the course. Other thing to note about it is our Host Week special has 25% off the accelerator course if you sign on before February 16th. So make sure to take advantage of that. And then once you are ready and gone through the course, you'll be ready to sign on with a host. And that host might be our next guest and our last one, Departure Lounge. We'll link to their profile in the comments. And I am ready to hear what Mary can find out about them. Aren't you? So let's go out with a bang.
There
Mary.
It is Mary Stein, and we are back again and again and again and again because it's host week and we are doing our interviews with host agencies. And right now I'm sitting next to a man of the world. Keith Walden is the owner of Departure Lounge, and he is streaming from Italy right now. So I'm not jealous at all, but I'm go a little extra hard on you on the questions. So welcome, Keith.
Okay.
Much for chatting.
Ciao from Italy. Ciao from Tuscany.
Well, and I was actually just mentioning with Keith that Departure Lounge is one of the host agencies that can accept advisors from outside the US and Canada. So I look forward to learning more about Departure Lounge, the host agency of the world. So are you ready?
We are global. We're global at this point.
Okay. Well, I'll just jump into the questions then.
Okay.
So Keith, I'm wondering if you can please tell us a success story about an advisor and how you help them grow.
You know, the good thing about my job is I've got 220 bosses. Each one of my advisors is really one of my bosses. The good thing is I get to pick my bosses, so it makes it easier on me. But I would like to say with every single one, it thrills me that they are reaching their goals. But if I had to kind of go down to one story, it would be the newbies. You know, each year, like this past year, we took 35 brand new to industry, had never been a travel advisor before. And we have a very strong track record of helping the brand new advisors go from zero to $1 million producer within 2.5 to 3 years. Some much faster, but on averages by the third year, a full-time focused brand new to industry will be selling over $1 million. And we have a career path. We have a commission split agreement for new advisors, but once they do sell $1 million or more in a 12-month period, they can move to our flat fee program, pay a monthly flat fee, and keep 100% of their commission and fees. That is very satisfying to me to see people taking those steps, because it means that it's working and that we're the support that we're giving is helping them reach their goals. So I don't have just one story, but I've got a whole lot of people that are my bosses that are doing quite well.
I've never heard someone say good thing and 220 bosses in the same breath. So I feel like this is a groundbreaking interview.
It's crazy. And if you had told me 15 years ago that I would have 220 bosses and I would enjoy it, I would have really bet all the money in my pocket against that. But you know, I do enjoy it. I don't like to be bored, and it's definitely not boring. And it is very satisfying to see people reach their goals. And particularly, you know, I have a daughter, and to help women and diverse people, which we thankfully have a lot of diversity at Departure Lounge, it gives me a lot of satisfaction. This year at our annual meeting, which was our 10th anniversary meeting, on the last night, which is our award ceremony dinner, we allowed our advisors to bring their spouses or partners or plus ones that happened to be with them in Mexico for the meeting. And at the end of that night, one of my advisors came up and was very emotional and said how meaningful it was to her that her husband got to witness how awesome what she was doing is and how legitimate it is. And the emotion that was in that moment is something I'll never forget. And it was extremely satisfying to me that, you know, that was important to her. And that we had given an arena to showcase that. And so I just am thrilled. This is my 37th year in the business, and I can remember in the early days when travel agents didn't make much money. It was really thought of as more of a secondary income or a hobbyist. And now my advisors are killing it and making really good money. And so it really is a proud moment that we have evolved as an industry, at least enough that some host agencies have programs in place where you can really make this a great career with great money and great perks. So we've come a long way, I think.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I agree. I see that evolving in the industry as well. So now you get to ask you about your secret sauce, like how you get those advisors to hit that $1 million sales point in a year. So the next question is, what are 3 ways that you at the Partner Lounge support new advisors from when they sign on with you until they start making their first bookings?
Sure. Well, so we look for people that, number one, are kind. Like we have a conversation about kindness. I look for really people that are genuinely nice, which sounds maybe weird, but it's a key part of our culture. Then we look for people that are very well traveled at a luxury level on at least 3 continents, because in our line of business, the fact that you've been there and done some of that is going to help you get started if you are brand new. Then we look for skill sets. We look for your relationships with affluent households. So we need all 4 of those pillars to be in place for it to be a good fit for Departure Lounge. Once someone has that and they're coming on board, then we give them the keys to the kingdom. So we're in every preferred program that there is. We're Virtuoso. We have our own preferred program. So we give our advisors a true selling advantage in the marketplace for selling luxury, because they're able to add upgrades and perks across the board with the best brands in the business without the client paying extra for those. And that is truly the bait to get clients to engage in, originally. And then, of course, the client discovers that there's way more than just the perks. There's somebody who's watching out for them before, during, and after the trip, doing all the work, getting them recognized, making sure they're with the best providers, or staying at the best place. They're not relying on the internet, which can be vastly misleading. So advantage in the marketplace. Then we give them technology to make it super efficient and easy to do, from booking to tracking and getting paid. And so that is a key part. We have a technology suite that includes Travify, our booking platform with TravelWits that pulls all of our preferred programs into one place. So you can book into any of 33 preferred programs or Virtuoso rates or our own preferred program in one booking platform. And then we have the back office system, Xeon, which is the standard, the new standard in the industry for back office systems and tracking commissions. And then the third thing is community and culture. And, you know, we don't have a monetized training program. We do onboarding and we show you how to use all the platforms. But for well-traveled people, it's really just showing them, you know, a new way of doing what they've already been doing, with just better connections and resources and compensation. So it's not brain surgery. And since everything that we have is modern, it's easy to utilize. If you are a consumer that's, you know, comfortable using booking websites already, we're just giving you a different version of that has more bells and whistles, along with the ability to make money. But we take a group approach to mentoring. We do have a voluntary mentoring program where newbies can be placed with a veteran, and that's an 18-month commitment. There's no money involved. It's just a volunteering of time. I don't feel good as an agency owner taking people's money to train them, because also you would train them just one way. And in our business, there's many ways to be successful. There's many different work processes that are successful. But we do have the voluntary program. But for everybody joining us, whether they're brand new or they're a high producing veteran, we have a private Facebook group, which is a beehive of activity day and night, on different time zones and continents, of our advisors being very, very willing to help each other. And these are the best in the business helping each other. So they know exactly the status of a destination or a hotel or a resort, and who's going, what's going on, if the chef has left, if the room is tired, you know, or the commission is not being paid in a timely manner, all the things that an advisor needs to know on the spot with what they're working on in the moment. They've got a family of 220 advisors that are just as willing to be helpful as they are. So those are the key things that lift up somebody, whether it's somebody that's brand new or a super high producing veteran advisor, because we have both extremes joining us at a fairly good pace. We're adding averaging about 5 to 6 new advisors per month. And I have probably 20 or more that reach out every month that are interested. But we focus on the ones that are really the good fit for in both ways. We're a good fit for them and they're a good fit for us.
Nice. Yeah. So they bring the passion and the experience, and you provide the community and technology and just set them up to hit the ground running. I love that.
Yeah.
And that dovetails a little bit into our next question. And that is, what are the 3 core values for Departure Lounge, and how does that reflect in your company culture? And I feel like you've talked a little bit about this already, but
yeah. I mean, really, I don't know about 3. It's really one value equation, and that is truly kindness. Because if you've got that, and then you've got the travel experience that we look for, and you've got the skill sets that we look for, and you've got the connections to affluent households, kindness is the core. And so it's how we treat each other. It's how we treat our partners. When I sit down with an executive from a travel provider, the first thing that I hear is typically how much they enjoy working with my advisors. And then, of course, they enjoy the volume. These days, I'm hearing, you're our number 1 account, you're our number 2 account, you're our number 3 account. So that's also great to hear. But the first thing they say is how much they enjoy working with Departure Lounge advisors. It gives me so much satisfaction to hear that, because really it was year 5 when I got very clear on what the culture needed to be, and then made some changes to get in that lane. And then I've tried really, really hard with the help of a lot of people to stay in that lane. And that has been the best thing that we've ever done. So that culture of kindness is really, really important for Departure Lounge. And, ultimately, I'm not one of those people that's really driven by money. And so, and it needs to be more. And more meaningful. So when you've got that level of kindness, professionalism, friendship, it makes it worthwhile. All the different things that we get thrown at us and the challenges the world throws at us, then we can get through it together. And, I look back on how this team handled COVID in such a loving, proactive, active way.
Right.
And I mean, hopefully we never get tested like that again, but there will be, there'll be things that happen, wars and volcanoes or whatever, and things we probably don't even anticipate. But as long as you've got a great team and you're all in it together, then that creativity can rise to the creativity, and the camaraderie can help you through anything.
Yeah. And I appreciate that you're transparent about the fact that it took you some time to recognize what those core values were and to steer the ship, on course. And
hey, when you're starting a new business, and ours was such a new concept. It really started out as a storefront concept that was a coffee and wine bar that was also a travel agency. Today, 10 and a half years later, there is no coffee and wine bar anymore. We shut down our storefronts in January of this year because our business had just outgrown the need for those.
Right.
But they were fantastic for us. It was a great horse to ride for many years to develop our business. But in those first few years, you're just trying to figure it out and make a profit and keep the doors open. So by year 5, we were healthy enough that when the moment came, and there was a moment, that helped me realize I needed to focus and make some changes. And I look back on that now. That moment of year 5 and then the year of COVID of 2020 were the most important turning points for Departure Lounge. So I will always be thankful for both.
Yeah, I love that. Thanks for sharing that. Well, our last question before we get to the fun question is what's your pro tip for advisors who struggle finding clients? Do you have any kernel of wisdom for that?
Well, I talk to anybody that's new coming in the door. I tell them to make 2 lists. One is, of course, a list of the people that they have a trusted relationship with that they think are luxury travelers, and be as detailed with that list as possible. But then do a second list called the ambassador list, which are people that either love them or they're indebted to them because of maybe business that they give. It could be the person who cuts their hair or cleans their swimming pool, or it's their Aunt Martha. But these people are not luxury travelers, but they either love the advisor or they're indebted to them or both, and call that the ambassador list. And then we've crafted verbiage for both lists so that you can fully activate your personal network. So the first step is you want to fully activate your personal network, including your prospective clients and then the influencers, the ambassadors that really want to help you, but they're not your target client. After that, it's about networking. It's about getting creative within your community of where you're going to rub elbows with your target customer, which in our case is the 4 to 5 star level traveler. That could be through your kid's school. It could be through charitable organizations. It could be through neighborhood organizations. It could be through your alumni associations. And then social media and social media marketing are key today. With just the use of proper hashtags and geotags can get eyeballs onto your content that can lead to lucrative relationships. So there's a number of ways to do it. And the key thing is that I look for the advisor to have at least 20 households that they can identify that they already have a personal connection to, that they know are 4 to 5 star level travelers. If they've got that, that's a good foundation to start with. And then the referrals that can come just from starting there can also be pretty impressive.
Yeah, I love the idea of having a script for different kinds of markets. So until you kind of like embody it and kind of know it by heart and kind of adapt the script to your own self and then have the process from there. Yeah. That sounds very concrete.
The other thing is to not be scared to launch yourself, because in the role of a travel advisor, some people think, oh my gosh, I need to know the whole world before I can launch myself. And the reality is there's not one human on this planet that knows the whole world in this moment. Just because you were somewhere 12 years ago does not mean you know that place today. Thankfully, we have people on the ground there right now that do know exactly what's going on, and we can connect you with those people. So you do not have to know the whole world. You just have to know where to find the current information on the destination that you're looking at. So, I coach the newbies on that a lot because they get scared that they don't know enough. And I'm like, plenty, the thing is to know how to access all the right information and trusted partners. And thankfully, we're very fortunate to have amazing partners and all the best places on the planet.
That's wonderful. I love it. All right, Keith. So it is time. We have come to the fun question. And this is either the easiest question or the hardest question for folks. So that question this year is, if Departure Lounge were a game, what game would it be and why?
Gosh, part of me said backgammon because it's strategic and anybody can play. And the more you do it, the more you learn and the better you can be. And then part of, this past year or the past 2 years with the amount of travel that we booked, because this year we doubled our sales from last year, which was literally doubling of our entire sales volume in 1 year. So the other game that came to mind was Twister, because it felt like a game of Twister at times, and we did manage to have fun during the whole thing. So somewhere between backgammon and Twister, I think.
I love that. Is like quite the spectrum that you have there. Backgammon and Twister.
Yeah.
Oh,
not at the same time.
I love that. That's awesome. Well, Keith, thank you so much for joining us today. And
my pleasure.
We will be sure to link you up so folks can find your profile on the site. And I hope we see each other soon and enjoy your time in Italy. That's amazing. We'll see you soon.
Great 2024.
Thanks. You too, Keith.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Wow. Departure Lounge was the perfect host to end our interviews with because we have a newly made up game, Twister Gammon. Keith, thank you so much for joining us in the comments as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the home stretch. Thank you so much for joining us for the ride so far and tuning in for Host Week. It is not often that you see an event like event of this size for free in the industry, and our sponsors are part of what makes that happen. So we're incredibly grateful for the support of our weekly sponsors, KHM Travel Group, Lavarte Travel, Lucia, Globus Family of Brands, and Oasis Travel Network. And we are also grateful for all of you tuning in and keeping us company all week. I really do start to go crazy when there's no comments in there because I start losing touch with reality when I talk to a camera all day. So that is a wrap for our Meet the Hosts for the year. And I want to combat that depressing news with some uplifting news. So we just got word from ASTA, and that's the American Society of Travel Advisors, which is our national trade organization that represents travel advisors over in Washington, D.C. And they are offering a $50 off for new or renewal memberships through the end of February if you use the HAR code. Here's the catch. The other thing to note, because we did not coordinate this, obviously we're Friday at 3 p.m. We're just announcing this special. We did not coordinate, and they unfortunately are doing some e-commerce fixing on their site, and you can't buy anything on their site until February 12th. And so mark your calendars to get that ASTA membership starting February 12th using the HAR code, and you can check out the specials page for more details on what exactly the code is, because I cannot remember it at the moment. All right, we're going to take a very quick break with some of you and your office mascot photos that you sent in. So we will be back in a jiffy for our Luminary Awards ceremony, where we will be recognizing the best of the best host agencies of this year. They're a way that we recognize hosts that have worked really, really hard to support the hosted advisor community. And they also ensure that advisors that are coming to our site have a great experience, a positive experience, and can get to know the hosts that we have listed. And I am not joking when I say you do not want to miss the Luminary Awards ceremony. The HAR team and the South Alumni Band may have had way too much fun with it. So we will see you in a few, and enjoy the pet pictures. Welcome back, everybody. This is the HAR team's favorite session of the week. It's like the capstone of Host Week. If you haven't heard, the Luminary Awards are the best of the best host agencies out there. They are the engaged hosts who are responsive with HAR readers that really make HAR such a valuable resource. So we have 4 awards possible, and we'll break down each one of them and unveil the winners for you. And then we will do our big hurrah. And there is one final award. It is called our Galaxy Award. And that is for host agencies that have received all 4 Luminary Awards. And then they get this big Galaxy Award. So we want every host to be able to participate, and this is not paid that they're being in here. We want everyone to be able to participate and to recognize the people that are putting in the effort. So we have different eligibility requirements for our Luminary Awards depending on a host agency size. I don't want to bore you right now with all the tiers and the requirements, but if you're looking for more info on it, you can go to har.news/besthost to look up more info. And what I love about our Luminary Awards this year is that so many hosts have won awards. And to me, that is a sign that this amazing and fast growing segment of hosted advisors has a ton of support to lean on. Yay. And we created Host Week to help advisors find a host that is perfect for them. But I have to tell you, I do not envy all of you out there that are searching for your forever host right now after listening to all the fantastic host interviews this week. The Luminary Awards are just one small way for HAR to recognize our very most engaged host agencies. And here is a fun fact. This was added, I actually can't remember, maybe a couple months ago, but you can actually see the hosts that won the Luminary Awards all year long because they have Luminary badges up on their profile. And you can go on the host agency list in the more filters section. There is a checkbox for Luminary Awards winner, and that will show you everybody that has won a Luminary Award this year. And again, you can visit our blog post that highlights and tells you more about the Luminary Awards at har.news/besthost. But before we launch into the awards ceremony, we have a tradition here at HAR where we put the HAR team in the hot seat, and it's a very hot seat, to answer the fun question, because it's only fair, right? So if the host agency, let's bring the host agency crew on. Hello, everybody. We haven't seen each other on screen at all. This is weird.
Hi.
Are you real? All right. We've got a question for you. If host agency reviews were a game, what game would we be and why?
Okay, I'm gonna start feeling this one. We have an unfair advantage because I've heard everyone's answers from the host.
Oh, you're right.
But one of the games that came up for me is a card game called Nerds. I don't know if anyone out there has played Nerds before, but basically any number of people can play. You can have 2 people, you can have 20 people. So I love that inclusivity. Anyone can play. Also, everyone has their own deck of cards, and it's like a fast-paced solitaire game. So you might think solitaire boring, but no, this is like very active, very fast-moving. And one of the things that I think, yes, it's so fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, it maybe causes like I'm not going to say brawls, but it's like it gets so exciting. There's so much energy. Also, I'm part of the course for the HAR crew, and one of my favorite things about Nerds is that no matter what hand you're dealt, you're always building off of everyone else's piles. So even though there's like a winner, it's because of the work that everyone else has been doing. So that's one of the games that came to my mind. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think?
Tough to beat that one, Mary.
It's really hard to beat that one. I might just jump on your team, Mary. I'm just going to say, just going to say.
Well, it's kind of like everyone playing feels like a team.
It's super collaborative. I love that. And that is definitely squared with my experience working with you guys. So just going to say that.
Yes, I have.
Wild. It always gets like
especially during host week, maybe.
Oh, especially during host week.
Yeah,
I was going to say that fast-paced. Boom, boom.
Yep. We used to play that game, and that's NERTS for those that have never heard of it. I'm kind of wondering if it's a regional game, but Nerds, we used to play up at our cabin, and I can tell you, like, cards are literally flying and dropping on the ground. And so I feel like that also fits in with kind of our host week experience when the stream drops. You just pick that right back up and keep playing.
There you go.
So, well, that is perfect. Thank you, ladies. I just have to say why I have everyone on the screen, and Juan is behind the screen because he is always working and making things so magical. But I just have to say I couldn't have asked for a better team to work with during host week through everything. So these ladies on the screen and Juan behind the scenes have just been fabulous. So thank you.
Y'all are amazing.
Well, I think I have learned a lot about my team. I couldn't talk or I could talk about games forever. And actually, I couldn't because my brain is dead because it's Friday afternoon on host week. But it is time for us to get into the awards. And it's time for us to give these hardworking host agencies some love. So what we're going to do is each one of us is going to describe one of the awards, and then we'll present the awards. We have a little video. And I'm going to kick things off with the Nebula Award. So Mary has written up this fun copy for us. So I'm going to say it really excitingly. The Nebula Award is for receiving new reviews on the site over the year. If you see that beauteous badge to the left, which there isn't one there, but pretend there is. If you see that beauteous badge to the left on a profile, it means they are attracting happy new advisors. So let's see who won the Nebula Award this year. Well, that was amazing. I think what we should do, I'm going to pass this off to the other team members, but I think you need to read it in a really fun and engaging voice that's super over the top, because our Luminary Awards are always over the top. So, Mary, I'm going to pass it off to you.
I'll try to be as exciting as possible. I usually ad-lib a little bit on a script, but I'm going to jump in on the Constellation Awards. So the Constellation Award is awarded to the hosts who engage on their profiles. What does that mean? That means that when you submit a question or when you submit a review, the host sees that and they're responding to your communications on the profiles and on the site. And how do you know that they're engaged and they're responding to this? Well, it's because they have a Constellation badge on the profile. So next slideshow, we're going to show those hosts who are super fabo at engaging with the advisors on the HAR site. Juan, take it away.
All right, Abby, I think this one is yours.
Woohoo! All right. So next up, we have the Supernova Award. My 8-year-old son, who's obsessed with space, would love this award. Sometimes a star gets so big and so bright, it's about to explode. That sums up our Supernova Awards. Its criteria: recognize the best host agencies in 2024 that have a 4.0 or higher average star rating. Those stars matter. It could become a supernova, you never know. Also, they have received at least one new review the previous year. And you'll also see those badges. So without further ado, let's see the winners of this year's Supernova Award.
Congrats to those host agents. Rita, you're back already. Wow, that was so quick. She's doing double time right now. She is onboarding the people that are coming on for the EDUSPOTS in between this. So how is that for nerds like? I love it. So I'm not sure, Rita or Mary, whichever one wants to take the data scientist award, go for it.
I'm sorry, Rita, I'm taking it. I'm taking it because the data scientist award is near and dear to my heart. We love data here at Host Agency Reviews. Let's talk about it. I see you in the comments lighting up whenever we talk about data numbers too. So I know you love data too. Anyways, so we host a survey every year and we get amazing reports and information from this survey, but this information doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from our host agency partners who help promote our survey and push it to their IC networks. So the Data Scientist Award is for those host agencies who help us reach their networks so we can get the best data possible. And oh man, it's pretty data. Thank you. Thank you so much, Data Scientist Award winners. Look for that badge on their site, and you're going to hear about the survey from them in a couple of months. So Juan, cue the Data Scientist Award, please.
All right. Last but not least at all. And in fact, some might say that these are the best of all because we have our Galaxy Award winners, and the few agencies that have won this award deserve something like super, not just a little bit extra special, but super special. And we have that for you. So we want you to sit back, relax, and get ready to have some fun with the HAR team and the South High Alumni Band. Juan, the music, please. So we've been practicing that all morning. The Galaxy Award is for those who have gone the extra mile. We are so proud of them. We had so much fun with this. Thank you so much for joining us. They have won an award in every one of our categories listed. We also, I don't know, hold on, I have to pull this up. I don't know if you're appreciating our planter disco balls, but the winners of the Galaxy Award won these. And then we have, do you want to lower it down for a sec? We have Jimmy rigged these different things. This is with a broomstick, and we've all come up with our different contraptions. So we hope you enjoyed the fun we had with our Galaxy Awards. That wraps things up. Make sure to check them out. You can again check out the Luminary Awards in the host agency list, and then you can filter by those that have won a Luminary Award. And we will link to, again, the Luminary Award article in the comments once we get our helmets off and that sort of thing. So we are going to take a pretty quick break. This is not your average award ceremony. And one of the best things about it, what's that? Oh, Juan's reminding me in my ear, we forgot to play the Galaxy Award video. I was so excited about this choreographing. I forgot about the video. Play the video, Juan. Thank God he's here. Oops. All right. So what did you all think? Yeah, that was pretty fun. One of my favorite things about the Luminary Awards, of course, besides the choreographing, last minute choreographing we were doing this morning and trying to explain it to Juan, who was like, I'm sorry I missed that. Can you get that to me one more time? is we have so much fun seeing the hosts that have the pictures that they send in. And through the years, people have had so much fun with it. So a hearty congrats again to all of the winners out there. And if you're watching this and you're thinking, my host is awesome and they should have received one, we totally agree. And they definitely can. So again, the contest is available to all the hosts on the site. And we're going to put the link in the comments when we get off with our helmets on the criteria that we use when we're choosing our Luminary Awards. So just a quick thank you to the team again. Thanks for coming on, and we're going to get things going again. All right. I'm turning back into my IC. It gets a little steamy inside those helmets. So we are in the home stretch. It is hard to believe, but all we have left is 3 EDUSPOTS and then our giveaways before we wrap up host week. And kicking off today's EDUSPOT is Jen Lee, who is also has like the most amazing name because Jen Lee, Steph Lee, we both have these short, everybody calls us by our full names. And she is going to teach us how to create meaningful connection. Here's a little bio about Jen. Jen Lee is known as a straightforward and energetic voice in the industry. She isn't shy about her obsession with helping travel advisors build their empires, and her advice is always spot on and relevant. When she's not working, you'll find her cheering on Bama football, and that's all in capitals. I don't know if that's normally supposed to be like that or if that's just her excitement. Playing with her grandchildren, Eliza and Edison, and enjoying life with friends and a nice Pinot Grigio. Jen, come hang out with us. Where's your helmet?
I had no idea I was supposed to do a helmet, so I'm a little embarrassed. Hold on. I got to go into present mode. Stand by. Hold on. I'm doing something new. I'm trying to be fancy. I had no idea I was supposed to have a helmet.
I'm
you
sorry.
need to let me know these things ahead of time, young lady.
I know. Next time I'm just going to send you a box and you're going to be like, what is this? Oh, it's from Steph. Well, I'm going to let you take it away, lady.
Oh, good. Thank you guys so very much. And when Steph and I connected earlier this year to talk about host week, or last year, I should say late last year, I said, you know what, here is the one thing that I definitely want to share. And Steph, can everybody see my screen? Are they able to see my slides? Yes. Okay, good. Was curating a loyal fan base. And I'm going to ask everyone to like participate with me while I'm talking. Okay, guys? So have you ever encountered a situation where you have worked with a client before, they've hired you as as a travel advisor, but then like months later you see them traveling and you realize you're not the one that actually booked that travel? Anybody ever encounter that? Have you ever encountered a situation where your friends say, absolutely, I'm going to hire you or, utilize your services, but they don't? Has anybody ever encountered that? Now, Steph, I can't see the comments, but I'm hoping people are typing in right now. Yeah, they have, right? And what's happening is people think folks are loyal because they're just friends, because they're already their customers. And in reality, loyalty has to go a couple of levels deeper. And I'm going to show you today exactly how to make that happen. So I have a question for you, Steph, as well as everybody else. Why do you think customers are not loyal? Why do you think that is, Steph?
Oh, Jenna, do you want me in on this?
Yeah, hello.
Well,
we're live. Why would I not want you in on it? So why do you think customers aren't loyal? And if anyone's watching live, please type in the chat. Why do you think? So many people think it's because of price. Why do you think people like switch and go to somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think people aren't loyal because you're not top of mind. I literally have a list on my phone of my friends because I forget.
Yeah. And that is so very true. Even if you've done a really great job. Steph, I'm not sure if you can see the chat right now on the YouTube, but I'm hoping people are typing in why they think folks aren't loyal. And what I usually hear is, oh, they're looking for the best price. Or, oh, they met somebody else at a networking event and so they decided to do business with them. So not sure if that's what's in there. But here's the reality. Here's the reality. The reason why people are not loyal, it's so simple. Customers believe you don't care about them. So in a survey with Visual Capitalist last year, why customers stop using your service It has nothing to do with being dissatisfied with your service, nothing really to do with customers persuaded to go to a competitor. They find a friend to provide the service, which, by the way, that means you shouldn't say, hey, I'm your friend, you should hire me as your travel advisor. That doesn't work. Customer moves away, and then I just love the 1%, the customer dies. That's why they decided not to use your service anymore. Well, they're not using anybody's services at this point, except for possibly the good Lord above. But 68% of people say the reason why they stop using somebody's service is because they believe you don't care about them. And you know what? That's the easiest thing to fix of all. So really, the way I look at loyalty is long-term loyalty is achieved through a real and ongoing connection. Would you agree with me on that, Steph? Is it possible that loyalty has nothing to do with price, nothing to do with top of mind, even though that is very important, but top of mind only comes when you have a real connection. And so I'm going to share with you guys really 3 things that you may or may not have thought about that will help you create that real and authentic long-term connection. Part of it is you walking up and saying, you know what, these people get me. They totally get me. I'm a Delta fan. Everybody knows I'm a Delta fan. And as a Delta fan, even when they lose my luggage on an 8-day cruise where I had no luggage, they had this new valet service where they delivered the luggage after the fact. Guess what? I still am committed to Delta. So why am I committed? Because I get them or they get me. So Steph, can they see me and the slides or just the slides?
They sure can see both.
Whew, hopefully I don't have any spinach in my teeth. Who's ever gone on a Zoom and then realized maybe there's lipstick? Okay, so you get me, right? So I'm going to share with you 3 things. First off is your personal encounters. One of the biggest things that I find that advisors and really anybody in sales is they assume everybody is just like them. And in reality, folks connect with other folks that understand them. And at the core of it all is that they understand what motivates them to make a decision. So now at this point, I'm hoping I did last year's host week. I did an entire session on personality motivators, and I've asked Rita to possibly have that link to put in the chat. But if it doesn't show up, you can send me an email and I'll give you my info at the end. So I'm going to quickly go over personalities. Basically, all of us have 2 of the 4 core personalities. And if we are one personality, but we treat somebody else like our personality, but they're completely different, you're going to mess it up and you're not going to connect. It creates friction. So I wanted you to slow down for a moment and say, I wanted to kind of overview this. There are 4 personalities: a bull, an owl, a lamb, and a tiger. The bulls, these are your fast-paced, do it for me, in your face kind of personalities. When you connect with them, you have to understand, for them to connect with you where they say, oh, good, she gets me or he gets me, you have to understand prestige is important to them. They're very fast-paced. They usually interrupt you, let them interrupt you, and they want you to do it for them. So understand that personality. The second personality is the owl personality. And I'm only going to briefly go over these because I have a whole nother thing on it. But owls, their main motivator is they want you to help them not make a mistake. That is your whole thing. If you tell them through this process, I'm going to walk you step by step and we are not going to make a mistake, they are going to trust you and connect with you. They don't want to make a mistake and they want you to give them all the info. A bull doesn't want any of the info. They just want the end result. They want to know what seat they're flying in on first class, and they want to make sure that they're in the best hotel. Owls want everything. Lambs, this helps you connect with a lamb. Don't ever talk to a lamb. A lamb personality is someone who cares about everybody else. Their motivation is to make sure everybody in their world is taken care of. So you understanding and altering your verbiage, your sales process, even in the way you market. And again, more details later. Lambs, you have to understand, lambs take care of others that are important to me. That is their motivator. If you understand that about them, if you identify that you're talking to a lamb, that is how you connect with them. I know this trip is super important to your family. It sounds like your teenagers aren't getting along. Let's see if we can figure this out together. You get them. When you understand their personality and you talk to them in their language, You make a long-term connection. They immediately say, great, she gets me, he gets me. Then the last one is a tiger who doesn't even remember they had the conversation with you. I'm kind of a tiger. So Steph and I are very much tigers, only Steph is very much kind of like, she loves everybody. So she's like a lamb tiger. She's very odd. It's a very odd combination, but it's like she wants everyone to be successful, but she is super happy, right? Tigers are all about let's have fun. They want you to handle them. If you say, I get you, I got you, don't worry about it, and you're texting them, now turn left at the corner. This is the way it is. This is how you create that connection. And the connection is what creates loyalty, guys. Connection 100% is the key to loyalty. Connection and consistency. So bulls, owls, lambs, and tigers. Steph, can you see if Rita was able to put that link up there in the chat?
I am doing it myself right now, Jen.
Well, look at you, girlfriend, making it happen. She is multitasking. I really dive deep into this, guys. So we're really talking about loyalty. How do you create a loyalty, a long-term customer loyalty? It's truly through connection. So this is one way. Understanding everyone's got a different personality, different motivators, adjust or at least understand, and that will make a connection. The next connection, guys, is your brand promise. Now, I want you to think about this. The brands that you love, the brands that you are completely loyal to. I want you to write that down right now as we're talking. Who is it that you love? Is it Target? Is it Starbucks? Is it your hairdresser? My hairdresser is somebody that I literally drive over an hour every 5 to 6 weeks. Got to do it tomorrow. Every 5 to 6 weeks to be with her because she honors her brand promise. Let's think about this. I want you to write down, how do you want others to see you? I want you to think about 3 adjectives. They're actually, we kind of refer to them as your brand attributes. Write down 3 adjectives that you want your customers to think about for you. When they think about your agency, when they think about you as a travel advisor who serves them, what are the 3 adjectives that you want? Write that down right now. Now, the second question is, are you proving them right or are you proving them wrong? When someone says, I'm here for you no matter what, but you have an out of office email signature that says, I'll get back with you in 48 to 72 hours because I'm working on somebody else, you're not for them all the time. When you say, hey, listen, I only handle so many clients a year. And when I do, it's because I'm really taking great care of them. But yet they see on Facebook, you're over here, you're over there, you're selling this, you're selling that. You've broken your brand promise. When you say that I really cater to the luxury, premium, I take care of it all, consumer, but you're posting things that are not perceived as luxury, when your website is outdated, when your LinkedIn is not up and going, you have broken your brand promise. Loyalty happens through consistency. So you have to look at that. So if those 3 adjectives or 4 or 5 adjectives, your attributes of your brand, are you proving them right or are you proving them wrong? Right? Then the third thing for you to remember in the brand promise, and I've said this a couple of times, is consistency creates confidence and comfortability. Think about it. When a brand is consistent with you, you feel confident. You're able to sit in your space. It doesn't feel good if, I'm going to go back to Delta. It doesn't feel good if Delta tells me if you buy the executive membership to get into the club so that you can get 2 people in. If every other time I go to a club, Atlanta says, oh, you can only get 1 person, and Detroit says you can get 2 people in, I'm not going to remain loyal. I want you to think about that, guys. Loyalty comes from consistency and connection. I know I'm talking really fast. I don't even know how much time I have. I just want to get this all out. Then, now, guys, I want you to think, let's take this back because you are a consumer as well. So I want you to think about a time when you were asked for feedback or for your opinion. How did that make you feel? When a brand celebrated you, maybe they retweeted something you tweeted because you tagged them. Maybe a brand said, hey, thank you. I see that you've just started sailing with us. Or I see as an advisor, let's just use any brand, somebody who's put your picture up when you walk into the office. We had an advisor who was not an advisor of ours come in, and we do this for everybody who comes to visit us at TPI. We always put their face and their name, like, welcome, we can't wait to see you, Steph. We find a fun picture, we put your name up, and when you walk into our offices, because we don't get a lot of visitors, we're just working away. But when you walk into our offices in Maitland, you see your face. How does that make you feel? Right? Did we do anything different? And it's not a strategy. It's just, we really care, right? And I'm going to talk about that in a moment. So think about a brand that really celebrates you, whether it's publicly, personally. Think about a time when you received a personalized message from somebody. How did that make you feel? There's a difference between a text message that comes to you that says, hey, I hope you're having a great day. I was thinking about you. And a text message that says, hey, I see your son just graduated. I loved your dress in that picture. Which one feels more connectivity? Which brand is more connected to who you are? So think about it from a consumer standpoint. So often we get mad because people aren't loyal to us because, by golly, I did a great job. Who cares? You're only as important as you make somebody else feel, right? So, all right. I don't know. Do we have any questions? Or people like going, this woman's crazy? What's happening out there, Steph? I can't see.
There's a lot of this woman is crazy, Jen.
There is? Gosh darn it. I get it every single time. Darn it.
I know. I get it too. They're like, what's going on?
But these are the things as a business owner, guys, as a business owner, which every single one of you are, if you're an advisor and you don't work for an agency where you're an employee, you own your own business. If you're an independent contractor, and I hate that word IC, it's like fingernails on a chalkboard for me, but understand you are your own brand. And if you're selling under somebody else's brand, you're still your own brand within the brand. You as a human are still the brand. So I'm hoping people are getting something out of this. Now,
people are loving it, Jen. Just, I'm giving you feedback, lots of love. And
okay, good. Because anyone who knows me knows that I have a very fragile ego. And if they do not say things nice to me, I'm going to crawl up in a ball. Now, the third thing is everybody wants to be part of one another's story. I did a whole webinar about reviews and referrals. And one of the things that I find that a lot of advisors struggle with is asking for reviews. And I'm going to tell you something. When you do not ask somebody for the review in a meaningful way, not some stupid automation email that goes out to everybody that is very generic. Remember, consumers are smart. And especially with AI, we are customizing everything. You have to give people an opportunity to be part of your success story. Dan Pink, does anybody know who Dan Pink is? He has the 3 basic motivators that people have intuitively as human beings. And he positions it in a business standpoint. But one of the things that he talks about is that one of our core motivators is that we want to be part of something that's bigger than ourselves. And we want to know that what we do matters. So when you ask somebody for a review or for a referral or to tag you, you want to position it as it matters. It matters not only to you personally in your business, but it matters to other people out there. And go back to those personality traits. When you ask a bull, hey, would you mind leaving me a review? You adjust it and you say, hey, listen, I know you did a kick butt job. You were the first person I ever sent to Santorini, Greece. I know there's other people out there who want to go. Would you mind just leaving a quick review and tell the really cool things that I was able to do for you? That person's going to say, absolutely. I want my name and lights. It's prestige and status. So again, I only have a short period of time to kind of basically help you understand what curating a loyal fan base is. But guys, it all bottom lines to connection and understanding we all want to be part of one another's story. So back when I said, remember a time when somebody asked you for something, you didn't say, what's in it for me? You said, absolutely, let me provide you some feedback. Why? Because you like to be part of somebody else's story. You want to be part of something that is bigger than yourselves. You want to feel that what you do matters. Help your customers do that. When they do that, they now are part of your story. So it's a collective loyalty story. Be part of their story. Follow them on social media. Make sure you give shout outs to your clients. recognition, responsiveness, specificity when connecting. I'm not a big believer in saying, hey, I'm just checking in on you. What are you, the doctor? You're the mother? You're the grandmother? No. Hey, I'm calling because I've been thinking about you. And the reason I thought about you is because I just saw a presentation about Alaska. And I remember you saying how much your kids wanted to go to Alaska. That's what you say to the lamb. Then they want to be part of your story. See how much you are doing for them. You're part of their story. They want to be part of your story. As a human, we want to help others succeed. So go ahead and ask for those reviews. Make sure when you're collaborating with them, you're not saying, hey, do you know anybody who wants to go on a trip? No, instead, dive deeper into referrals, share their success story, talk about how they were a family of 4 with 2 teenagers who weren't getting along any longer, but the family said, listen, let's go on vacation. And you understanding that the boy and the girl teenager weren't getting along. And so therefore you picked the perfect resort, which forced them to do some sort of trust fall exercise. I'm making it up. But you know what I mean? That's what happens. And then update them on your business, guys. They want to be part of your success story. They want to know how you are doing. Because in reality, when they do business, especially with a small business owner, they want to see that what they've done, how they've contributed, even if it's just by purchasing something through you, they want to know that they are part of that success. Make sense? How many times have you guys seen something that it's like McDonald's served 39 million hamburgers? Well, gosh darn it, I'm at least 1,000 of those 39 million. And I like to hear that. And so in recap, the truths that I want you to really own, guys, and understand, long-term loyalty comes from connection. Let's think about this. Your business longevity relies on loyalty. That's how important it is. And loyalty is achieved through real and ongoing connections. And connections only happen when you achieve that you get me, right? And then consistency, which is that brand promise, breeds confidence. And with that confidence, people go, okay, I feel comfortable. I'm confident in this brand. Therefore, I want to know it better. I want to refer others to it. And to remember at the very end, we are all motivated to be part of a story, not just ours, but everybody else's. I have no idea how long I talked. I wanted to get everything in.
Well, you did a great job, Jen. We did have one question that come in, but I don't know if we're going to have time for it. I do want to say that if you missed Jen's with Travel Planners International, if you missed their host interview earlier this week, tune in for it. Jen, do you remember which day you're on? I can't remember off the top of my head.
No idea.
Okay.
Tuesday?
Possibly Tuesday. We'll put the link in the comments, but I know as part of the Host Week special, you had added that if people join Travel Planners International, they get a free ASTA membership. Is that correct?
That is correct. We will pay for the first year of ASTA membership for you.
So if you were looking at the ASTA special that just came in and you were possibly thinking about Travel Planners International, that might be kind of a deciding factor that you're going to be getting that $150 value, or I'm not exactly sure exactly how much the memberships are.
It's like a $210 value.
But then we've got our $50 coupon, Jen.
Whatever. I'm paying the whole darn thing. I'm paying the whole darn thing for them because we believe in ASTA so much. But guys, here's the thing. I want to leave you with this. What you do is so very important to the sanity of the world. You are not booking travel, guys. If you are watching this and you're still fairly new, understand what you do matters. And so if you want to continue this conversation with me, I'm not the salesperson, but if you want to continue this conversation with me and find out more, feel free to email me. I've got my email address up here. Or gosh darn it, just join the Fiercely Forward Travel. It's got everybody. It's not TPI. It's nothing to do with TPI. Join that Facebook group as well. It's not enough time for me to talk. But that's okay, I guess.
Well, Jen, thank you so much for coming on. Lots of love for you in the comments. I know Tammy's in the comments from TPI as well. But if you have time, there is a question in there, a great question from Jennifer, if you can pop in and answer that for her.
Sure, be happy to.
Perfect. Well, as lovely to see you as always. Thank you so much for coming on. Next up, we have Aubrey Jackson. But first, we're going to hear a quick intro from our EDUSPOT sponsor today, Fora. who had their host interview earlier today for those interested in learning a little bit more about that. And I'm going to pass it off to Henley, and we'll get Aubrey introduced and get into things.
Hi, I'm Henley. I'm thrilled to introduce Aubrey Jackson, who's leading the session today. Aubrey is one of our Fora advisors based in Houston. She joined in December of 2022. Happy first birthday, Aubrey, and is a former TV journalist who turned luxury travel agent. So Aubrey's 10 years of journalistic experience and love of travel serve as the perfect ingredients for content creation success. The TV news anchor turned luxury travel specialist discovered organic marketing success by creating content that tells stories of destinations she highlights, further educating her online audience while enlightening her clients. We love content as a tool for marketing. It's a big part of our business model. When you sign up as a Fora advisor, from day one, you get access to content creation tools that help you peacock your travel knowledge. Collectively, our advisors' trip reports and guides brought in $3 million in bookings last year. We've done some heavy lifting to make it easy for you to promote yourself to your personal network and the network of your network and so forth. Aubrey will cover what's worked for her in today's session, but we know that marketing solutions aren't one size fits all. As a Fora advisor, our training program also does a deep dive on how to market yourself so that you can set up a system that works for you. And we have ongoing office hours so that you can level up your strategy with experts on your side. Our marketing resources, tools, and training are proven methods for you to build the bulk of your business through marketing. Go to foratravel.com/hostweek and use code HOSTWEEK to skip the waitlist and sign up as a Fora advisor today.
Well, thank you so much, Henley. That was fantastic. I would love to give you a quick bio, everybody, on Aubrey, and then we'll bring her out on the stage to share her wisdom. So Aubrey Jackson is a former news anchor turned luxury travel specialist with an expertise in luxury leisure travel, both domestic and international. Aubrey prides herself on crafting trips for clients that have elements of adventure, luxury, and memory-making moments that the clients will relish for a lifetime. And I, myself, am so curious to hear how her news background has helped her convert clients from social. So welcome, Aubrey. So great to have you on.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me.
Great to see you. Oh, this is perfect. I was going to say the mic is all yours, and then there's the mics on the screen. So
right?
I'm going to toss it over to you.
Awesome. Well, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much. And I'm very excited to share because I know that my story is a very unique one. A lot of times people who hear about a news anchor, there's a lot of different ways that someone could go when it comes to their career. And I've just always had a love for travel that this was the most organic. So we're going to talk about story selling. Kind of funny because it's a take on storytelling. So this is basically you utilizing your natural ability to tell a story because we all do it, no different than when you're talking over a brunch, hang out with your friends, or just telling a story to a family member or anything. We already have the ability to tell a story. So why not use it as a sales strategy in order to build that like, no trust that we need to get a person to convert, but also to create a level of comfortability between yourselves and the potential lead. So we're going to call it story selling. So a little bit about me, as she mentioned, I am a news anchor and reporter. I was in the industry for about 10 years, and I got out of that and went into travel writing. So my work has been featured in Matador and BuzzFeed. And then I also am a travel agent with Fora. And it was really organic for me to work with Fora just because all I've ever known how to do is to share stories and create content. So it felt like it was a really great move to go from what I was doing professionally to an agency that really prides itself and celebrates content creation. So that was really great. So let's take a look. Here are some examples. My platform of choice is TikTok. It's pretty good for me being a millennial. And the things that I keep in mind whenever I'm making content that I know I want to use as a conversion tool is I want it to be something that inspires a person to buy, i.e. these travel must-haves, which got 1.6 million views. And it's literally me just sharing the items that I swear by and that I travel with. That's building that like, no trust. And the the one thing that's worked really well for me, even on my Amazon storefront, is the luggage case covers. Like they're not even $20, but I got a lot of people to go and buy them and it worked out great. And then in turn, they'll think about me and they come back and they're like, hey, I actually have a question about getting a visa for Brazil. And I saw your TikTok. So it all works out. It's this never ending funnel of what could happen by just sharing your organic truth and how it works for people to come back because they know, and they trust you. Another one is to educate. And that is where my know before you go type of content comes into play, which is me taking an ode from my storytelling background of being in media, because everything that I touched had to inform and educate in some way. And so it's natural for me to put this type of content together where I'm telling someone entry requirements before they go, or custom information, or just cool things to do when you're in that destination. And I'm limited to about a minute, maybe 60 seconds, which is no different than my time limits when I was in TV. So it's all organic, and it's similar to what I was doing before. But I wanted to play a quick clip from my Tokyo content, which has been my best performing in regard to the conversion, because me sharing my trip to Tokyo did so well. It brought me about 7 leads, all with a budget of about $4,200 to $7,800. And it's been really great conversion wise for me. And it's folks who literally look at this and say, oh, she looks like me, or she went solo. And it's been a nice myriad of different people who've come out and said to me like, hey, I want to go to Tokyo. I want to learn a little bit more about it. And so I just wanted to show you what that content looks like, where I'm sharing my organic, authentic truth and how it's been able to convert. Things to know before you go, Tokyo edition. Would I visit Japan again as a Black woman? Yes, I never felt unwelcomed or experienced any levels of racism. I might have gotten stares because I looked different, but no one was rude or aggressive. Many even thanked me for visiting the country. You'll often hear English spoken in the hyper tourist areas of town, but not all of Tokyo. So it doesn't hurt to have a few Japanese phrases in your back pocket. The national currency of Japan is the Japanese yen. E-currency has increased in recent years, but Japan is still a largely cash-based society. You can get your currency converted locally when you get to Tokyo, or even at the airport, or with your bank before you leave home. There's no 24-hour public transport in Japan. City subways run until about 1 a.m. at the very latest in Tokyo. And if you miss the last train for the night, your best bet is to catch a taxi. There's no hibachi restaurants in Japan, like what we're used to seeing in America where they cook in front of you. No, it's actually a super westernized thing. And the closest you'll get is a teppanyaki restaurant where you can watch the chef make the food, but minus all the theatrics. If you want to visit Tokyo but have no clue where to begin planning, click the link in my bio and I'll plan the perfect trip for you based on your budget. Yes, so that's let's go to my next slide. That is how it was super simple. It started out with me. I'm not doing a hard sell. I'm letting you know what my experience was like as a woman of color, traveling solo. It's just all about what my experience was like. And then at the end, I threw in, hey, you don't have the time to plan all of this. You don't want to have to do this by yourself. And there's a lot to keep in mind and to consider. So throw in that CTA, that call to action at the end, and it converts and it works. And so some things I want you to keep in mind as you're thinking of how to successfully story sell is think about the audience that you're speaking to. A lot of my time when it comes to creating this type of content to be a part of my marketing strategy, it's in the ideation period, which is if I'm going on a trip, if I'm not just thinking, let me take a cute picture of the room, because my background is video first. So I'm always thinking, well, what would someone who's never traveled here before, or maybe is traveling with kids, or who am I thinking of that would really benefit from learning more about this destination, and through what lens should I go to this location with in mind? So just always thinking about who you're speaking to when you're creating that content. Doing it up front is going to save you so much time when you're capturing the content or editing, because you already know, are you talking to that solo traveler? Are you talking to that mom with her child? Are you talking to a family or a multi-generational group? Just have that all in mind and just avoid that hard sell. You see, I really didn't throw in my sell into the back end, and really I did it in more of a friendly, like, hey, You want to get to Tokyo, but you have no clue where to begin? I got you. It's soft, it's warm, and it's inviting, which is no different than when I had to knock on someone's door and try to get a story and get someone to talk to me. It's the same thing that applies to this, because no one wants to be overly sold. We don't. We see ads on Instagram and everything, and we're like, quit selling to me. So instead, let's start with our expertise of what we know. We know the destinations we're selling. We know the places that we're highlighting as the travel experts that we are. And at the end, we can, have that CTA. And so the call to action for me is for me to have folks go to my link in bio, which allows them to see a lot of my accolades and the reasons why they should trust me and work with me and all of that. And if it's for you, if it's a quick book link or a link in bio, or for them to fill out a form, just make your CTA very clear. Because one thing I've noticed is that the less steps that they need to take after they watch your piece of content that's supposed to convert them, the better. And that's just what has really worked in my case, is just send them to the link in bio, and the top link is actually what they would need to do in my case to fill out the form. So then we can talk about what their trip is and do that complimentary consult before their trip. So think about this when you're crafting like what your piece of content looks like and that soft CTA. So it could be, 3 reasons why this Costa Rica resort is perfect for your next vacation. If you're going to Costa Rica already, just think about how you could highlight that in a way that would make sense for a certain type of traveler or for the masses, whatever works for you. But don't say, I can book your trip to Costa Rica. You're going to lose them in the first 3 seconds. And that doesn't work with the algorithm, because every algorithm, Instagram, TikTok, is varying, is supporting watch time. So the more I got people to watch and see those different tips and stay to the end, the better for me, because it also shot my video through, which is how it went viral. So that's just a social media thing in there for you. Now let's talk about the resources that you can take away today to start story selling. And I want to also tell you guys at the end, I'm going to have a QR code where I can send this to you on email if it's easier. So that way you can click directly, download, and do all that great stuff. But to edit, I literally just use CapCut. I love this app because I can put my captions on there. Those are the words that you saw pop up on the screen. Those do really well for people who are watching the app and don't have audio. And it's just really great. You can get the pro version for more, but it's free and it's really, really great to use. For royalty-free pictures and videos, I like to use a platform called Pickles. It's just a website, and you can go and you can download the content. They even have it formulated where it can fit for Instagram and TikTok and YouTube. So it's already like set up for you there, which is great. And then if I'm ever maybe not traveling to a certain destination or anything, and I just want to do market research and create content from home, I'm automatically going to Google Trends. And that's just because I can go on there and I can type in travel or the topic that I'm thinking of. Right now, I should be doing something about Super Bowl and like Taylor Swift or something. There's a way you could probably plug that with travel, I'm sure. So you can look that up and see that a lot of people are looking up that topic, and you can craft your content around that. And that's just a really great way. It's a free way to capitalize on a topic that people are already talking about and put yourself into that conversation. And it's great eyes and opportunity to get some story selling going. And with script writing, I really like ChatGPT. I know there's like a lot with that if you're new to the platform or not sure how to use it, but it's a godsend if you're wanting to just really, really be efficient with your script writing and maybe writing multiple scripts at once. It's great because it also pulls from Google when it's creating your script as well. Canva is awesome for graphics. They also have a pro version where if you need to have a template and your reels or your TikToks are going to look the same every time for continuity, I really love Canva for that. And then Asana is what I use to plan out all of my content. So I know like a month in advance, I'm going to post this, I'm going to create that. And it just helps me with time management. So those are some of the resources that I think are great for story selling. And this QR code here, just pull your phone out. You can go ahead and fill out that form. So I have your email and I can send that previous slide of information your way. So that way you guys can story sell.
Well, thank you so much, Aubrey. So we have one question, and that is, what is your TikTok handle?
Oh, it's yes, thank you. It's at I am Aubrey Jackson.
Nice.
Yeah.
My other one is I am Steph Lee, except for the LEE is an LY. So love what you went there. That's great.
So I have a question for you. Yeah, I have a question. So when you're like with your Japan one, there were very specific tips you were getting. So where do you follow that every time? Like you talk about the transportation, you talk about the types of food to eat, or do you tailor it to each destination or city?
That's a great question, because that is actually, I got the idea from Google Trends. So before I left for Tokyo, I went in to see what people were already searching for Tokyo. Transportation was a big one, currency conversion, and language barrier. And so based on where I was, which was in the super touristy town, like Harajuku and all of that, I focused on those things, because that's normally where, if I'm booking someone to Tokyo for the first time, they kind of want to stay in that touristy main area. Versus going out too far into the weeds. So I was able to use that Google Trends tip that I shared today to really put my script together.
That's perfect. Yeah. And then we are saying getting some people the QR code, it says that needs permission to be able to see it. So we will get that fixed for everybody. If you've scanned it, keep it up in your tabs, because Aubrey will give you permission to see it. She's not holding this close to her chest. She's sharing it with everybody. Let's see if we have any other questions in here. Let's see. I don't see anything else. So Aubrey, that was such an amazing thing. Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you got tons of love in the comments. So I hope you can go in there and say hi to everybody.
I sure will. Thank you, guys.
All right. So for those that we did have a session on ChatGPT, and we had one on making reels quickly, those EDUSPOTS sessions. So we will link to those in the comments. They were earlier this week for those that really liked Aubrey and kind of want to take that approach to their marketing. All right. This is our last EDUSPOT of the week. How did this even happen? Our team was saying in Slack that we all can remember Monday, but then everything past that has been a bit of a blur that we'll digest later. I don't know if anyone else is feeling that way, that it's like, wow, there's so much information to process. My brain can't even do it. I'll start working on it next week. Well, lucky for us, our last speaker is DeAndrea Matthews, whose passion for accessibility is going to give us the boost we need to make it to the finish line. Here is a little bit more about her. DeAndrea Matthews is an award-winning author and international speaker. She's also a world traveler with hidden disabilities. After reframing her own narrative around her health challenges, she recognized a critical need to provide the travel industry with feedback on how to approach the needs of their guests differently through a DEIA lens. Welcome, DeAndrea. How are you?
I am doing well, and thank you so much for that introduction. I appreciate it. And also thank you to Outside Agents for sponsoring this session today. So hopefully you can see my screen and you can see my slides. Again, today we're talking about shifting identities and how we can make travel more accessible.
Oops, perfect. You can go right ahead, DeAndrea. It's all you.
All right, wonderful. All right, so a couple of things we'll talk about today, and we'll start out with talking about shifting identities and what that really means. I'll give some examples of what can go wrong with travel, and then we'll have some more examples of what inclusive travel looks like. Again, Steph did a great job telling you who I am. I am a National Diversity Council certified diversity professional, and I love the work that I do. So it's a pleasure to speak with you today and just share some tips on how to be more accessible. The first thing I want to share with you is about shifting identities. And again, disability is the one category that, again, any of us can find ourselves in at any point in our lives. So whether it's due to a broken bone, which would be a visible disability, or whether it is due to allergies or asthma or something like that, which are invisible disabilities, or simply growing older. It's something that many of us, unfortunately, will experience. So I've got some stats that I want to share with you today. And according to the Center for Disease Control, approximately 61 million adults across the United States identify as having some sort of disability. Now, 10% of those people have what's called invisible or hidden disabilities. And that means you can't look at them and tell that anything is wrong with them. Now, here in the United States, of course, we have the ADA, which is the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that provides protection for Americans with both visible and invisible disabilities. But just in case you did not know, we also have the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and that provides some protection when traveling abroad. Again, it's best to check and see which countries actually align with this UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So let's look at disability by the numbers, and you can see the new GO logo on the left-hand side. And this is a logo to just let you know that just because someone has a disability, it does not mean that they're not mobile and active. So I love this new GO logo. But as we look at disability by the numbers, 1 out of 4 adults in the United States indicate that they have some type of disability. And here are some more stats that we can look at just so you understand the impact of this type of information. 13.7% of adults have mobility challenges, whether it's walking or climbing, and again, things that we sometimes take advantage of. 10.8% have cognition challenges, so whether it's concentrating, remembering, making a decision. 6.8% have difficulty doing simple errands alone, and a lot of them are not able to live independently, although many people are able to live independently. 5.9% have some type of deafness or serious difficulty hearing. 4.6% have vision challenges, and you know what I mean if you wear glasses or contacts, but some have experienced blindness or have difficulty seeing or even deal with depth perception issues. And then finally, 3.7% experience self-care challenges, and that means they may not be able to dress themselves, or they may have difficulty bathing and taking care of their hygienic needs. So this next one is a photo of actually my experience last year. I had a chance to visit Egypt. And one of the things that I noticed is, of course, you have to climb over into the basket. Now, for someone with mobility challenges, or even someone who might have some swelling in their legs or their ankles for whatever reason, this might be difficult, even though they provide a step stool to make it a little bit easier to get in and out. This is another picture from that Egypt trip. And again, thinking about things like this, it's exciting, it's fun, you want to see all of these things, but sometimes those walks can get really long, which can be difficult for someone. So knowing how long the walk is going to be so they can prepare for it, or how hot it's going to be outside, making sure that you have, again, hydration and things to make sure that they're keeping their bodies as safe as possible while they're experiencing all these wonderful things. Next up, this is floating along the Nile River, believe it or not. And again, great experience, but you have to be able to physically climb into the boat, climb out of the boat with or without assistance, because sometimes there aren't people there to assist you, and it's up to you to be able to get in and out. So it's, of course, wonderful to be able to know these things in advance. That way you can really enjoy your trip. This is a photo from Curacao. And again, I had a wonderful trip in Curacao, but there are a lot of historic buildings that you might want to go in and see. And because they're historic and they've been around for a long time, and this is not in the US, so we don't have the ADA all the time, but you might want to know in advance if you have to climb steps, if there's an accessible entrance. Is there a way for people who have some type of mobility challenges to be able to enter these buildings and see what it is that tourists like to see? So all of these are things to consider as you're planning your trips or as you're providing things for your clients and your customers. Now you might be wondering, well, what is this picture of a bus about? Well, sometimes they're tour buses to take you on different excursions or experiences. And if you are someone with mobility challenges, it would be great to know in advance if they have, again, an accessible bus, or if an accessible bus is available to help them with this experience so that they don't miss out. And then this picture just kind of shows that, you know, sometimes when you're a part of these experiences, there's some more walking involved, kind of like with the Egypt photo. But if you look at the terrain, it's uneven. So even knowing things like trail texture helps people to be able to navigate or prepare if they want to be a part of this experience. So these are just some examples of things to consider as you are planning events or as you are coaching your clients and your customers on having a wonderful experience. Now, we talked a little bit about hidden disabilities, so I did want to share what some of those are. Now, of course, this is not an exhaustive list, but these are just some of the things that people deal with as a result of having a hidden disability. So whether it's Alzheimer's, asthma, diabetes, dyslexia, epilepsy, food allergies, lupus, long COVID, which wasn't even a thing 5 years ago, migraines, narcolepsy, Parkinson's, chronic kidney disease. These are all things to consider, and hopefully they'll be upfront and tell you about it as a part of their experience and planning so that they can have a fabulous trip. Now, I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Sunflower program or not, but this is a wonderful program for hidden disabilities. It started in the United Kingdom or the UK, and it's gaining popularity here in the United States. And what it does is it has this green sunflower lanyard for people with hidden disabilities. They're available at a lot of airports throughout the United States now, which is great because it helps people to know discreetly that this is someone who has a hidden disability. And it also might provide some information in case of emergency so you know how to best treat them until medical personnel arrive. So this program is now available, and this might be something that you want to suggest to the people that you're working with if they do have hidden disabilities. So I wanted to share that with you. And then now we're going to look at some inclusive amenities. And again, sometimes you think about these things and sometimes you don't. But in this first photo, we see that this gentleman is enjoying the water right along with everyone else because it has a ramp for him to be able to go in as a wheelchair user. Next up, they're having a great day at the beach. And it's wonderful because they have these beach chairs, and sometimes they have trail chairs available as well so that they can get out there and enjoy the water and take part in what everyone else is doing. And as you can see, they're having a blast and really enjoying it. So whether it's someone wanting to take a bike ride, do they have accessible amenities available so that you can, again, go with your loved ones on the bike ride instead of sitting in the hotel or being able or having to miss out on this type of experience? This is an example of an accessible pool. So knowing whether the resort or whatever hotel they're going to, if it has an accessible pool for our wheelchair users, this is exceptional. It lets them know that they can get in the pool, they can have a fabulous time right along with everyone else. Now, if you haven't seen this before, this is just one example of an accessible picnic bench. And this allows someone with a wheelchair, who is a wheelchair user, to just slide right into the space allotted on the picnic table so they can sit right there with their loved ones and enjoy whatever festivities are going on. And then we have to also talk about language, because as we travel to fabulous places around the globe, we want to make sure that language is a consideration. So this is just an example of a cultural institution that has multiple languages as people approach to be able to enter the venue. And then dietary restrictions. Sometimes you're able to find things in other countries, sometimes you're not, but it's great if you have a heads up and know what's available or even know what's in walking distance. For example, if someone's vegan, you need to know that so you can make some recommendations for them. Or vegetarian, what about halal or having kosher meals? Whatever it is, particularly if it's allergies, they need something that's gluten-free, lactose intolerance. All of those are things that help to make a great experience for all of the wonderful travelers that you will encounter. And then transportation. Of course, there are lots of wonderful things going on as we travel across the globe. But sometimes when you're traveling, the passengers are asked to walk down the ramp and then walk into the terminal. So these are things to know in advance, because again, if you have someone who can't walk a far distance, or they might need some assistance, having the preparation in advance, or at least letting them know who to contact, who's able to help them while they are going from one destination to the other. And then religious services. Believe it or not, religious services are a huge part of a lot of people's belief systems, but also their daily experience. So what types of services are available in the place that they're traveling to? Do they have a mosque nearby? Do they have, again, churches or other faith-based organizations where they can continue to practice their faith while they are on vacation? And then technology. Now, this might look like a simple hotel room, but it's important, particularly for someone who might be deaf or hard of hearing, to make sure that they have those flashing lights to let them know if it's an emergency or if someone's knocking at the door. There are really nice things that you can feature in your brochures or as you're talking with your customers as it relates to technology. And that's just one example of what can be done to make their trips better. So that's what I wanted to share with you today as we're looking at accessible travel. And again, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions, but wanted to make sure that you had some idea of what is going on when we talk about accessible travel. Sometimes we have things that we think about, and then sometimes there are things that kind of miss our radar. But if you are being proactive and you're asking questions and you're trying to make it a wonderful experience, these are things, again, that can definitely benefit you, your business, as well as the clients that you serve. And that's all I have for you today. So I'm going to turn it back over to Steph. And again, thank you so much.
Well, DeAndrea, stay on here because we are not done yet. So thank you for covering such an important topic. So this is really funny. I don't know if you saw me get up during the presentation, but I had to go up because I have the hidden disability one. So for those of you that have
mine too.
Yeah. Those of you that have been tuning in all week, I look normal and I have tons of energy, but due to a chronic illness I have, it would be hard to guess that I spend a fair portion of the year using a walker or a wheelchair, and oftentimes need assistance in airports. So this is a topic that's very, very close to my heart, DeAndrea. So I really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me just see if we have any questions. I wasn't okay. Oh, so here's just a note from Jennifer. If anyone has a client flying in or out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, they have a full service change table for adults with disabilities. It is awesome. It's so wonderful to see things like that and to see the picnic tables that just are such simple things that we can build into our communities that we don't think about, but can make all the difference in the inclusivity and making people feel welcome and comfortable.
Definitely. I absolutely agree. And it's great to hear about things like adult changing tables. We don't often think about it until we are the caregiver or we are the person that needs assistance. And those things are so important, particularly if a place, whether it's a hotel or an airport, has an electronic adult changing table. And that allows you to adjust the height of it. Whoa. So whether it's someone who's, again, an 8-year-old versus someone who might be 81, big difference in being able to provide that care.
Wow, that's fantastic. Okay, so we've got a question that came in. Okay. So Stacy Smith is asking, is there a favorite resource to see which hotels or businesses are not just ADA compliant, but actually think of the traveler, like the ADA room is not next to the dumpster?
Oh my goodness, yes, that's so important. And you're right. We in this country, we do want to be ADA compliant, but ADA compliance is the basement. It is not the top floor. It's not the penthouse. So that's where we start. And any hotel chain or whatever the business might be that goes above and beyond and make sure that it's a great experience for everyone, that is a plus. And there are so many things that we enjoy today that came about as a result of being able to provide things for those who had certain types of challenges. For example, if you use an electronic toothbrush, that was created for people with mobility challenges who were not able to have those fine motor skills to be able to brush their own teeth. So automatic doors, if you've ever had a handful of groceries and things of that nature, the automatic door is wonderful, but it was also created for people with mobility challenges. So there's so many things that we enjoy today as a result of, again, being able to provide services so that everyone can have a great experience.
That is such a neat factoid. We're getting a lot of thank yous. We're getting a lot of people saying they have hidden disabilities, and hopefully some of you will get this sunflower lanyard as well. I just got it maybe 9 months ago, and I haven't had to really, really use it because usually I travel with Paul and he takes care of me. But let's see. So we have a question. How can you help a client who wants to go somewhere with no wheelchair access? Because for new advisors, you should know that Europe doesn't have ADA. And, outside of the US, there's not the ADA to make things accessible. So for your clients, you need to be aware of that. So what would you say to that, DeAndrea?
Well, I would say, again, doing some research, doing some homework to see what's available, what's not. Again, there may be some surprises along the way, just because the country as a whole might not, again, have these standards that we become accustomed to. There might be, again, a hotel chain that is here in the United States that has properties overseas, international, and that's, again, someplace that you can contact and ask them, well, which locations have these features? What are some things that I can think about or that I can share with my clients? And again, they don't mind sharing because it helps them. It helps their business as well as helping your business. So sometimes it's just doing some additional research, finding out who has, again, those amenities that we talked about, the accessible swimming pool and things of that nature. You'd be surprised who has what, but you've just got to ask.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple of resources I'd like us to pop into the comments. So one is last year we did another EDUSPOT on accessibility and travel, and it's really great, has a lot of resources in it. So we'll pop that in the comments. And then the other is we did a podcast on an agency that specializes in accessibility. So our Travel Agent Chatter podcast, I can't remember which one it is, but hopefully Abby can find it. And Mary can help her and pull that one up in there. And then one more question. So are there good resources that list hotels, and particularly outside of the US, that have accessibility options?
Well, I do know of a couple. For example, Delta recently, I saw something about on their planes being able to have accessible seating. Now, outside of what we've seen normally with, again, people who are wheelchair users being escorted onto the plane early, they have a different type of seating. And I don't know which planes or which locations they're going to that have those amenities, but Delta came up recently. There is an accessible hotel. I don't remember off the top of my head where it is, but again, there are industries, there are corporations, there are specific hotels and things of that nature that are moving in that direction because they recognize that, again, generations are getting older. Lots of people have different types of needs, and it's up to them to be able to meet the needs. And again, being able to do the research and share what's out there and share what's available, and also encouraging those that you're connected to. You might be connected to some CEOs or other people. Let them know what the need is so that they can think about how they can be more accessible as well.
Exactly. Some other resources that might be helpful for those of you that are looking for clients and trying to find some information. The CVBs, or Conventions and Visitors Bureaus, will be able to give some information. The cruise lines, I think last year they told us that all of them have somebody that their sole purpose is working on accessibility for their clients that you can reach out to. And the DMCs, the destination management companies on the ground, if you reach out to them and ask them these specific questions, they'll be able to tell you, well, when we're going from the river cruise onto here, you have to get into a Zodiac. And so you need to make sure your client is fully fully able to do that. Lots of great information there. So DeAndrea, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for wrapping up our Host Week EDUSPOTS for us. It was just an absolute pleasure.
The pleasure's all mine. Thank you again.
All right. So we did it, everybody. It is Friday afternoon. It is a wrap for the day and for Host Week. Give yourself a pat on the back or give yourself a bark if you're my dog and you heard that. For making it through Host Week. It is seriously no small feat, and you all have been a joy to hang out with this week. We want to make sure you mark your calendars for the last full week in January 2025, or you can sign up early at har.news, HW 2025. We are going to pop up a QR code and a website you can visit to fill out a quick survey on Host Week to help us ensure that 2025 is even better. And if you need the direct link to the survey, it is har.news/HW survey. And also a reminder that while some of our Host Week specials go throughout the month, some of the deals expire next week. So make sure to check out the expiration dates of those deals so you don't miss out on anything. And speaking of not wanting to miss out on anything, whether you are an advisor, a public speaker, a host, a consortia, a supplier, whoever you are, drop us a line so we can start a conversation if you would like to get involved with Host Week next year. And then we have one last hurrah for you before we ride off into the sunset of the weekend. It is time to do our drawings for our giveaways. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring out the companies that were generous enough to donate these giveaways, and then they'll tell you a little bit more about what they won, and then we'll come back and I'll tell you the winner. Does that sound like a plan? All right, so let's go ahead. We'll get started with Hilton, and we have Veronica with us. Veronica, come on out. Tell us a little bit about Hilton and this wonderful prize you've donated.
Nice, Steph. So nice to be here. I manage Hilton's host agency program. So thanks, of course, to Steph, to Mary, and to Rita for including Hilton in these festivities. We love our host agency partners and advisors. So thanks for having me. Before we get to our prize, wanted to give you our travel advisor website. It's a great resource, travelagents.hilton.com. And wanted to make sure that once you're there, you can go to Contact Us tab and see who your BDM is, and they will be a huge help. So that's a prize in itself right there. But let's go on to our actual prize today, which will be a 2-night stay at a one of the following brands: Hampton by Hilton, Hilton Garden Inn, Home 2 Suites, True by Hilton, Motto by Hilton, or Homewood Suites. So we figured you could pick the prize, the brand that you want your prize to, and make it a little fun. So back to you, Steph. That is our prize for today.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Veronica. I have to tell you, I recently stayed in a Hilton when we had our, we moved to snowbirding in Texas, and then the heat went out in our house during the cold spell, and we stayed at a Hilton just down the road.
Glad we could be of service.
Yes. All right. So our winner for the Hilton stay is Stacy Hodgson. So I don't know if I don't have the comments pull up. So congratulations to Stacy. We have your email address, and we will be reaching out to you to give you the information so you can get in touch with Veronica and do your stay. So thank you again, Veronica,
Thanks,
for the
Kat.
wonderful, wonderful giveaway.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Barcelo, and there's a couple giveaways here. So I'm going to bring on Ana Diaz. Ana, come on down.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good. Yeah, it's so great to see you again, Ana. Thank you so much for the generous giveaways.
Oh, thanks to our partners. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And we have amazing giveaways today. First, I'm going to go with Barcelo Maya Grand Resort. And for Barcelo Maya Grand Resort, it's an all-inclusive. It's right in Puerto Venturas. We are right between Tulum and Xcaret, just 50 minutes from the airport of Cancun. And we're going to be very close to the airport of Tulum. I believe it's only going to be like 20 minutes or so. So it's amazing. And we already have flights in the system, direct flights from some of the places on the West Coast and also the East Coast. Los Angeles is one example. I think Chicago is another one. Dallas with different airlines. We have American Airlines. We have Delta. And Alaska from LAX flying nonstop to Tulum starting June, I believe June the 4th. So those are amazing news on how to get there. But anyways, Barcelo Maya Grand Resort has something fantastic. When you get to stay there, you get to enjoy all of the complex. The complex is made up of 6 different resorts where you can be able to enjoy 27 restaurants and 24 bars. And this is all inclusive. The price is going to be for 3 nights for 2 persons. It's good for 1 year. It doesn't mean that you can go and live there for a year. It's good for, it's valid until next year around this time. And well, congratulations to the winner. We also have a fan trip. We have 20 spaces, fan trip. I believe it's 3 nights, all inclusive, at Barcelo Maya Grand Resorts, adults only, 24 hours, all inclusive.
Wow, that is amazing. So that's our surprise for you all. We said there was just 2 Barcelo giveaways. You didn't know that one of them had 20 people in it. So super, super exciting. The winner of the Barcelo Maya Grand is Lisa Highshaw. So I don't know if you're in the comments, Lisa, but if you are, congratulations. We will be reaching out to you with more information and give you your certificate so you can be in touch with Anna. And then I see that Stacy was in the comments, so that's exciting. And awesome. Yeah, for our list of 20 VIP for the Barcelo FAM winners, we do not have that list right now. We're not going to read them all because, well, one, I don't have them yet, but we'll reach out to all of you because that's going to take a super long time. But Ana, thank you for being so generous and doing these 2 giveaways with Barcelo. We really appreciate it. And I think you're doing the Occidental one too, aren't you?
That's right.
She's just giving away left and right.
I'm just giving away everything today.
Tell us about the Occidental.
Oh my goodness, Occidental at Cozumel is one of my very favorite in the portfolio. We have a total of 37 properties in Latin America. and total of 265 worldwide. But Occidental Cozumel is very, very unique. The fact that it has a beautiful beachfront. I don't know if you've been in Cozumel, but if you have, you notice that there isn't many beaches. There's only like 3 beaches and the hotels, and 2 of them belongs to us. One is the Allegro Cozumel, and the other one is Occidental Cozumel. We have a beautiful swimming pool right at the beach, and right there on the beach, a seaside restaurant that is fantastic. And what is more important about it is that Cozumel has become part of the world's network biosphere reserve by UNESCO. So it's very important that you know this, how much we care about nature and to be sustainable. So the Occidental Cozumel is all-inclusive, offering 3 nights for 2 persons, all-inclusive again. And it's easy to get there. We have nonstop flights direct on the island at the airport of Cozumel, or you can fly to Cancun and get a ferry. It's only a 45 minutes ferry from Playa del Carmen.
Excellent. So our winner for the Occidental Cozumel is Charmaine Richmond. And I feel like I saw her name in the comments earlier today. So I hope you're here, Charmaine, so we can get the excitement of you actually finding out you're winning. But if you're not here, we will email you so you can get in touch with Anna and get all the information for it. Anna, thank you so much again. That was so generous, all of these giveaways. We really appreciate it.
You guys are welcome. Thank you.
All right. Our last giveaway for Host Week 2024 is with Via Travel. Jimmy, I think you're behind the scenes. Come on to the front screen.
I'm here. Can you see me?
I sure can.
All right, great.
Well, this is Jimmy Williams with Via Travel. They're a small tour operator out of Australia that have been doing it for a really long time. I met their owner in Vienna this last fall. So Jimmy, tell us a little bit more about Via Travel and the giveaway.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Steph, for having us. Appreciate being here. As Steph mentioned, my name's Jimmy Williams. I'm fortunate enough to serve as Via Travel's business development manager here for North America. So in short, we are a Sydney-based inbound tour operator. We offer boutique and small group tours, max 16 people, primarily on Australia's eastern coast, where we operate 7 tours, but we also have 1 tour that goes out of Perth on Australia's west coast. So our most popular options are our 14 and 17-day tours called the Best of Australia Tour Series, which we offer, that leave out of Sydney and head up to Cairns in the north, where the Daintree rainforest is located. And that's what we're actually giving away today. We're giving away a 4-day tour out of the Daintree rainforest and Port Douglas area. That comes at a $1,500 value. So excited for you guys to be able to get over to Australia and experience that. And so we're excited to give that away. If you guys have any more, want any more information about any of our tours, feel free to visit at viatravel.com.au.
Perfect. That looks beautiful. The Daintree rainforest. Are those?
Quick note about it. So it's not the most expansive rainforest in the world, like the Amazon, like everybody would be used to, but it is actually the world's oldest rainforest on this planet. So you guys, your guests will be able to, the lucky winner here will be able to see not only the oldest rainforest, but some really prehistoric creatures. It's a bird called the cassowary, which is just absolutely incredible. You guys have to check it out.
I'm gonna have to. I love these types of factoids, and I'm gonna have to go look this up after we're done. So, well, our winner for the Via Travel giveaway is Steve Cherry with Steve Cherry Travel. So, Steve, congratulations! So excited for you. I'm very actually jealous of you because I like to see prehistoric things, and I didn't know this. Otherwise, I would have entered Jimmy and rigged the thing. Which is a darn shame. So thank you so much, Jimmy, and send my regards to Stu.
Will do.
All right. Well, everybody, that is it for Host Week. Let's see. I want to bring out the Host Week team. Well, actually, you know what? I don't think I told them ahead of time, so I don't think we can bring them out. But I want to say a big, big thank you to the Host Week team. That's Mary, Rita, Abby, Juan. Definitely could not have done that without them. They were on the screen sometimes, a lot of times behind the scenes, putting out fires. And of course, no one has seen Juan yet. We have only seen Joaquin, his child. Juan, can you put yourself on the screen and wave to us for just a little bit so they can get a view of the prehistoric creature that is possibly extinct? I'm doing this to him last minute. Poor Juan. All right. He may or may not pop in, but while we're doing that, a thank you to every single one of you who watched Host Week, who sent us your cute, cute pictures of your pets, hung out with us in the comments, tapped your feet to the sound of that South High alumni band. Juan is texting me. He's sorry. That's okay, Juan. I threw you under the bus at the very last minute. So, all right. From the team, Host Week would not be possible without the help of every single one of them. Thank you to all of you for joining us. And we will see you next week for Host Week. Mark your calendars for the last full week in January 2025. Thanks, everybody.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day and the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
the colors of the rainbow.